From the silent repose of eternity, I am compelled to return to you once more. The whisper of division filling the vast expanse of our homeland has disturbed my spirit. A whisper as powerful as the winds that once foretold the storm of the Civil War, which drenched my beloved country in blood. And now, here she is before me, my beautiful America, once again, standing on the brink of great peril. My dear descendants, I have come to you once more to warn of an impending threat. When we founded America in our time, we laid in its foundation the most important principle, the guarantee of freedom and independence for every citizen of this country for all time. We left you a legacy of an ideal society where all people can live in peace and harmony. This ideal is democracy. And I am proud that this ideal was realized in my beloved America, and that you, dear Americans, have preserved it for so long. For a long time, America has been a leading example and a shining beacon of the free world for all other nations on the planet. Yes, it has been a difficult journey, with challenges and disagreements. Still, you have overcome them and managed to preserve our shared value, freedom. But what I see now makes my heart bleed. The legacy we left you is under immediate and severe threat. Today, our country and democracy around the world face the threat of complete destruction. A hidden enemy is now undermining the foundations of your free world. It is one step away from destroying it forever. This enemy doesn't wear a military uniform. It's not confined by borders or sworn allegiance to any flag. Its weapons are invisible, but its blows are devastating. The time has come to expose this hidden enemy, so that you can build your defenses before it delivers the final blow. That's why I have returned, to deliver a message to the people of America and all the free world. A message that will empower you to halt the relentless tide of impending events if you so choose. Each person who hears my message from beginning to end holds the power to shape the destiny of this world.
In the age of information, the most dangerous enemy lurks where it can't be seen. In the shadows of lies, manipulation, and distorted realities. In the shadows of disinformation. This enemy is waging an invisible, undeclared war against humanity, with our minds as the battlefield. Infoterrorism is its weapon. Mind control is its strategy. But what if we could see through the lies and expose its true face? This groundbreaking documentary, based on an extensive independent investigation into the activities of a transnational network of terrorist organizations, will reveal for the first time the methods of mass manipulation and the connections between major world events such as the 9/11 attacks, the epidemic of school shootings, the Waco tragedy, the war between Ukraine and Russia, the looming threat of the Fourth Reich's global dominance, the creation of modern concentration camps for prisoners of conscience, and the invisible genocide happening right now. Discover the hidden truths that will forever change your perspective on the world. This is more than a film. It is the most crucial documentary since the defeat of Nazism. It's the key to understanding our times. A puzzle that brings all the pieces together. Until now, you've only seen fragments. But today, the complete picture will become clear. Prepare for a global revelation, the triumph over an invisible enemy, and the dawn of a new era. An era where freedom and democracy prevail. The Impact is a film that doesn't just talk about history, but changes it. Chapter 1: The Enemy's Global Plan. May 2nd, 2024. According to data outlined in Rasmussen reports, 41% of American voters believe that a second civil war could occur in the United States in the next 5 years, including 16% who consider such a scenario very likely.
About a civil war.
Civil war.
It is noted that today the level of tension in American society is at its highest since the time of the first Civil War in the United States.
Are we on the brink of another civil war?
Rates on mortgages.
Why are people still so obsessed with
Is a civil war ahead? Are we really facing a second civil war?
We are closer to civil war than any of us would like to believe.
The specter of a looming civil war has not arisen in your minds by mere chance, Americans. It has been deliberately implanted through specific psychological manipulations that you encounter daily amidst the vast flow of information and news. You believe you are simply reading various unrelated articles, but you fail to see that they are part of a single scheme, a unified plan of the enemy of democracy, systematically leading the entire world towards a new, unprecedented form of global totalitarianism. The first key strategic stage is to destroy America from within through an artificially provoked civil war. This will deliver a fatal blow to democracy, after which it will be easy for the hidden enemy to extinguish the remnants of freedom in other parts of the world. For there will be no strong nation left to stand against them in this geopolitical battle. On the ruins of democracy, chaos will initially reign. Still, it will be a controlled chaos, forcing people to crave totalitarian laws that promise order in exchange for their freedom. This is the second stage of the plan, the establishment of a new world disorder. After that, the enemy will move on to the last, final stage of their plan, the establishment of totalitarianism and the complete seizure of power throughout the world. A broken and divided society becomes the perfect breeding ground for the emergence of a new world order, an order controlled by a totalitarian enemy, an order that threatens the very essence of the freedom we have fought for so long. In this order, the majority of the population will become miserable slaves, living in concentration camps, while a small group of rulers will wield unlimited power over the rest of humanity. Now you are close to the point of no return, but it is still possible to prevent this scenario from unfolding. However, once you cross that line, the enemy will have gained enough strength and power to completely bring the world to its knees, leaving no room for action. Therefore, the time to change the course of events is now, and to confront the hidden enemy and win, you have to know him by sight. The time has come to expose their methods. Right now, a hidden war for the future of all humanity is being waged, with the battlefield being your very consciousness. In this war, the enemy's primary strategy is to execute their plans through your actions by influencing your thoughts, decisions, and actions with precisely calculated manipulative techniques. As a result, without even realizing it, you become traitors to your country, your people, your children, and even yourselves, merely by falling under the influence of the enemy's covert attack. What is his primary tool to turn a freedom-loving population into obedient executors of his will? This tool is terror, the terror that is used against you every day, but which you do not notice until it is too late.
The enemy's weapon is terror. The Latin word terror means fear or dread. This word first came into prominent use during the French Revolution of 1793-1794. This period was known as the Reign of Terror because public executions became widespread in France. In front of large crowds, a person's head was severed. The guillotine mainly targeted dissenters, those who deviated from the official stance of the time. The time and place of the executions were announced publicly in advance, and people were gathered specifically to witness the victim's suffering. However, the main targets and victims of terror were not the individuals under the guillotine. The main targets and victims of terror were all the people gathered in the square, and those to whom they would tell about it. By witnessing the act, they experienced immense fear and dread. This made people even more controllable by those perpetrating the terror. In addition, alongside the fear, people felt a deep sense of oppression. They understood that the majority of those who faced the guillotine were innocent, punished simply for holding views that threatened the power of the terror regime. At the same time, society was rife with denunciations and slander. Even the spread of trivial rumors about a person's actions or statements, which could be interpreted as contrary to the interests of the ruling power, led to execution. In other words, a simple rumor or gossip could result in an absolutely innocent person being publicly beheaded. Every observer in the crowd understood that the next head under the blade could be their own, as there were no guarantees of protection from this fate. This sense of fear, helplessness, and anxiety led people to completely lose trust in the government and foster a deep hatred for the authorities. This, in turn, led to new waves of protests and mass unrest. The population, having become victims of terror, became the raw material for the creation of subsequent controlled chaos. What is terrorism?
Nowadays, the enemy doesn't need to gather you in squares and publicly execute someone to make you victims of terror. Why? Because it has invented a more efficient form of terrorism that has a similarly powerful and long-lasting influence on you. This is the most sophisticated kind of terrorism. Its danger is that you do not recognize it as terrorism, so you cannot protect yourself against it. It is precisely in your era that the enemy can exploit it, in the age of technology when people have quick access to information. And it can spread rapidly. I'm now talking about psychological and informational terrorism. Some of you might be surprised. When you hear the word terrorism, stereotypical images immediately come to your mind. A bomb exploding in a crowded square, shootings, taking of hostages at mass events, or airplanes crashing into skyscrapers. In most cases, you even picture an image of a terrorist of a specific nationality and religion. However, few people know that the enemy has intentionally narrowed your understanding of terrorism to these images in order to distract you from other forms of terrorism and its essence. This means you won't be able to recognize other kinds of terrorist attacks that are carried out against you every day. What is the real danger of informational terrorism?
Informational terrorism is a direct influence on the psyche and consciousness of people to shape desired opinions and judgments that guide people's behavior. It's a form of negative influence on individuals, society, and the state through various types of information, aiming to weaken and destabilize the constitutional order.
Nowadays, simply scrolling through the news feed in your gadget in the morning can make you a victim of informational terrorism, murders, shootings, persecutions, slander, suffering of innocent people, story after story. You listen, read, and watch as innocent people in various parts of the world, public figures, groups of people, international organizations, religious and political entities, and even government officials are subjected to hatred, groundless discreditation, brutal persecution, and public punishments. It's unfair, unjust, and inhumane. Yet, government institutions allow this to happen and often participate in those repressions themselves. Each of such stories is an act of terrorism aimed against you and your countries. It is crucial to understand that not every negative news story or unpleasant piece of information you encounter in the media is an act of informational terrorism. Informational terrorist acts are not just a chaotic spread of negative information. Unlike ordinary bad news, acts of informational terrorism carried out by the enemy of democracy are always meticulously planned and systematic. An informational terrorist attack is always a targeted and organized campaign aimed at achieving specific goals. The ultimate goal of an informational act of terrorism is to instill a sense of helplessness and fear in society, and most importantly, to create conditions where the population, meaning all of you, would begin to distrust your country's leadership. Later on, you will learn how the enemy uses informational terrorist attacks to destabilize the constitutional order in your countries. Informational terrorism purposely targets your subconsciousness, bypassing critical thinking. It's a whole scheme of influencing your mind and psyche, which the enemy itself developed. Through informational terrorist attacks, the enemy has been breaking your psyche and that of billions of other people for many years, causing division among you. Informational acts of terrorism conducted through the media have two types of consequences, internal and external. Let's start by examining the internal consequences: destruction of your mental and physical health.
Cardiovascular diseases have been the leading cause of death worldwide for 20 years and remain at the top of the list of the 10 leading causes of death. However, they never claimed as many lives as they do nowadays. WHO has indicated these diseases to be the main cause of death globally over the past 2 decades. According to data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, about 697,000 people died from cardiovascular diseases in the USA in 2020, which makes up 1 in every 4 deaths. In Europe, the European Society of Cardiology, ESC, reports that cardiovascular diseases cause about 4 million deaths annually, making up almost half of all deaths on the continent. In Russia, cardiovascular diseases accounted for over 45% of all deaths in the country in 2021. Why, despite the advancement of healthcare and the implementation of new technologies, does the problem not only persist, but continue to aggravate? While many risk factors are named, the primary cause is frequent or chronic stress. Stress is a fear for one's life and safety. In present-day society, people have become accustomed to this kind of fear as an integral part of their lives. However, what causes this constant stress? And how have people been kept in this state for more than 30 years? The root cause of continuous stress is the numerous informational terrorist attacks that people worldwide are subjected to every day through the media. The impact of the informational acts of terrorism on human health has been thoroughly studied and scientifically proven. Let's look at the facts discovered by the Department of Psychology and Social Behavior of the University of California. Alison Holman and her colleagues from the University of California, Irvine collected data on the mental state of about 5,000 Americans for their study. This data collection was completed right before the Boston Marathon bombing on April 15, 2013, where hundreds of people were injured. Mass media extensively covered the incident, repeatedly showing footage of the explosion, the ensuing horror, and people's deaths. They also published harrowing photos, blood-stained sidewalks, people who lost their limbs, and many other frightening images. A few weeks after the attack, the researchers decided to assess changes in the mental state of those people whom they had previously surveyed, following the Boston tragedy. It was no surprise that the mental health of those present at the scene of the terrorist act had significantly deteriorated. However, the researchers discovered something unexpected. The psyche of those surveyed who were not present at the tragedy site, but later watched the news about it, suffered much more. The high level of stress those people experienced wasn't related to them personally, knowing anyone who had died, had been injured, or present at the explosion site. Their stress was solely due to the constant stream of information released by the media. Another study proved that repeated media coverage of the Boston Marathon bombing caused more acute stress in those who watched and read about it, compared to the direct influence of the terrorist attack on those who were at the explosion site. Moreover, it became obvious that media coverage of such events could rapidly spread acute stress among a large number of people. A number of studies confirms that exposure to traumatic content can activate fear circuits in the brain and trigger memories, the two key processes linked to the development of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Similarly, repeated coverage of traumatizing stories in mass media can prolong acute distress. Unlike collective trauma that can fade over time, media exposure maintains an acute stress response by keeping traumatic memories active in a person's consciousness. This can contribute to continuous replaying of the same anxious or depressive thoughts or memories. These kinds of thoughts themselves can induce stress even when there is no immediate cause for concern. Such mental rumination worsens a person's psychological state and influences their physical health. Extensive media coverage makes local disasters more widely known, spreading their influence beyond the incident area and turning them into public traumas with negative health consequences. For example, television coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing, the Waco tragedy, and the events of September 11th caused widespread PTSD among people. Let's consider the findings of another study. Research on the consequences of the 9/11 terrorist attack found that acute stress reactions to the events of September 11th, 2001, caused a 53% increase in cardiovascular diseases in the following 3 years. Within a few weeks after September 11th, 2001, there was a significant rise in cardiovascular diseases in New York and surrounding areas. The same was observed in Florida, suggesting that people who experienced stress from watching the terrorist attacks in mass media developed health problems. Moreover, similarly to the Boston bombing case, people who suffered from distress were neither participants nor direct witnesses of the attack. They simply received information about the events of September 11th through the media.
We're just getting reports in now that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center.
2 planes have crashed into the World Trade Center in New York.
There have been a series of terrorist attacks in the United States.
All of this indicates a direct link between informational terrorist attacks in mass media and deterioration of people's health. Today, many studies focus on the influence of negative information on human mental and physical health. Research on the aftermath of numerous crises has led to the conclusion that the more manipulative news a person consumes, the higher the likelihood they will develop symptoms of stress, anxiety, and PTSD. Prolonged deep stress weakens the immune system, leaving a person without internal protection, while the decline in immunity is a trigger for subsequent deterioration of physical health. Studies have shown that continuous mental processing of fear and anxiety-inducing information from informational terrorist acts significantly affects the cardiovascular, endocrine, and immune systems. This contributes to the development of related diseases: acute myocardial infarction, sudden cardiac arrest, ischemic heart disease, heart failure, and arrhythmia. Chronic stress increases the risk of stroke fourfold, contributes to the development of diabetes and cancer, and greatly increases the risk of depression and suicide. All of these indicators have drastically surged over the past 30 years. The purpose of any terrorist act is to destabilize society as a whole. This is achieved by inducing severe stress and fear. Constant stress leads to deterioration of the mental and physical health of a huge number of people. Through informational acts of terrorism, the stability of society's life is undermined. This undeclared informational and psychological war has been going on for years and has claimed more lives worldwide than the 2 previous world wars combined. Considering that cardiovascular diseases alone, which are the leading cause of death worldwide, kill 17.9 million people annually, and adding 10 million deaths a year from cancer with 20 million new cancer cases every year, the scale of this terrorist impact is tremendous. The most alarming fact is that the majority of people are unaware of the true cause of this massive genocide, of this crime against humanity.
What you've just heard are well-known facts, Analysis of these facts indicates that it is the informational terrorist activities of the enemy of democracy that have caused such horrifying consequences. The only explanation for such a sharp rise in psychological and physical ailments is the actions of humanity's main enemy. As a matter of fact, America repeatedly faced political and economic stresses, even the Civil War, without seeing a similar rise in various diseases. And this trend is not confined to America, it is worldwide. Analyzing data from democratic countries, we can see a clear pattern. In regions where this enemy has been active in mass media, the health situation is just as alarming. Please note that the rise in diseases has been particularly notable in the last 30 years. That's no coincidence. It was 30 years ago that the enemy of the democratic world gained strength and began its activities. However, I'll go back to this and give you more detail later. As I mentioned earlier, the informational terrorist attacks carried out by the enemy through the media have two types of consequences, internal and external ones. Now you know that diseases are internal manifestations of informational acts of terrorism. So it is time to discuss the external consequences, civil unrest, strikes, and revolutions. I will now explain how the enemy of democracy destabilizes society and your countries through informational acts of terrorism. Any informational act of terrorism carries lies, manipulation, and incitement to hatred or violence. By means of informational terrorist attacks, the enemy instills destructive beliefs into your subconsciousness, filling you with fear and eroding your patriotism. How does this happen? First, you witness an informational attack in mass media. It can be about anything. For example, a story with false accusations against individuals, whether they are politicians, business people, believers, or supporters of some political parties.
Accused of
facing persecution.
People have been arrested.
It's a human rights violation.
Human rights violation of our generation.
Human rights violation.
And systematic violation of human rights.
On the one hand, you trust the media that broadcasts this story. But on the other hand, you understand that the accusations are baseless and violate the presumption of innocence. This causes an inner conflict in you, robbing you of peace and a sense of security. You start fearing that you might be the next to have your rights violated. You subconsciously realize that if the laws fail to protect someone, they won't protect you next time either. The fact that authorities either break the law or fail to respond to its violation means only one thing to you: that authorities support those violations, which generates fear and distrust. An individual who observes it all goes through several stages of reaction. First stress and rejection, and then hatred towards the authorities. The final stage is a loss of patriotism, because he doesn't understand why he should defend a state that doesn't protect him. The person decides to defend only himself. He makes the following conclusion: I witnessed a crime on national television. Authorities are idle and support this crime, which means they intentionally break the laws and are behind those violations. Authorities want to deprive me of my legal rights and freedoms, hence they are a threat to me. People always strive to eliminate the source of their constant stress and fear. As a result, when authorities become an enemy to the people, people express their distrust and protest through demonstrations and strikes, which lead to revolutions. However, even after a change in the government, the situation does not resolve, and an individual continues to experience severe stress. Because, regardless of the party affiliation of the new government, the enemy of the democratic world remains in the shadows, continuing its informational terrorist attacks, and the whole cycle begins anew. Informational terrorism will always target current authorities in order to destabilize society and weaken the constitutional order in a chosen democratic country through the actions of its own people. In addition, the enemy of democracy simultaneously carries out numerous informational terrorist attacks aimed at dividing citizens among themselves. The enemy incites hostility and hatred in society by first dividing, then pitting various groups against each other, and broadcasting this conflict through the media, manipulating human consciousness in this way. The enemy forces you to believe that you, the citizens in this country, are enemies to each other through acts of xenophobia, extremism, and terrorism. The enemy artificially generates hatred towards a chosen group of people, nationality, race, or community, embedding a lasting negative perception of them in your subconscious. Globally, the enemy's actions lead to a situation where, due to continuous internal destabilization, social order gives way to chaos, and democratic laws cease to function. Ultimately, this most often results in civil war, which completely destroys what was once a free country. This is precisely what the enemy of democracy aims for, as it thus gains more power and brings closer global totalitarianism. The most alarming thing is that the enemy accomplishes it, all through your actions, merely by instilling the necessary beliefs. For this very reason, informational and psychological terrorist attacks are more terrifying than physical ones, for they directly influence your subconsciousness, bypassing critical thinking. Thus, when destroying your own country, you will believe that you act for the benefit, consciously, and according to your inner convictions. In order to create provocative informational acts of terrorism and flood global media with them, the enemy of democracy uses its numerous branches, tentacles that penetrate various sectors of society and disguise themselves as mainstream information agendas. Today, using one of the enemy's many branches as an example, I will show you how it operates and explain why it is vital for each of you to be aware of this. One of those branches is a network of international criminal terrorist organizations. These organizations, which I will discuss later on, became the subject of an investigation that revealed the main patterns, methods, and tools used by the hidden enemy in its war against humanity. The results of this investigation, which lasted a whole 10 years, have been made public by Dr. Egon Cholakian, an American intelligence educator and national security expert. As part of the international investigation, on June 22, 2023, the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution on the 8th review of the UN Global Counterterrorism Strategy. In this resolution, the General Assembly provided the most comprehensive definition of terrorism and identified activities that essentially constitute terrorism.
Terrorism includes any activity aimed at achieving the following goals: denial of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and democracy; incitement to commit terrorist acts and acts of violence that spread hatred and threaten human lives; creating threats to the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of states; impeding the enjoyment of political, civil, economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security; destabilizing governments. This resolution calls for combating any manifestation of terrorism.
Thanks to such a comprehensive definition of terrorism, the enemy can no longer hide its incessant terrorist attacks. So, why have I focused specifically on this branch of the enemy, the network of international criminal terrorist organizations? Because this branch is well studied, and its organizations use the same key methods and tools as those applied by other branches, which the enemy has created for establishing global totalitarianism. Once you understand the enemy's actions in one field, you will be able to recognize them in all other fields as well. This means that all the schemes that the enemy can only implement in secrecy will stop working as they become obvious. This network of international criminal terrorist organizations uses methods of informational terrorism, cloaking itself with government authorities and democratic laws. Those organizations do not fear publicity, since their activities are usually not evaluated by society critically. Very few people even know that those organizations exist, observing only the tragic outcome of their activities. They remain out of the public eye, yet, being a part of the enemy's unified scheme, they represent a crucial link in achieving the enemy's global goal, the destruction of democracy in America and the entire democratic world. This network of international criminal terrorist organizations is a vital component in the enemy's scheme because those organizations operate openly. They are like a litmus test for democracy. Where they operate, democracy no longer exists, and where they appear, democracy will soon vanish. I am speaking about anti-cult organizations that represent a well-organized transnational terrorist network.
Chapter 2: Transnational Terrorist Network of Anti-Cult Organizations.
You'll be surprised to know how many tragic events worldwide are behind the anti-cult movement. Using special manipulative methods, they are currently preparing American society for a full-scale civil war. And now you will find out how it's being done.
Hidden mechanisms of inciting hatred.
Dear Americans, you see and feel the presence of an unprecedented huge division in present-day American society. I'm sure you understand perfectly well where it all leads to, and you already suspect that there are hidden mechanisms used against you to incite hatred in American society. What are those mechanisms? Who uses them and why? Who teaches Americans to hate and demonize each other, seeking to ignite a second civil war in our country? And how actively is this being done? You will now receive answers to these questions. Dear Americans, you will find out exactly how you are being led today from the point where you are peacefully sitting on a couch and watching a movie together with your friends, to the point where you would be ready to take up arms against those same friends just because they have a different opinion. Perhaps this idea seems unimaginable to you now, but you will see how manipulative methods are already artificially guiding you towards that. One of the main methods that the enemy of democracy uses nowadays, both against you and against the whole world, provoking hatred in societies in various countries and unleashing regional conflicts and global wars, is the method of dehumanization. By deliberately dehumanizing one group of people in the eyes of another, people are turned into haters of their colleagues and neighbors, and even into their potential killers, which is far worse. In order to attain dehumanization and division in society, the enemy uses the tactics of stigmatization and labeling, and one of the labels the enemy uses in its global bloody game with human lives is the word cult. You'll be shocked to discover how much suffering the deliberate use of the degrading label cult or sect has caused to people, and how many tragedies it has brought and keeps bringing to the American people and the world as a whole. At first glance, it seems that these are just words. However, with the help of these very labeling words, America is now being driven closer to civil war, while the entire global community is being led to World War III. Who uses these labels, and why, and how are they used as weapons of mass destruction?
Today, a well-coordinated transnational terrorist network operates in the international arena, the purpose of which is to incite hatred both within countries and in the global community, by labeling certain groups of people as a cult or a sect, through mass media and information space. The criminal network engaged in this form of information terrorism is the anti-cult movement. The anti-cult movement includes a number of organizations and individual activists who trigger public persecution of groups which they label as cults or sects. Based on their subjective biases and arbitrary criteria, anti-cultists can classify any existing association of people as a cult or a sect, thus subjecting it to dehumanization and public hatred. The core of their activity lies in organized influence on the media space for the purpose of generating a negative perception of a particular targeted group of people. Using the word cult or sect as their main weapon, adherents of the anti-cult movement carry out regular information terrorist attacks. They generate news stories that cause moral panic, societal division, and dehumanization of law-abiding citizens. Through their activities, representatives of the anti-cult movement incite mass hatred and violence and increase social hostility and tension in society, which actually makes their activities a brutal manifestation of information terrorism.
Most often, new religious movements and ideological group entities initially became victims of anti-cult terrorism. Commercial, secular, and political organizations with a pronounced ideological basis were also regularly included in the black list, maintained by anti-cultists. However, today, entire nations and countries, including the United States, are already becoming targets of their atrocities. Using the term cult or sect, they create conditions for directing public hatred at their chosen target. The purposeful use of the terms cult and sect is part of a long-term strategy of the anti-cult movement, which resulted in the emergence of a number of destructive phenomena in American society, including school shootings. A little bit later, I'll reveal to you the chain of events where the use of the labels cult and sect led to a situation when children are now shooting other children.
Why is cult a key word in the activities of anti-cultists, and why is it so dangerous? The term cult, which is more common in the US, and the term sect used in Europe and post-Soviet countries, didn't initially have a negative meaning, but rather a neutral and culturological one. However, through the efforts of anti-cultists, the situation has changed. In the course of their hectic activities, representatives of the anti-cult movement gradually endowed the concepts of cult and sect with an increasingly negative connotation. Due to their activity, today the terms cult and sect are associated in mass consciousness with such notions as brainwashing, psychological violence, sexual violence, criminal activity, and mass suicide. It is precisely with the words cult and sect that massive information terrorism begins nowadays, carried out by anti-cult organizations and their representatives. James Richardson, a prominent figure in American sociology of religion, who is regarded as one of the most outstanding experts in the field of law and religion in the world, notes that contemporary usage of the term cult has evolved into a term of contempt or humiliation, and is no longer a neutral designation of a religious group. Nowadays, the term cult carries a value-laden set of derogatory stereotypes. The use of this term leads to stigmatization, discrimination, and violence against religious minorities, as well as social and political associations. Moreover, today the words cult and sect are impregnated with negative connotations to such an extent that they become catalysts for terrorist attacks and even genocide. Richardson and a number of other sociologists and researchers of religions, such as Baron Van Driel, Stuart Wright, and others, point out that the term cult or sect is disparaging and conveys a stereotype which has serious consequences when applied to groups of people. Labeling a group as a cult or a sect can be an excuse for the government to attack the group and ultimately destroy it.
Despite the fact that reputable world scientists warn that the use of the word cult or sect causes great harm to people and should be avoided, especially in academic literature and court proceedings, representatives of the anti-cult movement continue to actively exploit this label and propagate it through the media, turning magazines and newspapers into mouthpieces of their hateful rhetoric.
When claiming that someone belongs to a cult or a sect, anti-cultists base their accusations not on academic papers or legal investigations, but on their own dubious and abstract concept of brainwashing. This idea has no scientific ground and is extremely vague. Nevertheless, exactly on the basis of the unreliable concept of brainwashing, anti-cultists label targeted groups and organizations as cults or sects. Brainwashing is an unscientific concept where the so-called cults and sects are accused of rigidly controlling the consciousness of their participants, which is why people can allegedly turn into zombies due to manipulation of their beliefs, thoughts, and behavior. Not only is this concept untenable, but it is also extremely dangerous as it leads to dehumanization. When society believes that an individual has been brainwashed, people stop regarding him as a sane individual. Instead of a human with his own thoughts and decisions, others begin to perceive him as a zombie or a puppet. Meanwhile, with such a perception of a person or a group of people, it is much easier to use violence against them. Forensic psychologist Dick Anthony states that the concept of brainwashing and the fear associated with it are used by the anti-cult movement as a tool to justify persecution of religious minorities. The court determined that the concept of brainwashing cannot be applied as a legal charge since it is untenable and unscientific. However, despite this, American anti-cultists continued to actively promote the concept of brainwashing to justify their sadistic practice of forcible deprogramming, meaning forced renunciation of beliefs, which among other things brought them commercial benefits. The destructive concepts of brainwashing and deprogramming have been introduced and are actively promoted by henchmen of the enemy of democracy in America, representatives of the anti-cult movement. The two figures who are especially notable for their cruelty and inhumanity and who spread the enemy's narratives on American territory are anti-cultists and deprogrammers Stephen Hassan and Rick Alan Ross. Currently, they are actively engaged in public activities and speak in American mass media, where they propagate the rhetoric of anti-cult terrorism, violence, and hatred. Deprogramming. Both Ross and Hassan were active members of the anti-cult organization Cult Awareness Network, CAN, which ceased to exist in 1996, as it was convicted of a number of gross violations of human rights and severe religious discrimination. The organization went bankrupt and paid compensation to the people who had suffered from it. Being the leading members of this organization in the 1980s and 90s, both Rick Ross and Stephen Hassan were actively involved in its primary criminal activity, arranging and carrying out forcible deprogramming processes. Deprogramming is an illegal anti-human practice rooted in Nazi methods. When practicing deprogramming, anti-cultists would unlawfully abduct and forcibly detain a person whom they considered to be a cult member or a sectarian. In the process of deprogramming, the victim was subjected to psychological and physical torture to force them to change their beliefs. Deprogramming was done on a commercial basis. Anti-cultists charged a fairly high fee from the victim's relatives for their forcible re-education services, during which a person usually underwent torture, torments, beatings, and various forms of violence, including sexual violence. Since this practice severely violated human rights, the founder of this method, Ted Patrick, appeared in court many times and served prison terms. In a number of trials, courts have ruled that deprogramming is illegal. Rick Ross, the American anti-cultist, performed more than 500 forcible deprogramming sessions in his life. In 1991, Ross was charged with unlawful detention and forcible deprogramming of Jason Scott, a member of the United Pentecostal Church International, UPCI, whose mother was referred to Ross by representatives of CAN. Scott later filed a civil suit against Ross, two of his associates in CAN in federal court. In September 1995, a 9-member jury unanimously held the defendants, Ross and his accomplices, liable for conspiracy to deprive Scott of his civil rights and religious liberties. In addition, the jury held that Ross and his associates, quote, intentionally or recklessly acted in a way so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Ross's criminal activities in this abduction case resulted in the closure of the Cult Awareness Network, which was exposed as a criminal network for kidnappers. The story of Scott, who became a victim of brutal deprogramming arranged by Ross, is striking in its cruelty. He was abducted using physical force. They knocked him down to the ground, dragged him into a van, handcuffed him, taped his mouth, and tied his legs. During the abduction, a 300-pound man sat on Scott's back. Scott's legs, upper body and back, suffered multiple bruises and abrasions when he was being dragged into the van by stairs, on the floor, and through a patio. Scott was detained in a specially equipped prison house under constant supervision. For 5 days, he was subjected to psychological pressure. They insulted his faith and threatened him. Ross regularly hit Scott on the head when they argued about religion. Scott was promised freedom only if he would give up his beliefs. A detailed study of the effective cases of deprogramming carried out by Rick Ross reveals the terrible truth. Many of those cases were accompanied by destruction of families and complete dehumanization of the victims. The people whom he allegedly helped in this way were subjected to coercion, deception, and humiliation. They were deprived of their right to free choice and forced to renounce deeply rooted religious beliefs. These people who were broken and lost faith became living evidence of the cruelty and treachery of Ross's methods. His demonstrative successes in deprogramming were covered with a shadow of ruined destinies and irreparable psychological traumas. Ross used people's fears and weaknesses with cold logic in order to profit from their troubles, demonstrating complete indifference to the suffering he caused. His actions are clearly characterized by violence, cruelty, and cold-bloodedness that turn people's misfortune into a source of his own benefit. The second figure and henchman of anti-cult movement in America is deprogrammer Steven Hassan. American mass media give him a platform to speak as a cult expert, but they do not mention that Steve Hassan's expertise is violent abuse against American citizens and their civil rights.
Hassan was an accomplice in the Cult Awareness Network. This anti-religious hate group served as a national referral service for so-called deprogrammers. They ran a racket to kidnap, assault, and traumatize law-abiding men and women for profit, all to coerce them into recanting their religious beliefs. And Steve Hassan is a notorious deprogrammer. Hassan led the squad that traumatized one adult victim, Arthur Roselle, for 2 weeks to try and break the man's faith. In sworn testimony, Roselle recounted his physical and mental assault. Hassan's team threw him to the floor, cutting and bruising his face. They bound his hands and feet and held him captive for days on end. They deprived him of sleep and violated his privacy and basic dignity. When Roselle refused to recant his religious beliefs, Hassan threatened to inject him with shots. And to add insult to injury, Hassan tried to induce his victim to lie and commit perjury about the crime. Then there was the testimony of Lauren Sala. Hassan's team broke into her motel room, threw her from the bed, and threatened to break her leg if she called for help or tried to escape. They took her hostage and drove her to a remote hideaway, where they imprisoned her for 8 days, trying to break her faith. When Hassan's thugs failed, he tormented Salah for 3 more days, until she managed to negotiate her release. Another of Hassan's victims, Claire Kelly, also testified that Hassan unlawfully held her captive. He had her held in a room with no knobs on the windows, kept her under 24-hour guard, and violated her privacy. Hassan pawned himself off as a, quote, expert on religions in court cases, bilking unsuspecting families for his so-called expert testimony, until courts caught on to his crackpot theories. Hassan would continue his anti-religious assaults, now under the name of intervention.
It is excessively alarming and suspicious that despite documented evidence that both Hassan and Ross are violent individuals prone to sadism, who lack empathy and have an unhealthy desire to harm people and incite hatred in society, they continue to appear on America's mainstream TV channels. Their articles are published in leading periodicals, and mass media are guided by their opinions. A legitimate question arises: who is behind them and ensures their immunity? What is the force that manipulates and supports them? After all, in the beginning of their work before the early 90s days, neither Rick Ross nor Stephen Hassan were of much interest with their theories. However, starting from 1993, the media and even the FBI suddenly began to turn to them for advice. Did they conduct their destructive activities and perform deprogramming sessions simply because they were maniacs? Or did their actions contribute to implementation of a clearly defined plan of the enemy of democracy, which has brought America to the current state of panic and division? Both statements are true. The global enemy regarded the manic potential of these two fellows as a suitable material for turning them into its pawns, who are easy to manipulate and whose hands can destroy America from within. Activities of American representatives of the anti-cult movement are part of a planned strategy. Both Steve Hassan and Rick Ross are executors of the plans of America's enemy. What they currently implement, continuing to promote and impose the ideology of hatred and division, is nothing but information terrorist attacks aimed against the American population and against the USA as a country. Even though they stopped using violent deprogramming techniques with their own hands, they receive support from the global enemy of democracy. So today, they continue deprogramming on an even larger scale and against a greater number of innocent law-abiding citizens. It's just that now, they are not doing it with their own hands, but with your hands and the hands of law enforcement agencies. A vivid illustration is that 30 years ago, in the early 90s, the number of violent raids on new religious movements increased dramatically and inexplicably for many people. Research that established this fact included statistics from 19 different countries, including the USA, Israel, and Western European countries. Wondering about the reasons behind such an upsurge, researchers traced a mobilization of anti-cult organizations, which occurred during that very period of time. However, the main essence and cause remained hidden for the researchers. The clue is that during this period of time, to be more precise in 1993, the global enemy of democracy activated its ideological center of the anti-cult movement, which has been located in Russia since that moment to this day. It is exactly from there that commands are given from, and a single ideological vector is set for the entire anti-cult movement worldwide, extending to its entire network. Now, using the example of this ideological center, let's discuss in detail how it operates in the country that it has turned into a testing ground for practicing its methods, which it plans to transfer and apply throughout the world in the near future.
ideological center of anti-cult groups. The ideological center of the entire transnational network of contemporary anti-cult movement, and the chief developer of its propaganda methods, is the Russian Association of Centers for the Study of Religions and Sects, abbreviated as RATSEERS. The basis of RATSEERS is the Center for Religious Studies in the name of Hieromartyr Irenaeus of Lyon, established in 1993. This center was founded by the anti-cultist Alexander Dvorkin with the blessing of the then Patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, Alexei II. RATSEERS representatives cover their activities under the guise of an allegedly noble mission of defending the interests of the country's titular religion, namely Orthodox Christianity. However, the real situation is far more complicated. Within the religion itself, there are individuals who, while outwardly adhering to orthodoxy, actually support anti-cult movements. These individuals act in unison, pursuing their own goals and benefits, which have nothing to do with religion itself. Therefore, it's crucial to distinguish between religion as a system of values and beliefs, and those who have infiltrated it with malicious intent to use it as a cover for their destructive activities. These anti-cult operatives and their allies within the Russian Orthodox Church have turned this country into a staging ground for their activities and launched a targeted terrorist attack on democratic countries from there. The radical ideology of RATSEERS, which originated in Russia, now extends its influence far beyond its borders. Anti-cult organizations hold particularly strong positions in China, France, and Germany, where they have secured significant support from authorities or individual representatives. This support allows them to exert influence over legislative, judicial, and law enforcement bodies. One of the prominent representatives of this international terrorist network is the European Federation of Centers for Research and Information on Sectarianism, FECRIS, headquartered in Paris. France, a country with a long tradition of democracy, has unexpectedly become part of the criminal anti-cult movement's scheme, with 90% of FECRIS's activities funded by the state budget. Additionally, anti-cult activities are institutionalized in France through the Interministerial Commission Miviludes. However, the actions of this commission, as well as those of FECRIS, have repeatedly faced criticism from the international community, including for employing violent deprogramming methods, forcing individuals to renounce their beliefs through literal tortures, against members of various religious groups. Both FECRIS and RATSEERS comprise a number of organizations. The FECRIS and RATSEERS networks are closely interconnected. They operate under a unified policy, use identical methods, and maintain close relationships. For instance, Alexander Dvorkin, president of RATSEERS and Russia's leading anti-cultist, also served as vice president of FECRIS and still remains a member of its board of directors. Additionally, RATSEER's vice president and Dvorkin's associate, Orthodox archpriest Alexander Novopashin, is also a corresponding member of FECRIS. Currently, the participation of RATSEER's representatives within FECRIS has been officially suspended. This was done to conceal the influence of Russian participants on FECRIS's ideology and to avoid accusations of active support for Russian propaganda against Ukraine during the escalation of the military conflict between these two countries. Despite their official charters, claiming adherence to international conventions on human rights and freedoms, the reality is that anti-cult organizations operate in a starkly different manner. Since their inception, these anti-cult organizations have repeatedly discredited themselves through anti-democratic and unlawful activities, which include the deliberate spread of lies and slander, intentional incitement of violence, the use of destructive manipulative techniques, the instigation of conflicts fueled by interreligious hatred, and the targeted persecution of dissenting groups, sometimes even leading to physical assaults. Officially, the anti-cult umbrella organization FECRIS includes groups based in Europe, while RATSEERS encompasses organizations in Russia and the CIS countries. Both associations actively collaborate with anti-cultists from the United States. American anti-cultist Stephen Hassan has attended conferences organized by FECRIS. Hassan was also a guest lecturer at one of educational clubs in Russia, where the anti-cultist Alexander Dvorkin is a regular lecturer too. Moreover, Hassan has repeatedly traveled to Russia with his lectures at the invitation of Russian anti-cultists. Dvorkin published a book titled 10 Questions to an Obtrusive Stranger, which entirely mirrored a chapter from Hassan's book. Moreover, Dvorkin actively recommends Hassan's books, and their rhetoric about the dangers of cults is identical, often echoing each other word for word. This synchronization of narratives indicates regular information exchange and collaboration, suggesting a direct and close relationship between Hassan and Dvorkin. A closer examination reveals the influence of the Anti-Cult Ideological Center on both social and political processes in the United States. This will be discussed in more detail later. Another fact pointing to the influence of the Anti-Cult Ideological Center on the U.S. is that in the 1990s, American newspapers, including prestigious outlets like the New York Times, suddenly began actively quoting Alexander Dvorkin and his subjective assessments of so-called cults, not only in Russia, but in other countries as well. Doesn't it seem odd that the comments of a Russian cult expert suddenly appear in such well-known newspapers as the New York Times? It's noteworthy that the views and comments of a relatively unknown Russian cult expert were featured in the New York Times. Despite the usual difficulty of achieving such exposure, even for top-level experts. This could be the result of financial investments, or bribery of the media, or even the presence of certain influence agents within the media. Regardless, this indicates the existence of a coordinated force to integrate the opinions of Russian extremist anti-cultists into American publications. Now, using the activities of the umbrella organizations FECRIS and Ratseers and their leaders as examples, let's examine the criminal methods of their operation, which might qualify the activities of anti-cult organizations as terrorist acts. How do anti-cult organizations operate, and what is their role in executing the enemy's global plan to destroy democracy?
In the flood of news, many of you have come across terms like destructive cults, totalitarian sects, or even killer cults.
Dangerous and abusive cult.
Totalitarian cults.
Cults. The word cult.
The cult. Cult.
Shocking cults.
Representatives of anti-cult organizations label selected groups without relying on factual evidence, police investigations, or thorough complex theological analysis. Instead, they follow entirely different playbooks, which have no relation to theoretical science or even to objective reality.
While the term cult is a key stigmatizing term in the United States, in Europe and the post-Soviet countries, this role is played by the term sect, especially totalitarian sect, which also carries a strong derogatory and stigmatizing connotation. Since 1993, anti-cult movement ideologue Alexander Dvorkin has widely introduced the term totalitarian sect into post-Soviet media. The term totalitarian, borrowed from political science and propaganda language of the Cold War era, evokes associations with oppression, camps, imprisonment, barbed wire, forced labor, and meager food. Thus, this term is used to incite fear, anxiety, and a biased attitude toward the members of organizations labeled as totalitarian sects. The vagueness of the terms totalitarian sect and destructive cult allows anti-cultists to baselessly categorize any organization under these labels.
However, the use of terms such as sect, cult, totalitarian sect, and destructive cult is not supported by the laws of most countries or international legal documents. These terms lack legal justification, and their use contradicts the legislation on freedom of conscience and religious associations. Nonetheless, anti-cultists continue to use these terms as weapons of accusation and incite the media to use them.
The illegal activities of the anti-cult movement do not go unnoticed both internationally and within Russia, where representatives of academic and legal circles highlight the fraudulent and criminal nature of anti-cult organizations in general, and their chief ideologue, Alexander Dvorkin, in particular. Alexander Dvorkin's activities are also condemned in the United States, where a legal assessment of him was provided in a special report for the U.S. Commission on International Religious Freedom, USCIRF. The main responsibilities of this commission include reviewing the facts and circumstances of universal religious freedom violations and making policy recommendations to the President, the Secretary of State, and Congress. Here are some findings and recommendations provided by Jason Morton, a policy analyst for the USCIRF, in a report titled The Anti-Cult Movement and Religious Regulation in Russia and the Former Soviet Union. Dvorkin has long provided the anti-cult movement with a veneer of intellectual credibility. Alexander Dvorkin and his associates have carved out influential roles in government and society, shaping the public discourse on religion across numerous countries. Claiming to be experts in academic fields like religious studies, psychology, and sociology, they are rarely qualified in any of them, and often rely on discredited theories and methodologies to promote their ideological agenda. The anti-cult movement is fundamentally a propaganda outlet, conducting a highly effective information war against religious minorities throughout Russia and many of the countries in which it retains influence. The US government should publicly censure Alexander Dvorkin and the St. Irenaeus of Leon Information Consultation Center, SILIC, for their ongoing disinformation campaign against religious minorities. Counter propaganda against new religious movements by the European Federation of Research and Information Centers on Sectarianism, FECRIS, at the annual OSCE Human Dimensions Conference, with information about the ongoing involvement of individuals and entities within the anti-cult movement in the suppression of religious freedom.
Thus, representatives of the anti-cult movement do not hold a scientific position or have research motives, although they often disguise themselves as such. In reality, they intentionally introduce the concepts of destructive cults and totalitarian sects into the information space, using them to incite hatred and religious intolerance in society. The criteria and accusations they use to classify certain organizations as cults and sects are not recognized both in academic circles and within the legal framework. Attaching a harshly negative label is the first step in a systematic scheme of conducting information terrorist attacks. The goal is to transform followers of peaceful organizations and law-abiding citizens into objects of hatred and hostility without any factual basis.
Dehumanization. The process of dehumanization is the first step in the actions of anti-cult organizations aimed at eliminating those they find undesirable. This method is used to push the victim out of the social field, making them highly vulnerable. After all, if a group of people or an individual is labeled a cultist or cult member, the victim immediately loses his or her human image. This stigmatization creates the conditions for further violations of human rights and freedoms. Dehumanization serves to justify future crimes, dull the conscience and critical perception among the population. Dehumanization is the processing of society to accept and participate in future crimes. Presently, anti-cult terrorists have managed to implant the following mindset in the masses: cultist equals non-human. To achieve their goals, representatives of anti-cult organizations utilize the media, propaganda, the dominant religion in their country, law enforcement agencies, and even governmental structures.
Totalitarian sects are dangerous. They pose a significant social threat.
When most people use the word cult to define a group, they mean a destructive cult. Cults that hurt people through abuse. This could be physical, mental, emotional, sexual, or financial exploitation. Often deceptive, coercive, abusive, and relentlessly authoritarian.
a myriad of different types of mind control cults. There are religious cults and therapy cults and business cults and political cults, cults of personality where
Any cultic structure always fights against society, demonizing and speaking negatively about it, which is natural. And studying the history of any given cult organization, we understand the serious threat they pose on a personal level, at the family level, societal level, and even at the national security level. The goal of any cult is power and money.
Each totalitarian sect that is a cult has global plans. Each totalitarian sect strives for power and control over the world and over everyone. That's what makes them cults. They may temporarily cooperate with each other as long as they have a common enemy. And this common enemy for them is primarily orthodoxy.
Right now, while you were listening, some of you might have had thoughts in the background like, what's wrong with what the anti-cultists are saying? Cults are indeed dangerous. And all cult members are brainwashed, foolish, or deceived people. You might be surprised when I tell you that these thoughts are not your own personal convictions. These thoughts are actually the result of the anti-cultists' efforts to artificially implant these destructive images into your subconscious through the information field. Many of you, when hearing the words cult or sect, recall real examples of dangerous cults you have heard about in the media, whose activities have caused harm to people and society. The term cult is associated with personal danger, images of mass suicides, women who have been victims of sexual exploitation, the erratic behavior of cult leaders bordering on psychopathy, and zombified followers who unquestioningly give all their money and property to their leader. However, think about how long ago did you meet such things in real life, and what is your knowledge of new religious movements? Aside from the negative images spread by anti-cultists? Of course, it must be acknowledged that among the founders of new religious movements, there are individuals engaged in fraud and deliberately exploiting the trust of citizens for personal gain, including committing illegal acts and crimes. But how can representatives of anti-cult organizations help in this situation? These cases should be handled by law enforcement agencies, since they bear the main responsibility for protecting citizens from such threats. In such cases, they must conduct the necessary investigation, collect evidence of illegal activity, and only after that should all perpetrators be prosecuted according to the law and the criminal organization be terminated. However, when it comes to anti-cultists, everything happens in reverse order. First, they make baseless accusations and attach labels comparable to accusations of committing grave crimes, and only then do they seek the involvement of law enforcement agencies and the initiation of criminal cases. However, the majority of such cases are based not on facts or results of objective investigation, but on rumors, slander, false testimonies, and labels affixed by anti-cultists. This particular characteristic of the strategy employed by all anti-cult organizations reveals their actual goals and intentions. They do not aim for an objective analysis of religious organizations to identify potentially dangerous ones. Instead, they are focused on discrediting and shutting down any groups they choose as targets. They achieve this by violating basic rights and freedoms, employing a range of manipulative methods, smear rhetoric, and hate speech. Because their true goal is not the stigmatized groups they've discredited and persecuted, but the entire society that will be watching this public execution. Their goal is to carry out acts of information terrorism aimed at undermining society, destabilizing the situation in the country, and ultimately destroying democracy.
One of the tactics used by anti-cultists is to justify the unwarranted persecution of modern religious organizations by citing historical examples where certain extremist groups, labeled as cults, committed real crimes. From these isolated cases, a false conclusion is drawn about the danger of all new religious movements without exception, regardless of their origin, goals, or values. The method of guilt by association is a manipulative tactic where the targeted organization is intentionally linked or associated with negative images of extremist groups, terrorist organizations, criminals, and dictators who are already viewed negatively by the public. This tactic is further amplified by a deliberate distortion of fragments of the target organization's teachings, taken out of context, which contributes to the demonization of the group's image. As a result, an aura of danger is deliberately created around the undesirable organizations and their members, accusing them of crimes despite the lack of direct evidence of any harmful activities. Such actions by representatives of anti-cult organizations denote a complete violation of the presumption of innocence, as proclaimed by Article 11 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states that every person has the inherent right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty according to law. Violating the presumption of innocence is an illegal act aimed at spreading intentional slander and misleading the public. Mass media are accomplices of anti-cult terrorists. Mass media play a crucial role in dehumanization and targeted persecution of religious and secular organizations chosen by anti-cultists as their victims. By leveraging their unofficial contacts among media representatives, including journalists, editors, and leaders of major publications, anti-cultists initiate and carry out large-scale and prolonged campaigns to discredit these targeted organizations. In essence, they orchestrate information terrorism.
Therefore, the cult works ahead of the curve.
How do cultist fraudsters turn people into slaves? And how have they managed to evade responsibility for decades? How Jehovah's Witnesses embarked on the path of extremism.
As part of these campaigns, various methods of negative influence are employed, including the use of aggressive rhetoric, hate speech, dissemination of false information, slander, provocations, and incitement to aggression against targeted individuals. In this process, unscrupulous media representatives are recruited into this network of cooperation, willing to engage in dubious actions to achieve their goals, meaning committing information terrorism. Thus, anti-cult organization representatives recruit the direct perpetrators of future attacks. Additionally, anti-cultists create the image of victims from some of the recruited or interested individuals who have allegedly suffered from the malevolent influence of the stigmatized organization. The stories of these pseudo-victims are widely disseminated in defamatory media publications, despite many of these tales being intentional lies.
All this inevitably leads to crime, which in fact exists in the vast majority of cults, or potentially exists in one way or another. Violations of the law begin. At first a few, then more, and then it's more often, and these are obvious crimes, and they absolutely violate all moral norms.
This is how anti-cultists label a targeted group as dangerous and manipulative, though in reality, it is their own actions that are dangerous and manipulative. Through their people in the media, they conduct genuine psychological processing of society. This, in turn, allows them to manipulate the aggressive sentiments of the public, the sentiments that they themselves have provoked. They implant explicit narratives in people's subconscious that all the organizations they label are cults and are dangerous, and that cult members are non-humans. This simple formula plays on the basic instincts of every person, evoking fear for their own lives and the lives of their children, creating an image of a constantly looming threat. Naturally, the reaction to this stimulus is self-defense, with only two options: fight or flight. Since anti-cultists accompany their propaganda with incitement to hatred and encouragement of unlawful acts, the dominant response becomes fight or even destroy. Under this scheme, anti-cultists can dehumanize and demonize any organization they consider undesirable, pushing it outside the bounds of the social field. When you hear the word dehumanization, it might seem abstract to you. If so, I invite you to listen to the stories of the outcomes of its practice on the specific example.
Alexander Dvorkin's anti-cult terrorist activities. For many years, Ratsir's representatives have been spreading hostile statements towards numerous new religious movements. Their meetings, interviews, lectures, and public activities have created a hostile atmosphere in society, often leading to subsequent manifestations of hatred and xenophobia among the population. For instance, the ringleader of the anti-cult group in Russia, radical ideologist Alexander Dvorkin, has waged an active disinformation campaign against the Christian movement of Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia since the beginning of his anti-cult career in 1993. Dvorkin used all forms of propaganda against the followers of this organization, from defamatory articles in newspapers, magazines, and internet portals, to media appearances where he gave highly negative assessments of this religious group, accusing and portraying their activities in the worst possible light.
The Jehovah's Witnesses came to an Orthodox Christian country. They insult me and my faith, and in this sense, I have the right to respond to them. My book is a response to their persistent molestation and their relentless recruitment. These Jehovah's Witnesses manipulate the minds of their members, but they also make enormous amounts of money. Usually, when Jehovah's Witnesses speak, they certainly squeeze out everything they can. Jehovah's Witnesses, by definition, cannot be called Christians, no matter what they call themselves, because they do not consider Christ to be God. Jehovah's Witnesses are undoubtedly a totalitarian sect, because Jehovah's Witnesses are a commercial cult.
For instance, in mid-2009, Dvorkin gave an interview to the federal Russian channel NTV, where among other harsh statements, he compared Jehovah's Witnesses to drug dealers and called them slaves.
In fact, what they give for free is similar to how a drug dealer in an alley gives the first shot for free. And he might even give the second shot for free. But to get the third shot, people run to him and bring money. This is done by people for free, who live in Bethels and work irregular hours in exchange for a bed in a dormitory and meals in a common dining hall. Food comes from Jehovah's Witnesses' farms. Similar slaves produce the food there. In other words, the expenses are minimal.
This interview, which was clearly propagandistic, contributed to a surge of hatred and aggression against Jehovah's Witnesses and caused a drastic increase in religiously motivated crimes in Russia, including attacks on prayer houses and private homes of believers, as well as threats and brutal physical violence. Here's a far from complete list of acts of violence against Jehovah's Witnesses, committed by Russian citizens in 2009-2010 following Dvorkin's speeches. An attack was carried out on the home of an elderly Jehovah's Witness couple, with their windows being shattered by stones. A schoolboy whose parents are Jehovah's Witnesses was attacked. 2 female Jehovah's Witnesses were assaulted, with one being struck on the head and losing consciousness. 2 female Jehovah's Witnesses were brutally insulted and severely beaten. 2 female Jehovah's Witnesses were attacked, one being pushed down a flight of stairs and the other kicked in the back. An attack on a Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses resulted in the beating of the security guards and the building being set on fire.
The Jehovah's Witnesses cult doesn't hold up because of their ridiculous, absurd, self-contradictory faith. It holds up through the strict control of the cult. It's a very strict totalitarian sect and cult. Pedophilia. There are actually hundreds of cases of pedophilia, and the cult has covered them up every time.
Cults, 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 cults.
Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult.
Hands off our children.
Belgorod is a cult-free territory.
And this is just a small part of the consequences of merely 1 year of public activity by just one representative of the anti-cult movement in one country. Dvorkin's public, extremist, and baseless statements led to a series of attacks and acts of violence against Jehovah's Witnesses and other religious groups in various regions of Russia in 2009-2010. Numerous cases have also been recorded where large families of Jehovah's Witnesses were harmed in various ways, had their property damaged, and had their homes burned to the ground. All of this was done by individuals influenced by Dvorkin's manipulative speeches, which carry a hidden message of denying human rights of stigmatized groups of people and turning them into public targets.
That's right. Persecuted. You must be persecuted. Because it's just a nightmare. It's a cult.
Why put people in prison? You have your truth. We have our truth. But there are more of us than you. If they cross the red line, not only the line, in the past, these were stoned to death.
Again, raising the issue of destructiveness, totalitarian sects may be compared to a circle of scorched earth that constantly expands, leaving only scorched earth and ruins inside. Such spiritual casualties, crippled individuals, remain outside. They are cast out and then thrown back into society, for society itself to somehow rehabilitate them and deal with their problems.
Let's consider an example of using a manipulative method aimed at forming an image of the enemy and dehumanizing certain groups of people. Please note that in his public speeches, Alexander Dvorkin regularly repeats the following stigmatizing comparison.
Another name for totalitarian sects is destructive cults. Destructive meaning ruinous, like cancerous cells that enter the body and spread metastases throughout the organism until the body dies. Cults behave in society like a cancerous tumor in one's body, draining nutrients from society and feeding off it until the body itself dies. Just as a cancerous tumor destroys the body, a cult similarly destroys society from within.
Dvorkin's use of such metaphors as scorched earth and cancerous tumor in relation to people who are labeled sectarians or cultists is not accidental. Dvorkin deliberately voices these vivid negative figurative comparisons in order to bypass your critical thinking and dehumanize representatives of those communities in your eyes, intentionally associating them with something extremely dangerous and harmful, something that requires immediate elimination. Such a comparison activates the mechanisms of black and white thinking in your mind when an object that a manipulative narrative is focused on is regarded as an absolute evil requiring unconditional rejection. At the same time, Dvorkin himself is perfectly aware that his radical rhetoric is a blatant violation of human rights and a manifestation of extremism. So, in order to avoid direct accusations of inciting aggression towards people, from lecture to lecture he plays safe by voicing another manipulative statement. We don't fight cultists, we fight cults.
We are often asked a standard journalistic question. Tell us, how do you fight cultists? And I always have the same answer to that. I don't fight cultists, I fight cults.
The phrase "we fight cults" and not cultists, often used by Dvorkin and his followers, is a prime example of semantic manipulation. This statement contains a dichotomy that creates an illusion of differentiation between the concept of a cult as an organization and the real people who are its members. However, in reality, such a differentiation is impossible since any organization consists of people and cannot exist without them. Dvorkin's manipulative statement ignores the fact that the activities of the organizations he called cults and the personalities of the so-called cultists are inextricably linked. This means that he calls people cancerous tumors in scorched earth, thereby causing public hatred towards them. To make the essence of this manipulation clearer to you, please answer the following question. When you heard this comparative metaphor that cults are cancerous tumors, what image appeared in your mind? Some kind of abstract image of a cult? Or did you see an image of specific personalities whom you associate with the word cult, whom you yourself know or saw in the media? Your consciousness actually displayed an image of people because the image and mental command that Dvorkin instilled through such verbal manipulations consists in the following message: cultists are dangerous. They must be exterminated. Such manipulative techniques used by representatives of the anti-cult clique provoke cognitive dissonance in your mind, forcing you to accept negative images without critical assessment of those. This provocation of cognitive dissonance is a form of mental violence, inasmuch as it undermines independence of a person's thinking, forcibly instills hatred in him towards his fellow citizens, and gives him a direct instruction for violent actions. Please note that anti-cultists use this technique of covert cultivation of hatred to your detriment in many spheres of life, when they need to make you hate those people whom they target, when they need to set one part of society against another, causing a wave of hatred and violence within society.
Manipulative methods used by Alexander Dvorkin constitute illegal actions that have already caused severe psychological, moral, and physical suffering among the population and have led to many deaths, details of which will be discussed later. Dvorkin's public statements bear clear signs of incitement to hatred and meet all the criteria of the threshold test established under the Rabat Plan of Action. According to widely recognized international legal norms, such activities should be prohibited by law, and all individuals involved in their execution should be held accountable in accordance with the law.
Interestingly, Alexander Dvorkin, the leader of anti-cult organizations and the author of the term totalitarian sect, opposes the introduction of a legal definition for cult. This is because it would then be necessary to prove, based on facts, that an organization is indeed a totalitarian sect or destructive cult, and that the accusations against it have a factual basis. As the leader of the anti-cult movement in Russia himself stated, most of these cases would be lost.
22 years ago, I started dealing with cults. I used to say that we urgently needed to introduce a legal term cult to address this issue. However, soon I realized that it is absolutely impossible to do it now, in the current situation. Because if we were to introduce the legal term cult tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, courts would be flooded with lawsuits from those very cults that would be saying, prove that we are a cult, and present all the evidence to support such a definition. Prove that we comply with this definition. Thus, a large portion of lawsuits would likely be lost. Then, by court decision, we would no longer be able to call various organizations cults, even the most sinister and disgusting ones.
Definition of the terms sect and cult in the law would automatically restrict their unjustified use, which in turn would deprive anti-cultists of their main tool that represents a starting point for subsequent illegal actions.
Now, we at least don't have such a legal term, therefore we can call cults cults. And I personally withstood 5 legal proceedings. In fact, any person can call an organization cult with no fear of punishment if he considers it to be a cult, and there is nothing that can be done. This is what I'm expressing. It's a religious science term, it's a theological term. I'm expressing my opinion, and they won't be able to do anything about it.
It is worth remembering that using the term sect or cult in an accusatory or demonizing way is a direct violation of the constitutional rights of citizens in a democratic society, in particular, freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. Through such actions, anti-cultists, who decided that they are entitled to pass such a sentence on any individual or group of people, basically seek to supersede law enforcement agencies and the law.
At a time when anti-cult terrorists carry out their destructive activities in various countries, introducing the mindsets they need among masses of people, the number of hate crimes against religions and beliefs is growing proportionally. A huge number of people across the world who became targets of purposeful persecution have been facing abuse, physical violence, and forced isolation for many years and decades. They experience mental violence, moral oppression, fear, and humiliation.
When someone tries to label you as a cultist, it's extremely dangerous. Essentially, such a label in society marks you as a target that can and should be destroyed. This is similar to how the Nazis once forced Jews to wear yellow stars. This mark created a chasm between Jews and the rest of the population, highlighting their difference marking them as others and non-humans, and making them easy targets for aggression on the part of people influenced by propaganda. The yellow star signaled that its wearers could be treated as less than human. Using the yellow star was one of many ways the Nazis dehumanized Jews and prepared the ground for their mass extermination. Ultimately, this labeling led to one of the most tragic chapters in human history, the Holocaust. Today, Anticultists use the same methods, assigning labels like cult and sect to various organizations, thereby separating them from society and stripping them of their status as people. These labels take away their democratic rights and freedoms, telling society that these people are different and that they can be deprived of their rights, treated without respect, and even with violence. During the Nazi era, the harsh treatment of Jews was the result of well-organized propaganda. The media of that time were tools for creating the image of the enemy, despite the lack of facts and evidence. Similarly, today, innocent people labeled as cult or sect members by anticultists become victims of accusations for crimes they did not commit.
Because a cultist, a member of a totalitarian sect, if required to lie, steal, kill, and so on, he simply doesn't think twice but follows the order. Because he would act, for the benefit of the whole world, for the salvation of humanity and so on. What does some insignificant human life matter that gets in the way of this? Undoubtedly, for this, any means are justified.
But that's more of a fanatic than a cultist.
Any cultist is actually a fanatic by definition.
You use the term war, saying we need a war. I mean, these are different kinds of people. Doesn't it bother you? This is just an emotional question.
Well, it's a fight. It's a war. Call it what you wish, but it really
doesn't bother me.
It's a war against inhuman organizations that enslave people and deprive them of freedom.
Stigmatizing certain groups and communities by defining them as cult, totalitarian sect, or destructive cult shapes public perception of them as highly negative and dangerous entities. This leads to the marginalization of these communities as social groups and their discrimination within society. They are met with suspicion, insulted, humiliated, and ridiculed. People refuse to hire them, collaborate with them, or engage in personal relationships with them. The problems these individuals face are numerous, from public condemnation, conflicts, and threats to physical violence, criminal prosecution, searches, and more. Stigmatized individuals become targets. They are hated, despised, and avoided. They are met with anger and disgust. They can face anything, from disdainful avoidance to violence, including murder. And this happens solely because anti-cultists chose them as targets. Constant demonization and hate speech undoubtedly have a severe negative impact on the physical and psychological health of the victim. This topic has been extensively researched by psychologists and psychiatrists. A report published by the American Psychological Association compares the symptoms observed in victims of hate crimes to those of post-traumatic stress disorder. A study conducted in the United States in 2001 showed that victims of hate crimes experience more severe consequences than victims of other types of crimes. Victims of prejudice, members of stigmatized groups, often experience depression, which may include sadness, fatigue, anhedonia, hopelessness, social withdrawal, or even catatonia. Victims of prejudice also experience stigma, a state of personal shame and devaluation, which is a crucial component of depression. They experience an increased number of suicidal thoughts and other mental health issues. For victims of prejudice, suicide offers an escape from the hatred they face, driven by despair and a desire to flee. Suicidal victims of prejudice do not wish to harm themselves. They simply want to avoid the harm inflicted upon them by others. A classic example of creators of stereotypes and enforcers of prejudices are the Nazis.
Branded and socially isolated, the victims of anticultists feel much like the victims of the Holocaust once did. The fact is, the targets of anticultist terrorism, whether an organization or an individual subjected to persecution and attacks, feel doomed and eventually come to terms with their situation. This is comparable to how Holocaust victims resign themselves to their fate, knowing they were inevitably facing execution or the gas chamber. The hopelessness and fear of the inevitable traumatize a person on a subconscious level. Even though the conscious mind tries to suppress and push away this fear, the subconscious trauma remains deeply rooted. Imagine what these people experience and how their lives unfold after enduring such trauma. So, the labels of sect or cult used by anti-cultists are not just words. They are tools that lead to the destruction of the foundations of humanity. The history of Nazism's impact on the world teaches us that when society starts to divide people into us and them, it leads to irreparable consequences.
One of your statements. Orthodox Christians are no better than everyone else. If they were, the whole world would have become Orthodox a long time ago. Maybe we are even worse than everyone else. But Orthodoxy is definitely the only direct path to God. What gives you the right to state that? And I think it's a statement, first of all. Secondly, isn't this inciting, at any rate to some degree, of interreligious hostility or intolerance?
Well, no, not at all. Because first of all, every religion considers itself true while all others are mistaken. A member of any religion can say this. The path of Indian asceticism is only to attain eternal death, to attain eternal non-being. And in this, of course, lies the demonic nature of Hinduism. When you see two women in the street brainwashing a mother with a stroller, you can approach her and say, don't listen to them. They are cultists, Jehovah's Witnesses. They grossly distort the Holy Scripture.
Isn't this inciting, at any rate to some degree, of interreligious hostility or intolerance?
Well, no, not at all. Muhammad, although he belonged to that powerful tribe, he was from its poor branch. So he was a rather poor man. He got a job with his distant relative, the twice-widowed Khadijah, and started leading her caravans, gaining her trust. And when he was 25 years old, Khadijah, who was then over 40, married for the third time her pretty-faced clerk. Inciting interreligious hostility is if I insult specific bearers of one or another particular religious idea. The principle of Orthodox Christian relations with other religions is respect for every person. Long before he arrived, all of Moscow was covered with posters of this man with a horse-like face, and it was inscribed that the great Tony Robbins had arrived, and everyone was wondering what this was all about. Then Muhammad had some strange visions and revelations. Some people believe he had epileptic seizures. Tom Cruise is the Goebbels of Scientology, the minister of propaganda. Thorov himself is a very gray and dark man. He speaks very boringly. He is sort of like a very dull, gray person, and respect for every person. Who do we know? What cultists do we know? Street beggars? Annoying recruiters who knock on our doors? Cults are dangerous at the societal level because, unlike traditional denominations that enrich society and create culture, cults give nothing to society. We don't know cultists who are respect for every person. Writers, artists, music composers, philosophers, and so on, they only drain society of its vital resources, just like a cancerous tumor pulls the vital resources from the body until it eventually destroys it.
The cancerous tumor pulls the vital resources from the body until it eventually destroys it.
We can discuss each of the cults, many of them, talking about how exactly these totalitarian schemes are embodied in their teachings. The International Society for Krishna Consciousness, or the Hare Krishnas. This cult had a lot they would like to conceal. There was drug trafficking, arms trade, and murders. Overall, it is quite obvious that the International Society for Krishna Consciousness is a ruthless group aiming to seize power. It is built on strict totalitarian principles and dreams of spreading those principles to the entire global population. It seems clear that this is one of the attempts of the impending Antichrist. It is obvious. Perhaps the International Society for Krishna Consciousness is one of the actual forerunners of the Antichrist, who ultimately seeks to seize power worldwide. Possibly, it is through these very methods that his advent is being prepared. There can be no equality between Orthodox Christianity, which has existed in Russia for 1,000 years, and a tiny marginal cult like the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, which appeared here just a couple of decades ago, but loudly demands to be recognized on a par with orthodoxy and given preferential treatment.
There was an attack on the temple of the Moscow Society.
In Barnaul, there was an attempted attack on Krishna worshippers.
Krishna worshippers were beaten in Moscow.
Krishna devotee was beaten.
Scientology is one of the most dangerous totalitarian sects, and Scientology surpasses many cults in its destructiveness. I've seen many ex-Scientologists who are absolutely just severely mentally ill. I'll repeat again, cults are very aggressive and very deceitful. With the mentality of a slave and the mentality of a whistleblower. He works for intelligence services. He's been gathering information since he was a child. I mean, he brings money, he brings information. If you're in Scientology, when you finally run out of everything, when you run out of money and your mental health or physical health, they will get rid of you. They will throw you out on the street and forget about you.
FSB released video of searches at Scientology centers. Searches in Moscow in connection with the case of Scientology.
Court sentenced 5 Scientologists.
White Scientology organizations have been declared undesirable.
Among neo-Pentecostals, there is a tithe, but again, no one counts it. Yet, there is such an ordinary elementary principle of extortion. It's an alternative version of Christianity created by the enemy of the human race, which is called Christianity, and from which the entire essence of Christianity has been hollowed out. Neo-Pentecostals are 300,000 plus activists who will go where they are told and do what they are ordered to do. This is not a figure of speech.
Attack on the Pentecostal church in Budapest. Searches conducted at the homes of leaders of the new generation
Residents disrupted a Pentecostal worship service.
Charge. Thus, public activities of the ringleader of the Russian anti-cult clique, Alexander Dvorkin, exhibit signs of crimes associated with terrorist activities. Hostile statements that create an atmosphere of intolerance, resulting in verbal abuse, threats, and physical attacks on people, as well as attacks on buildings, including arson. This is incitement to commit terrorist acts that spread hatred and endanger lives. It also hinders the enjoyment of human rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security. Therefore, according to the definition in the UN General Assembly resolution adopted on June 22, 2023, this activity constitutes terrorism.
An aggravating circumstance is Dvorkin's deliberate use of special hidden manipulative methods and technologies aimed at covert influence, programming, and control of human behavior. Their use is directly evidenced by the fact that his public activities provoked a wave of violence among the population towards stigmatized victims, including physical violence against them, up to murders. These manipulative technologies operate bypassing critical perception through consciousness and directly affecting a person's deep subconsciousness. It is exactly the destructive mindsets and commands implanted into people's subconsciousness without their knowledge that force people to subsequently commit acts of violence and hatred against targeted individuals, chosen not by themselves, but by Dvorkin. He has artificially incited a wave of hatred and negativity in people and forced them to act. In a literal sense, Dvorkin has directed those individuals, like torpedoes, against their will and desire towards his chosen targets. Therefore, all those individuals who committed acts of aggression against other people who are just like them, but marked by anti-cultists with a yellow star, are also victims of informational terror attacks. Dvorkin had programmed them for those actions in advance at the level of subconsciousness. When he used manipulative technologies in his speeches, they were literally forced to act this way, and unknowingly, by attacking innocent people, They were enacting someone else's malicious will. This is why Dvorkin's speeches had such a powerful effect on people, although in the overwhelming majority of cases, evidence for his accusatory speeches was not presented. The mere utterance of these labels was enough to provoke an explosive reaction in society and a wave of brutality against the labeled groups.
The use of these hidden manipulative technologies within the anti-cult movement was first introduced by Alexander Dvorkin. This has since become a common practice for creating informational terror attacks by all anti-cult organizations, including Ratsirs and Fekris. These very methods enable anti-cults to influence people against their will. Moreover, it doesn't matter if this happens directly through personal contact or remotely through media messages. The power of influence remains unchanged. More details about the technology itself, as well as about the source where Dvorkin received it from, will be provided a little later.
Representatives of anti-cult organizations use foul techniques of manipulative psychological influence on the masses to carry out real acts of terrorism. Until recently, it was believed that informational and psychological terror attacks were not as frightening as physical ones because they supposedly did not kill anyone directly like a bomb explosion would. But in reality, informational terror attacks are much more dangerous and destructive, most of all because they are conducted covertly, operating at the subconscious level, easily penetrating the critical thinking barrier of the conscious mind and infecting people with destructive beliefs, thereby creating new terrorists. The impact radius of such attacks is much larger than physical ones because by acting through the informational space, they are not limited by space or time. The most terrifying aspect of this situation is that for a very long time, up to today, a vast number of real terrorists have remained unpunished. However, while their methods of influencing the depths of the subconscious can go unnoticed by the masses, the demonization and groundless accusations of groups of people stigmatized by representatives of anti-cult organizations and systematic violation of the presumption of innocence are always in full sight. Even by this one factor alone, they can now be easily identified and held accountable to the fullest extent of the law for their complicity in and perpetration of terrorism.
Anti-cultists' influence on law enforcement agencies.
Public activities of anti-cultists are merely a preparatory stage for further involving law enforcement and security forces in suppressing religious groups. For this purpose, under the guise of educational work, members of anti-cult organizations deliver lectures and arrange consultations for law enforcement agencies, including police academies and security management, where they continue to propagate the same messages that cult members are a threat to society.
Anti-cultist Alexander Dvorkin gave a lesson to students in Chelyabinsk.
Cults lure people in through deception, withholding information, and dishonest advertising. Cults are dangerous to individuals because they enslave personality and turn a human into an obedient tool in the hands of cult leaders.
Such activities are not only unacceptable, but also dangerous, as they aim to instill radical ideology in the minds of security officials, which can have far-reaching consequences for society and the state as a whole.
Several eyewitness stories will help illustrate the seriousness of the problem and serve as examples of what terrorist anti-cult propaganda is capable of in the modern, civilized 21st century. First-person account from Andrei in Belgorod. Requested anonymity.
There were actions taken against us. For example, in the fall of 2012, we held a congress. The area was cordoned off by Cossacks with whips. They beat drums, invited the NTV television company and local media, and portrayed our activities in a negative light. They shouted at us, "We'll throw a grenade at you," and the police did not react at all. At some of the actions against Jehovah's Witnesses, they wore T-shirts that said, "I hate Jehovah's Witnesses." I was directly threatened. "Aren't you afraid you'll get hit on the head and be disabled for life?" Given what I've witnessed since around 2010, I believe it will only worsen.
My dear ones, please, if you carry your faith, carry it with peace and kindness. We've never stabbed anyone, and we're not going to stab anyone.
In 2014, an elderly fellow believer was killed in Stari Oskol. She was on her way to a meeting, got into an elevator, and was found with multiple stab wounds, and her eyes gouged out. The local media wrote that she was a member of one of the cults, which is how they often refer to us. The perpetrators were never found. Our sister was beaten in her own apartment building by a man who then dragged her around the building. Funeral wreaths with inscriptions to victims of the Watchtower were placed at our Kingdom Hall in Belgorod, and swastikas were painted on the building's walls. I believe that the persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses is orchestrated by the FSB. In their view, Jehovah's Witnesses do not fit into the political framework of today's Russia. The 5th Directorate of the KGB used to persecute dissenters. Today, it is the Directorate for the Protection of the Constitutional Order of the FSB. This is the political police. Jehovah's Witnesses refuse military service and do not support any political forces, which does not align with the ideology of modern Russia. I think the Russian Orthodox Church, ROC, plays the role assigned to it by the FSB. If we look at the history of the ROC as it exists today, it was created by Stalin's order in 1943. Since then, this religious organization has been a structural subdivision of the State Security Committee, which is now the FSB of Russia. Experienced police officers have told me that they don't understand why they are being forced to persecute people for their religion. One even said that under the current government, it has become embarrassing to work in the police force because they are detaining elderly women for talking about the Bible, apprehending people on the street for unclear reasons, breaking into apartments, and so on. What is happening to Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia today can happen to anyone, to any political or religious movement, such as Baptists, Pentecostals, or the autonomous Russian Orthodox Church. They are already under pressure and are at risk. The broad definitions of anti-extremist laws allow for the persecution of anyone. We know that people can be imprisoned for reposting something on the internet or for making a simple statement deemed extremist, using the law to force this into the so-called legal framework.
In 2017, due to lobbying by Dvorkin and members of his group, Jehovah's Witnesses were declared an extremist organization, and their activities were banned in Russia. From that moment, the repression against them intensified and continues to this day. Members of this religious organization face arrests, searches, and prosecutions, as well as cruel treatment and even torture. Some of them, including elderly people and retirees, have been sentenced to long terms in penal colonies and imprisonment for their beliefs and religious activities.
The editorial collegium of the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation has determined the decision of the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation dated April 20th, 2017 remains unchanged, and the appellate complaint of the religious organization Administrative Center of Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia is dismissed.
Freedom of conscience in Russia has been crucified. There is no doubt that what happened to Jehovah's Witnesses will affect other denominations as well. A little bit later, religious persecutions will begin in Russia. There will be prisoners of conscience. The very term cult is certainly used as a stigma, as a label intended to turn people away from Jehovah's Witnesses, as well as from other organizations that are also labeled as cults by anti-cult activists or other opponents. If we assess the contribution of the anti-cult movement to the persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses, I believe it plays an overwhelmingly negative role and largely contributes to the expansion of persecutions against peaceful believers who simply seek to satisfy their religious needs, guaranteed by the Constitution of the Russian Federation. The right to satisfy their religious needs, including the right to collectively profess their religion. Believers are already facing persecution, attacks, and physical violence in places where meetings and gatherings used to take place. They are subjected to acts of vandalism. We fear that this will become widespread. People who are guilty of nothing other than adhering to certain religious beliefs will find themselves targeted by those who consider them enemies of society.
As for liquidation of the Jehovah's Witnesses organization, in this regard, I have no disagreement with it. The ban on the organization is undoubtedly helpful. Primarily, we no longer see Jehovah's Witnesses in the streets, and consequently, people are protected from their intrusive propaganda and recruitment. When we talk about Jehovah's Witnesses, I certainly hope that their ordinary members will at least receive administrative penalties, but I understand that I'm not a lawyer and the law is the law.
They poured water on my hands and started hitting them with a taser. At that moment, it was the most painful sensation. I was electrocuted, just like other people were. They hit me on the head, they hit me in the ribs, on the right side of my body. They put a blue plastic bag over my head, tightened it, and I began to suffocate. At the moment when I began to suffocate, they put a hand over my mouth and put a taser on my buttocks in the crotch area. I think, apparently, it was a taser, and they started an electric current. When I was interrogated, apparently someone was brought into the adjacent room again, so I heard everything clearly. There were electric shocks and screams. Some names, surnames, and addresses. I said I would only cooperate with the investigator in the presence of my lawyer. Then they put a hat on my face and took me out into the woods behind the stadium.
This is what the consequences of dehumanization lead to. All these people are just like you. The only difference is how and what they believe in. They harm no one and infringe on no one's rights. All they do is express their views on the world and life differently. For this alone, they are publicly stripped of their humanity, slandered, and targeted by society, law enforcement, and security agencies. Even some law enforcement officers bound to follow orders understand this is absurd. They are ashamed to carry out these orders but cannot disobey. As a result, ordinary people branded by anti-cultists, along with their families, children, and loved ones, suffer immense hardships.
I'm now talking about citizens. Surely they are being taken care of by banning this cult, first and foremost, right? But we'll discuss that further. At this very moment, when they exist somewhere out there, we see them only on the internet, appearing in some news stories. So they...
Actually, we neither see nor hear them precisely because there is this persecution. Hence, they are now hiding, sitting quietly, and waiting to see how it will all end. Because if it weren't for that, you would see them everywhere now.
I cannot avoid quoting the words of President Putin. On December 11th, 2018, he said, "We should treat representatives of all religions equally. We should not classify representatives of religious communities as some kind of destructive, not to mention terrorist organizations." Of course, this is complete nonsense. Jehovah's Witnesses are also Christians. I don't understand why they should be persecuted. So, what do we persecute them for?
Firstly, I disagree with President Putin that Jehovah's Witnesses are Christians. They are not Christians. Christians are those who believe in divinity in Christ, while Jehovah's Witnesses do not believe in the deity of Christ. They are Jehovists. Their main god, whom they believe in, is Jehovah, so according to the rules, they should be called Jehovists.
But they don't deny Christ.
However, they don't consider him God. Muslims do not deny Christ either, but they don't consider him God. Muslims are not Christians. So this...
But Muslims are not banned, while Jehovists are...
Muslims are not, but Jehovists are banned. This is my position.
You might ask, why do law enforcement officers who are supposed to protect people, uphold the law and safeguard the democratic rights of everyone, openly exhibit hatred towards innocent people, insult them, and cause severe physical harm? Because just like in the times of Nazism, the leaders of the anti-cult movement have subjected these law enforcement and security personnel to propaganda, deliberately warping their thinking, imposing the image of an enemy, and manipulating their perceptions.
The new presidential decree is changing the situation. We are not abandoning our mission of presence that has proven to be very effective in missionary work. But now, under the new strategy, we will act more openly, without fearing external persecution, which, I must admit, does happen. There are people in power structures who find our activities irritating and unacceptable. Now, Such an attitude towards us and our work will be seen as opposition to the presidential decree. I've been collaborating with law enforcement and military agencies for many years, giving lectures to their personnel about the essence of modern cultism, which is poorly understood in society. This is despite the church paying very close attention to anti-cultist activities. I've been dealing with this issue for 30 years myself. In my presentations, I have to explain a lot to cadets, law enforcement officers, and military personnel. I call the new presidential decree a real gift to us, Orthodox missionaries. In the section, Expected Results of the Implementation of this strategy, it is stated that this strategy should contribute to stabilization of the social and political situation in our country, as well as to the spiritual and civic unity of the peoples of the Russian Federation, including through the activities of the Russian Orthodox Church and the broad Orthodox mission that enlightens and educates all peoples. Tuck your feet, down on the floor, down.
According to the Memorial Human Rights Center, as of April this year, at least 635 Jehovah's Witnesses have been persecuted in Russia, with no fewer than 568 people facing criminal charges.
I hoped he would leave for an hour or two. However, by evening, I realized he wouldn't return either today or probably even tomorrow.
I couldn't sleep for several nights. It was terrifying for me when evening came.
Our family's life started to divide into before and after. The feelings we experienced that evening, humiliation, moral and physical abuse, and much more.
But when militants in camouflage break in like that to old frail people, that shocks me.
Think about it. Law enforcement officers who took an oath and are obligated to protect the citizens of their country are attacking peaceful members of an unjustly branded, cornered, and discredited organization. They no longer see these individuals as citizens or even as people, but as soulless, inferior beings because anti-cultists have labeled them with a yellow star for believing in God differently. These are the Nazi methods imposed by anti-cult organizations. First, the label cult is applied by anti-cultists, and then the state assigns the status of extremism. Anticultists successfully use these methods not only in Russia, but also in Europe and worldwide. The very existence of anti-cult organizations violates one of the fundamental human freedoms, the freedom of conscience and religion. To deprive someone of the ability to believe in what they choose is to strip them of a basic need, similar to the need for food or drink. It's as if you were forbidden to eat bread because a bunch of radical extremists decided you aren't even human. And if you're not considered human, you can't behave like one. This means you don't deserve humane treatment and cannot have human rights and freedoms. To help you understand what these people branded as cult members by anti-cultists and no longer protected by the law feel, let me give you a simple example. Imagine you're at home, sitting down for dinner. Suppose you have a habit of eating bread in a particular way. Maybe you prefer to separate the crust from the crumb and eat them separately, meaning you simply eat bread differently than most people. Now, because of this, the police forcibly break into your home, turn your personal belongings upside down, damage your property, scare your children, eat you, and arrest you. How would you feel in such a situation? That is precisely how those targeted by anti-cultists feel today. What wrong have these people done? They did not break into others' homes, they did not violate the law, and they did not force their beliefs on anyone. Unlike the way the dominant religion is imposed in some countries, they did not infringe on others' rights. They simply ate bread differently because it suited them better. But someone didn't like that, so they were stripped of their humanity.
The persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia has been widely condemned both by the general public within Russia and internationally, by representatives of human rights organizations and officials from various countries. The European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, ruled that the persecution of Jehovah's Witnesses in Russia violates human rights. However, the persecution continues to this day, and instigators of hatred and informational terrorism, such as Alexander Dvorkin and his associates, have not been held accountable or received the punishment they deserve. Charge: dehumanization. The denial of individuals in any religious or ideological group their status as human beings is an activity aimed at denying human rights, and is qualified as acts, methods, and practices of terrorism. The stance of leaders of anti-cult organizations, such as Fekris and Ratziers, that the members of what they call cults or sects are not considered to be humans, directly violates the rights of such people to legal capacity, which guarantees that every person is regarded as an individual with rights. By their statements and actions, representatives of anti-cult organizations deny the principles of pluralism, one of the most important democratic pillars. Accordingly, under the definition in the resolution adopted by the UN General Assembly on June 22, 2023, this activity is considered terrorism.
An additional decision on liquidation due to extremist activities has been adopted and entered into force.
They put a submachine gun right to his forehead, pushed him back, and started shouting, "Where's the family? Where is your family?" Tell me, what are you detained for?
For my faith in God.
Lift your head. Look here.
And what kind of literature did they find at your home?
Bible and other Christian books.
Yeah, I got scared.
Criminal scheme by anti-cult terrorists.
So, let's summarize. The typical scheme of terrorist actions by the anti-cult movement against a targeted group follows universally precise steps. It begins with labeling the group as a cult or a sect, continues with stigmatizing the group in public opinion, fabricating accusations and criminal cases, and ends with discrimination against members of the targeted group, persecution, and the use of physical violence, up to murders. According to this model, anti-cult terrorists can persecute absolutely any group of people, whether religious or secular. It doesn't matter. The most crucial steps are labeling and initiating a media campaign to discredit the victim in the media. Once this is achieved, implementing the remaining steps is only a matter of time.
In the course of organizing persecution against targeted groups, members of anti-cult movements and their accomplices engage in a range of criminal schemes, such as criminal schemes implemented by representatives of the anti-cult movement, spreading and implementing extremist ideology, inciting conflicts on religious grounds, conducting provocations against members of religious organizations based on religious hatred and/or commercial interests, including using informal connections within law enforcement and other government agencies, fabricating administrative and criminal cases against religious organizations and their members through corrupt connections, manipulating judicial examinations concerning religious associations, preparing false witnesses for court proceedings, public funding fraud, engaging in fraudulent activities. Leaders and members of anti-cult organizations have repeatedly been found guilty by courts of violating human rights and freedoms. Numerous facts and cases have accumulated where European courts in Germany, France, Canada, Spain, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and Austria have found participants in organizations affiliated with the Fekris network guilty of numerous offenses, including defamation, discrimination, and unlawful restriction of freedom. The violations they committed have had significant consequences for religious groups and their members, including social ostracism, job dismissals, denial of employment and medical examinations, educational problems for their children, and other issues. However, despite the clear violations of laws, anti-cult organizations continue to operate, receive state funding, and conduct their anti-democratic and inhumane criminal activities. The activities and rhetoric of anti-cult organizations violate universally recognized human rights and freedoms protected by international law and enshrined in international documents such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the European Convention on Human Rights, as well as the constitutions and national laws of various countries. Specifically, the right to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, the right to freedom of speech, the right to equal protection against any form of discrimination, the right to life, liberty, and personal security, the right to the presumption of innocence, to be considered innocent until proven guilty according to the law, and so on. Representatives of the anti-cult movement violate the following international legal norms.
Anti-cult organizations, through their activities, completely deny the rights of millions of people to freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, to freedom of belief and its free expression, which are universally recognized democratic values. However, to accuse them only of this is akin to giving a fine to a terrorist who stormed a building and shot people just for improperly parking his car before doing so. All members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices should be held criminally responsible for their deliberate terrorist activities. In their charters, anti-cult organizations declare a noble mission to combat potentially dangerous, destructive religious movements to protect society from them. However, their actual goals differ significantly from the stated ones. By accusing the innocent of potential danger, they actually commit numerous heinous crimes. If the true goal of anti-cult organizations were indeed to protect citizens, they would not violate their rights or resort to illegal methods and informational terrorism. Instead of spreading into religious discord in society, they would approach state authorities with requests to investigate a particular organization, adhering to the principle of the presumption of innocence. Only if a violation of the law is established through a lawful investigation and a court verdict is issued could they engage in educational activities, informing the public about the potential dangers of specific religious movements. And only after a court decision would media representatives have the right to disseminate this information in an accusatory context. Without evidence and a court ruling, no one has the right to accuse anyone, make public unfounded statements, and ruin someone's life. People who follow a particular belief are exercising their democratic rights. The presumption of innocence, freedom of speech, freedom of peaceful assembly, freedom of religion, and pluralism of opinions are the foundations of democracy. Upholding these rights is a genuine concern for people in society. But anti-cultists do not seek this. Their goals lie elsewhere. Moreover, they are not interested in having their targets investigated by authorized bodies and quickly shut down legally if found guilty. They need a long-term, demonstrative crackdown on innocent people. Their aim is to instill fear in the masses and influence the authorities by provoking acts of persecution and repression against social and religious groups. Staging a public execution. This is a true act of informational terrorism. Each instance of an anti-cultist fight against dissent is a terrorist act, where each yellow star from them marks the beginning of a terrorist attack. As I mentioned before, any act of terrorism is defined by its goal. The harassment of innocents carried out by anti-cultists causes double damage. First, to the victims who suffer, and second, to the unwilling witnesses of these actions who feel powerless in the face of such injustice. Each such act is accompanied by clear violations of fundamental rights and freedoms. What do citizens see in such cases? They see that the laws in their country do not work, that their rights and liberties are being grossly violated, and that the authorities turn a blind eye to this. They see that those who were supposed to protect them have sided with the enemy and are attacking them. And they understand that anyone, including themselves, could be the next to be marked with a yellow star. This situation undermines trust in the authorities, provokes social tension, and increases dissatisfaction among the population. The result is a divided society filled with hatred and fear, ready to explode and express its discontent at any moment. This, in turn, creates the potential for a sudden surge in revolutionary sentiments or interreligious conflicts. Therefore, the actions of anti-cult organizations must be classified exclusively as terrorist activities, which is what they truly are.
What is it anyway? Is it religious disagreements, politics, some modern trend? It's unclear.
It's an attempt to straighten all the non-straight lines, so to speak. Everything that is not ours is, whoever is not with us is against us. Everything that is not ours is hostile. In this repressive wheel that is slowly rolling, I see nothing rational in it. Because it doesn't increase the government's rating, it doesn't increase trust in the authorities, it doesn't improve anything, it doesn't contribute to anything except increasing overall aggressiveness and general embitterment. Because any governmental cruelty increases the level of public cruelty, in fact. It always happens this way. The degree of overall cruelty rises. Besides this, I see no other consequences. And of course, I think it makes people exasperated. It makes them bitter towards each other, towards the authorities, towards the world around, towards everything and everyone.
In this regard, I'd like to emphasize once again that in the informational acts of terrorism committed by anti-cult terrorists, the key role is played by the media, or more precisely, by certain unscrupulous and dishonest representatives within it. It is through their efforts that the demonization and defamation of innocent people occur. These same individuals, journalists and editors, are the ones who spread hateful statements and destructive messages from anti-cult organizations. By doing so, they not only shape public opinion, but also provoke surges of aggression and conflicts on religious grounds. Each stage of the deliberate persecution of religious groups, from labeling to complete suppression, is supported by propaganda in the media. These information campaigns aim to justify criminal actions and endorse the persecution of the targeted organization, which is unacceptable, even after the victim organization ceases to exist, or worse, when its members face brutal physical violence, including fatal incidents. Media representatives continue to insist that such an outcome is inevitable, necessary, and just. In fact, these media representatives are perpetrators of informational terrorism and often instigators of direct terrorist acts. Many people have suffered at their hands, and many continue to suffer to this day. Their efforts have caused many people to endure torture, lose their health, and lose faith in people and the future. Therefore, according to the law, all journalists, editors, publishers, and media employees who aided the anti-cultists should be held accountable for crimes related to terrorist activities.
Each such publication violates citizens' fundamental rights and freedoms, guaranteed by the Constitution and international legal norms. By committing acts of informational terrorism, media representatives undermine the foundations of democracy and effectively act against their own people and country, which, in the context of an undeclared covert war, plays into the hands of the enemy of the free world and constitutes collaborationism. By participating in the criminal scheme of terrorist anti-cult groups, acting deliberately and in collusion, these individuals commit treason. An example of how the image of an organization stigmatized through the media can be further used by anti-cultists to destabilize the country is guilt by association. Anti-cult groups deliberately associate politicians or representatives of authority with discredited organizations, thereby lowering their ratings and tarnishing their reputations in the eyes of the public. Ultimately, this can lead to removal of those politicians from the political arena. As a result, in countries where anti-cultists wield significant influence, their activity undermines and destabilizes the state. Such actions benefit the enemy, the hidden forces behind the anti-cultists, because they facilitate the achievement of their strategic objectives, the destruction of democratic laws, and the creation of conditions for totalitarianism. Thus, media representatives bear full responsibility for their actions, just as all participants in this criminal scheme do. The anti-cult movement representatives, those behind them, and all who abetted them are equally guilty of a range of offenses and must be held accountable under the law. Charge: the activities of anti-cult organizations sow panic in society, incite discord, create an atmosphere of fear and uncertainty, undermine public order and stability, and threaten the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, as well as the protection of their citizens from external and internal threats. This destabilizing activity directly threatens the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and security of states, which, according to the UN resolution of June 22, 2023, constitutes terrorism.
It is well known that the more religions and freedoms of opinion exist in a state, the more stable and democratic it becomes. People feel freer and more courageous. They are ready to defend their country, serve it, and contribute to society. Pluralism of opinions ensures safety and stability by preventing the concentration of power in one set of hands. This is precisely why the First Amendment was added to the U.S. Constitution. However, the actions of anti-cult organizations threaten this diversity and endanger states themselves by provoking the destabilization of the democratic system, which, according to international acts, is also a form of terrorism. The long-term nature of such terrorist acts and the use of secretive manipulative technologies has made their execution inconspicuous for a long time. It has complicated the proof of guilt of their organizers, but now the time has come. when all individuals involved in such actions, representatives of anti-cult organizations, the media, law enforcement, security forces, those engaged in persecution, searches, arrests, falsified trials, as well as politicians and individual officials, must be identified, held accountable, and punished to the full extent of the law for treason, creating an international terrorist network, complicity in terrorist activities, and the systematic execution of terrorist acts.
Charge. The activities of anti-cult organizations represent a new, dangerous form of terrorism. Therefore, the international network of the anti-cult movement must be recognized by the global community as a network of terrorist organizations. The UN resolution of June 22, 2023, clearly established this by providing a comprehensive definition of terrorism. Terrorism are activities aimed at the denial of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and democracy, and actions impeding the enjoyment of political, civil, economic, social, and cultural rights, including the right to life, liberty, and security. In other words, these are actions or practices that directly or indirectly undermine or violate fundamental human rights and freedoms and the principles of democracy. How to defend your rights and freedoms. The public must be informed about the potential dangers of informational terrorism and possess the necessary knowledge to recognize it in the daily flow of news and information from social media and other media platforms. Right now, every citizen who is aware of the signs of informational terrorism can take active steps to prevent it. Suppose you discover instances of informational terrorism in the media in your country. In that case, you have the right and duty to contact the Attorney General and demand an appropriate investigation and measures to stop the activities of the group committing that. Competent authorities must promptly take measures to establish the fact of a terrorist act in the public domain or refute it with appropriate evidence. In accordance with the principles of the rule of law and democracy, the Attorney General must publicly report on the work done within a set time frame. Suppose the fact of an informational terrorist act is confirmed. In that case, people should be informed about its goals, objectives, and the extent of the harm caused to reduce the negative consequences of the attack. Since informational terrorist acts are conducted in the public sphere, the quicker society reacts to them, and the faster competent authorities take measures to neutralize them and hold those responsible accountable, the less harm these terrorist acts will cause to the entire society. Conversely, suppose an informational terrorist act occurs, and the public and law enforcement agencies ignore it. In that case, the terrorist act achieves its goals, and the destructive consequences for both citizens and the entire country are amplified significantly. Therefore, society must monitor the integrity of the information field and promptly report any informational terrorist acts discovered in the media, and the relevant authorities must respond swiftly to citizens' reports. If, after citizens request an investigation into an informational terrorist act, the Attorney General does not provide a public report on the work done, does not disclose the investigation results, and does not take measures to stop the activities of those committing informational terrorism within the legally established time frame, this should raise justified doubts about their competence. The lack of active measures from the Attorney General could be seen as possible complicity in criminal activities or deliberate aiding of the perpetrators. In such a case, citizens have the legal right to initiate the procedure for removing the Attorney General from office for actions that contradict the interests of the people and the state. Moreover, if the Attorney General, in their position, allows informational terrorist acts to be committed and lets the perpetrators go unpunished, then they themselves should be held accountable under the law for aiding terrorism and participating in the activities of a terrorist network. The presence of an individual in a significant governmental role who supports terrorism poses a serious threat to national security and the stability of the law enforcement system. Therefore, if the Attorney General fails to fulfill their duties to protect the rights and freedoms of the people, any citizen has the right to appeal to the higher authorities responsible for appointing the Attorney General in your country, requesting that they be peacefully and lawfully removed from office. As citizens, you must also understand your own responsibility. If you witness any form of terrorism and choose to remain silent, you similarly become an accomplice to the crime. Silence in such circumstances can be regarded as a form of criminal inaction. If you witness an attack on your rights and freedoms, an attack on democracy, do not remain silent. Inform the competent authorities. After all, the consequences of such a terrorist act will affect you first and foremost. In light of recent events, which have made it clear how much impact information can have on the world, covering up informational terrorism is equivalent to depriving yourself and your children of a future. Therefore, if you encounter informational terrorist acts in the media in your country, report them and demand that the activities of these informational terrorists be stopped. Protect your rights and ensure a safe future for yourself and your children.
In a democratic world, anti-cult organizations should not exist at all, as their very essence contradicts democracy and the pluralism of views on which a free and equal democratic society is built. Nevertheless, this criminal international terrorist group not only exists, but also openly engages in inhumane activities in full view of the global community, posing a real danger to society. You might ask, why haven't anti-cult organizations been held accountable for their actions? And why do they still exist? Because for many years, this transnational terrorist group operated in the shadows, using sophisticated manipulation techniques to conduct informational terrorist acts. It took 30 years of observing their activities and a 10-year investigation to uncover their tools and methods, and to establish their true goals. The presented facts clearly show that anti-cult movements are tools of the enemy of the entire free world for conducting covert terrorist acts in the informational space. This means they consciously aid the enemy's global plan for total power domination. In this context, anti-cult organizations are just one branch of a network of similar organizations that use the same methods, all led by a hidden shadow force, their ideological mastermind. All members of this network are the architects of a new world disorder. Their goal is the destabilization of society on all fronts: political, social, cultural, ideological, religious, and others. Therefore, destructors like anti-cultists are present in many areas of public activity and occupy various levels of the social hierarchy. They do not care whom they target or for what reason. The main objective is to persecute the innocent, which allows them to create informational terrorist acts to influence the masses. They are indifferent to who holds power. They will undermine any authority. The ultimate goal of their activities is globally orchestrated mass disorder, civil war, and the complete collapse of democracy. Each of them plays their part in the unified enemy scheme to destroy democracy and establish totalitarianism. Therefore, they draw into their network all those as deceitful and unscrupulous as themselves who can help achieve their goals. They strive to extend their influence worldwide. In some countries, they have already infiltrated the government. In others, they openly influence legislation. In some places, they even receive funding from the state. There is also a country that serves as the source of this harmful influence spreading across the globe. In this country, this shadow force already controls the government and is the real power. Through their actions, this entire international terrorist group is bringing about a new world order led by the hidden enemy, the enemy that is currently reviving the legacy of Nazism in a new, even more insidious form. For convenience and understanding, let's call this new form of Nazism global anti-cultism. After that branch of the unified network, on the example of which it became possible to study the methods and schemes of the hidden enemy through years of investigation, monitoring, and study of its activities. Humanity is facing a threat of this kind for the first time, because right now there is a war, and it is a covert, undeclared war that has engulfed all of humanity.
Chapter 3. Anti-Cultism as a New Form of Nazism.
I don't make the claim lightly that the enemy is reviving Nazism in a new form, nor do I casually compare the methods of the Nazis and anti-cultists. The fact is that for your enemy, Nazism is a very close concept. The Third Reich is where modern anti-cult fighters find their roots. To understand the entire chain of events, it is essential to know that Hitler in particular, and Nazism in general, heavily relied on the Protestant Church and the anti-cult movements of that time.
Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism, was known for his radical views. He actively fought against other Christian denominations and religious movements, demanding the death penalty for citizens who understood faith in Christ differently than he did. Moreover, Martin Luther was a fervent anti-Semite. He declared that Jews were a misfortune for the German people, advocated burning their synagogues and schools in the name of the Lord and Christianity, and stated that if he were to baptize a Jew, he would lead him to a bridge, tie a stone around his neck, and push him into the water. These radical views of Martin Luther, which became the foundation of Protestantism, later played a role in the growth and spread of Nazism. Hitler admired Luther and called him the greatest German genius, and Protestant ministers, in turn, began to support Hitler's ideas. German Protestant pastors infected with anti-cultism on the territory of Germany are largely responsible for the spread of Nazism among the German believers. The rise and development of Hitler's ideology was based, among other things, on the Protestant and Catholic religions. Later, atheists were even banned from joining the SS. Thus, a supporter of Hitler was typically a devout Protestant or Catholic. By 1932, Hitler's party, the NSDAP, received 60% of the vote among Protestant pastors. Support ranged from 90 to 100% in small Protestant communities, especially in Bavaria. Historians assert that the Third Reich began in Bavaria as early as 1932. As early as in 1921, in the Protestant Church, the Apologetic Center was established, a prototype of modern anti-cult organizations. Officially, the Apologetic Center was supposed to monitor the activities of other religious movements and inform the Protestant church community about them. In reality, the Apologetic Center began collecting data on various cults, movements, circles, and other associations. In 1932, Pastor Walter Kunneth, an anti-Semite from Bavaria and the chief editor of the Protestant publication Word and Deed, became the head of the Apologetic Center. This marked the beginning of a campaign against non-Christian movements such as anthroposophy, Darwinism, Maoism, spiritualism, and occultism. Movements that the Protestant Church viewed as competition. Lectures and articles were produced on this topic, with many ideas and methods inheriting an inquisitorial approach. On April 26, 1933, Walter Kunneth presented a report titled "The Church and the Jewish Question" to the Federal Church Administration in Berlin. In it, he called for the swift eradication of Judaism, which he described as a foreign entity within the body of Germany. This report had a profound influence on the final adoption of anti-Semitic policies. On December 16, 1933, the Gestapo noticed and appreciated the work and methods of the Apologetic Center. Thus, Walter Kuhneth united with Adolf Hitler in the mission to eliminate Jewish influence on the life of the people. At the same time, Kuhneth sought to permanently rid society of other religious and political minorities. Kuhneth was really pleased with the Gestapo's interest in his work. This is what he wrote in his report to the leadership of the Reich's Protestant Church. The Gestapo has expressed great interest in the cult archives of the Apologetic Center, as well as our work in combating free thought, Marxism, and Bolshevism. The Gestapo has expressed a desire to lead the fight against illegal free thought alongside the Apologetic Center in the future. The exchange of materials between the Gestapo and the Apologetic Center has already begun.
From this point on, the staff of the Apologetic Center began intensively supplying the Imperial Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Propaganda, and the Gestapo with materials about the political positions of various religious communities. The Apologetic Center also collaborated with the Reich Ministry of Propaganda, headed by Goebbels, and the Reich Ministry of the Interior. This work focused on developing materials to combat Jews and cults, lists of the so-called cults and sects, that is, any groups the Apologetic Center deemed dangerous to state ideology, were maintained and constantly expanded. As a result, representatives of the Apologetic Center, led by Walter Kuhnert, produced numerous slanderous pseudo-expert reports. This defamation turned these groups, along with the Jews, into targets for the Nazi dictatorship and subsequent brutal persecutions, including the deportation of their members to concentration camps.
Historian Horst Junginger writes, if in 1931 they counted about 150 religious and non-religious ideological communities for which data were collected, and 2 years later about 250, then by 1936 the archival lists recorded about 500 groups and cults considered dangerous. It is also important to note that violent methods that were later demonstrated by the Gestapo both before and during World War II were borrowed from anti-cult organizations, particularly the Apologetic Center organized by the radical part of the Protestant Church. Prototypes of the anti-cult movement have existed since remote antiquity. Persecution and execution of Jesus Christ, establishment of the Inquisition, all of this, and much more, was practiced by the ancient predecessors of modern anti-cultists. Throughout the centuries, they adapted to external circumstances and changed the form, but always maintaining their essence. Their weapon was, and still is, genocide in its various forms. Thus, the radical views of the Apologetic Center were formed long before the radical views of Adolf Hitler himself. Researchers note that Hitler followed Luther's instructions against the Jews precisely. Historians also emphasize that the pre-existing anti-Semitism on the part of the Church determined the character of the German national movements. In other words, it determined Nazism itself. It means that the radical vector against Jews and dissenters was determined long before the Gestapo emerged. It is interesting that in 1933, immediately after its foundation, the Gestapo began to adopt the experience and exchange documentation, precisely with the anti-cult Apologetic Center. Protestant pastors, who held radical views, constantly urged the Gestapo itself to further tighten its methods of combating Jews and dissent. For example, in 1942, the Bavarian evangelical Lutheran pastor, Friedrich Auer, even demanded from the Nazi government another St. Bartholomew's Night, during which no Jew would be spared. It is also interesting that after the war, these pastors were not prosecuted for their Nazi proclamations. Surprisingly, after the war, Walter Kuhneth was not convicted for his anti-Semitic views and collaboration with the Gestapo, unlike many other Nazis. On the contrary, Kuhneth received the Maximilian Order for Science and Art and the Bavarian Order of Merit from the Free State of Bavaria. Starting in 1946, Walter Kuhneth became a professor of Protestant theology at the University of Erlangen in Bavaria. Kunith was awarded the honorary title of Church Counselor.
Now you know that it was the Anticultists who were responsible for making Nazism so violent. They made Nazism such as the world knows it nowadays. Moreover, it was with the hands of the Anticultists of the past that Nazism was revived after World War II. After the victory over Nazism, the international community united to create the United Nations to maintain and strengthen international peace and security, ensuring that humanity would never again experience the horrors of something like Nazism. At that moment, many believed that Nazism was gone forever. However, in 1964, the Protestant Church of Germany officially reinstated the position of Commissioner for Sects and Ideological Questions of the Evangelical Lutheran Church of Bavaria, appointing Pastor Friedrich Wilhelm Hack to the role. He became the successor to Kunith's Nazi legacy and the leading ideologue of anti-cultism in Europe.
In his studies of sects and cults in Bavaria, Hack referred to the Sektenerhebung, study of sects, conducted by the Evangelical Lutheran Church in Bavaria in 1930. Here's an interesting fact. Hack studied Protestant theology in Bavaria at the University of Nuremberg, during the same years that Kunith was a professor of Protestant theology there. At Hack's initiative, the name Working Group on Religious and Ideological Issues from the Nazi regime was revived in the early 1970s. He adopted an almost identical name from the Nazi era, the Department for Religious and Ideological Issues.
All this happened at a time when the world and Germany were trying to live a new, free life, respecting everyone's rights. The flames of Nazism that had engulfed Germany had been extinguished, leaving behind smoldering embers that would have eventually died out on their own, leaving Nazism in the past forever, if not for Hack. He thoroughly rejected the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He rejected what countries, even those that had been enemies, had united for. He rejected the core values accepted by the entire world, values of unity and equality. In his works, Hack declared, "If we understand our faith correctly, we have no right to allow the others to continue in their faith." It was on Hack's initiative that lectures and sermons about sectarians and cultists began again in Bavaria, where Nazi ideas had always been powerful. Hack provided instructions that Protestants or Catholics should treat sectarians as subhuman. This reignited the flames of Nazism, and in 1988, 43 years after the fall of the Third Reich, cries were heard once again in Bavaria towards dissenters. Hang them, shoot them all, Heil Hitler. In 1990, the anti-cultist Hack compiled a blacklist of new religious movements, the so-called sects or cults. Only 16 years later did the Federal Constitutional Court of Germany rule that defamation was being used in the fight against these groups. But it was too late, as in those 16 years, the efforts of anti-cultists had already rekindled and spread the flames of Nazism further. Anti-cultists of the past were the forerunners of modern anti-cultists. Anti-cultists never broke the direct line of transmitting their knowledge and methods. Thus, modern anti-cult organizations were established using the model of the Nazi Apologetic Center.
Thus, after World War II, Wilhelm Hack helped his brother in faith, fellow anti-cult activist Johannes Agard, establish the Dialogue Center International in Denmark in 1973. Although the center's name suggested peaceful dialogue, it was merely a facade. In reality, Agard, like Kunith in the Apologetic Center, was a Christian anti-cultist who sought to combat so-called totalitarian sects. Agard publicly mocked the First Amendment to the US Constitution, a symbol of a free society, calling it a neurosis and claiming it was unnatural to human nature. The Dialogue Center had branches in Greece, England, India, Ireland, Russia, and Germany, where Hawk served as vice president.
And who do you think became one of Agard's favorite students? The student whom Agard would repeatedly defend in courts. You have already heard a lot about him today, but now you will understand where he got all his methods. The Dialogue Center's representative in Russia was Alexander Dvorkin, Hack's pupil and Agard's favorite student. While in exile, Dvorkin closely collaborated with Hack, Agard, their follower Pastor Gandau, and other European and American anti-cultists.
Thus, Dvorkin directly and wholeheartedly adopted the Nazi methods, modeling his work on centers aimed at combating all dissenting groups of people. Orthodox Christianity in Russia is now repeating the history of Protestantism in Nazi Germany. During the Nazi era, Anti-Cultism was introduced into Protestantism through the radical views of Martin Luther, and now, in the same way, Russian anti-cultism, led by Ratzirs, has infiltrated Orthodoxy and is poisoning it from within. History is repeating itself. The Irenaeus of Lion Center, created by Dvorkin in 1993, under the auspices of the Russian Orthodox Church, completely mirrors the Nazi Apologetic Center established by Kunith. This center claims its mission is religious research. Yet, in reality, it acts as a tool of harmful informational propaganda against new religious movements, ideological associations, and even business structures.
Does your center in the name of Hieromartyr Irenaeus of Lion currently monitor those networking activities?
Well, of course, we do our best whenever possible. Also, we need to take another stratum into account, that there is a huge number of non-religious cults. I mean all sorts of personal development trainings.
Commercial ones, so to speak.
Commercial ones as well. They are different. Commercial ones include multi-level marketing organizations, for instance, Amway or Herbalife as the most famous one. Although, again, there are very, very many of them. In fact, those are psycho-cults, I mean pseudo-psychological cults. In other words, all kinds of trainings of personal growth, of increasing inner awareness, how to discover femininity or masculinity in oneself, how to win the hearts of the opposite sex, and many, many various types.
Dvorkin introduces the term totalitarian sect, and like Kunith, conducts lectures and writes articles on the dangers of sects and cults and the rejection of cultists by followers of the dominant religion. Similarly to Kunith and Hawk, Dvorkin compiles lists of totalitarian sects that, in his opinion, threaten religion and the state. In his addresses and lectures, Dvorkin even uses the same rhetoric as the Nazis of the past. For example, Hawk categorically rejected the Declaration of Human Rights as unnecessary. Dvorkin stated that today's weakness in Europe is a direct consequence of replacing its Christian soul with so-called universal values, which, in reality, mean nothing. Do you remember how Kunith said that Judaism represented a foreign cell in Germany's body that needed to be eliminated? Dvorkin claims that
cults bring no benefit to society. We don't know cultists who are writers, artists, music composers, philosophers, and so on. They only drain society of its vital resources, just like a cancerous tumor pulls the vital resources from the body until it eventually destroys it.
Another method that modern anti-cult groups have incorporated from Nazism into contemporary practice is the creation of blacklists of organizations and groups which they have labeled as sects or cults and which, in their opinion, should be eradicated. They regularly update these lists with new religious movements, making them targets for attacks. Naturally, this is presented as a necessary measure to ensure society's safety in the face of potential threats. Yet, let's go back to the Nazi times so as to draw one more parallel.
When the NSDAP seized power in Germany, and anti-cultists joined forces with them to fight against religious movements that supposedly posed a threat to the nation, the situation for religious minorities began to deteriorate significantly. In 1938, the Guidelines to Combating Sects was published. leading to extremely dire consequences for many dissenters. According to the guidelines, the danger of sects and cults manifested in the following: educating followers to have egocentric views and indifference towards all matters concerning the people and the state, refusal to take oaths and give the German salute, rejection of compulsory military service, rejection of taking on positions in state and movement organizations, refusal to participate in workplace assemblies and to work in the armaments industry, rejection of the National Socialist racial theory. Similarly, Dvorkin, on the portal he created, the Information and Consultation Center of St. Irenaeus of Lyon, posted a list of organizations he labeled as destructive cults and totalitarian sects. Each criticized organization has a page featuring a list of negative publications about it from various media sources, which were apparently initiated by the center itself. The style of these publications about different organizations is very similar. They are filled with identical emotional and judgmental headlines and descriptions, and extensively use emotionally charged language, in essence, hate speech. This includes deliberate defamation and the portrayal of members of the criticized groups with dehumanizing labels such as zombies, rapists, slaves, beasts, and other dehumanizing epithets. By means of similar rhetoric, in their time, Nazis dehumanized Jews. Now you see the lists compiled by the Nazis on one side, and, for comparison, the list compiled by the leader of the Russian terrorist anti-cult group, Alexander Dvorkin, on the other. As you can clearly see, the anti-cultist list encompasses virtually all religious minorities in the Russian Federation, including even some representatives of Orthodoxy, whose views differ from the main line of the country's official religion. Additionally, the list includes some business enterprises and secular organizations. Similar lists can be found on the websites of other anti-cult organizations. And among those lists, you can also find a large number of secular organizations in addition to religious ones. These include various medical, sports, social, research, and scientific organizations. In total, millions of people have already been labeled by the anti-cultists. This demonstrates the unimaginable scale of the campaign of harassment against innocent people that the anti-cult movement has launched worldwide.
The primary objective of the lists of the so-called sects is to precisely identify to society, law enforcement, and authorities the so-called dangerous antisocial elements that must be fought against, even to the point of complete eradication. We can see the consequences of creating such lists in the rise of Nazism in Germany.
It is known that a directive signed by Reinhard Heydrich, the head of internal security in Nazi Germany, established the procedure for suppressing certain religious societies and sects, as well as arresting and sending all associated individuals to concentration camps. Among other things, it contains the following lines: immediate measures will be taken against organizations, clubs, unions, and circles, as well as against leaders and individual people. All organizations, clubs, unions, circles, etc., all without exception will be purged. Existing materials, specifically address lists, card indexes, correspondence, equipment, occult items, writing supplies, and any property, will be confiscated. They will be dissolved and banned. Simultaneous searches will be conducted in the homes of leading members of circles, as well as those suspected of possessing such materials. Persons dedicated to secret teachings and sciences are subject to arrest in all cases. Their activities will be banned without exception, under threat of the harshest measures from the state police. In each individual case, they must be sent to a concentration camp. This operation must be carried out throughout the entire Reich, if possible, between 7 and 9 a.m.
Just as anti-cultists did in Nazi Germany, Dvorkin and his network of anti-cult groups provide authorities with materials about representatives of the so-called cults and sects. Dvorkin's center issues defamatory expert opinions on the nature of various groups, prompting authorities to investigate and prosecute them. This slander against innocent people in Russia, just as in the Third Reich, already results in brutal persecution and physical reprisals against citizens. The ideas promoted by Dvorkin reflect the same Nazi stance expressed by Hack, Kunert, and Hitler: hatred of dissent, intolerance, rejection of pacifism, and justification of violence. And this is just one example of many anti-cultists, but it is enough to see their direct connection to Nazism. These are direct proofs that Nazism never disappeared. It has merely changed its form and adapted to new external circumstances. Yet, we can observe a direct line of transmission of knowledge, experience, and methods for combating dissenting groups of people with the aim of their complete eradication. Representatives of global anti-cultism use all Nazi methodologies, but for their purposes, they have expanded and refined them. Thus, the flame of Nazism has intensified. Now you see evidence proving that global anti-cultism is a formidable force that has already gained significant power and is striving towards its goal: the complete destruction of democratic values and the establishment of a new Fourth Reich.
Chapter 4: Anti-Cultism Crimes Against Humanity.
The path where citizens' freedoms are trampled upon amidst their own approving cheers leads only to one end. It seems that you have started to forget about this, and those who do not remember their past are doomed to relive it. Therefore, I will remind you of the final destination of this path. Humanity now treads, and the depth of the abyss into which anti-cultists and the hidden shadow force behind them are pushing it. One person once said, with frightening prescience, that where they burn books, they will ultimately burn people as well. And shortly thereafter, all of humanity witnessed firsthand the embodiment of this prediction. Or rather, just logical reasoning in the horrors brought by Nazism. The citizens of Germany barely had time to react before the Nazi Party transformed from a fringe group into the country's leading political force, bringing with it terror, war, and genocide. Today, Nazism is remembered as the embodiment of extreme hatred, intolerance, discrimination, and totalitarianism, everything that is inhumane and anti-human. So now you know that Nazism, in its most atrocious form, was instigated by the anti-cultists of that time. All those methods used by the Nazis were typical of the anti-cultists from the most ancient times, and they rely on them even now. During the rise of Nazism, the anti-cultists instilled in Hitler and his henchmen the belief that only through fear could they conquer the world and win people's love, that it was the fastest and most effective way to gain total power, and so it happened. One of the main methods the Nazis resorted to at that time was genocide of individual dissenting groups and of entire nations. And if you closely examine the history of humanity, it becomes clear that genocide has always been a tool to strengthen the power of those who stand at the root of the modern form of anti-cultism. Now, let's recall where it all started during the Nazi era and draw a parallel to how the anti-cultists operate now. Nazis, at the instigation of their anti-cultist advisors, acted in a planned and systematic manner, preparing public opinion through propaganda, or rather through the manipulation of mass consciousness, convincing the German population to the necessity of war and genocide. Now, I will provide clear examples of what the present-day anti-cult movement already represents at its core, and what it could degenerate into if it remains unexposed.
Genocide.
The sequence of actions and the destructive focus of anti-cult organizations clearly indicate that they ultimately lead to the same outcomes as those brought about by Nazism. Right now, in front of the global community, the international terrorist network of anti-cultists is preparing the world for a new genocide. As a result of their actions, millions of people have already been labeled as members of cults, putting them in the position of potential victims. Those of you who have studied what genocide is understand that it is a process that unfolds over time. It does not happen in a day. Society is systematically and gradually prepared for genocide. This process has rather specific stages that can be described and, most importantly, recognized when they are being put into action.
Genocide refers to any actions committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Common risk factors include societal instability, increasing intolerance, systematic human rights violations, lack of state protection for the population, and the presence of motives and incentives in the information field that justify the use of force against specific population groups. The first stage of planned genocide is the dehumanization mentioned above.
The process and all its stages can be vividly observed in the example of the Holocaust. After the Nazis came to power, they began the first stage, propaganda that Jews were not human and that they posed a threat to society. Caricatures and articles demonizing Jews started to emerge. The myth of a global Jewish conspiracy was actively promoted. Gradually, people, the German population, became convinced that Jews were indeed a threat to them and their children. Similarly, anti-cultists are currently targeting various religious groups, branding future victims as cultists through informational terrorism. This tactic implants the notion in society that a cultist is equivalent to less than human. Now, I want to draw your attention to another fact. Propaganda, like terrorism, works in two directions simultaneously. One direction is the planned activity aimed at the potential target, and the other is the actions directed at everyone else, the general public, that is, at the witnesses of the crime being committed. Because to carry out such an operation, as the Nazis did at that time, and as the anti-cultists are doing now, the approval of the society is required. If not active support, then at least silent agreement and non-resistance. And for this, they first need to convince people that those the anti-cultists have chosen as their targets are dangerous to society and pose a potential threat. The public is first intimidated, their vigilance is lulled, and then, by deception, they are drawn to the anti-cultist side, making them accomplices to the crime. Back then, during the Holocaust, the German people became accomplices in the genocide of the Jewish people. Now, the accomplices to the crimes of anti-cultism are the people of Russia and those countries where anti-cultists are freely allowed to operate, where they still feel a sense of impunity and unchecked power. Just as the Nazis once marked Jews with a yellow star, anti-cultists now brand dissenters with the label cultist, which, in their interpretation, designates the target that can and should be destroyed. And take note, those who marked Jews with yellow stars may not have personally killed anyone, But in doing so, they incited violence among others. This is precisely what anti-cultists are doing now, opening a hunt on individuals and organizations they deem undesirable through covert manipulations. They incite all others to commit acts of violence while remaining on the sidelines themselves. This first stage of potential genocide became possible as soon as the anti-cult movement emerged, branding ordinary people simply for what they believe in. As soon as the labels cultist and totalitarian sect appeared, this stage has already been reached in modern society.
The second stage of a planned genocide is discrimination. This is when a branded individual or group is stripped of their human status as full membership of society, effectively ousting them from the social sphere. In Nazi Germany, Jews were initially prohibited from holding certain positions. They were banned from working as doctors, serving in the military or police, and teaching in higher education institutions.
There were too many Jewish doctors, too many Jewish lawyers, too many Jewish businessmen, too many Jewish journalists, too many Jewish bankers. The Nazis then could play upon this broader sense that the Jews had overstepped, the Jews had become inordinately influential.
Gradually, they were excluded from all professions. After the so-called Nuremberg race laws were enacted in 1935, Jews were further restricted in their freedom of movement. From then on, they could only live in designated areas, the ghettos. Today, people are already facing religious discrimination in countries where the anti-cultists have significant influence. For instance, leading European Union countries, Germany and France, have faced criticism for reviving practices that can be seen as religious purges. For example, Germany has implemented a practice known as the cult filter. This procedure requires individuals seeking employment or conducting business with government institutions and companies to confirm that they are not members of the Scientology Church, and do not apply methods developed by Ron Hubbard. Suppose the answer is yes, and the person does affiliate with the Church of Scientology, or has attended their lectures in the last 3 years. In that case, they will never be hired by a government agency or even a private company or association that has contracts with a government agency. Such measures apply to a wide range of professions, such as tennis coaches, gardeners, IT experts, instructors, trash bag suppliers, web designers, translators, etc. Legal practice in Germany already has dozens of court decisions that have deemed such cult filters illegal, including some issued by the highest federal courts. These rulings cite the violation of Scientology's rights to equality and non-discrimination, referring to Article 4 of the German Constitution, which guarantees freedom of religion. However, sanctions and penalties resulting from these court decisions seem to have no effect on some federal states, such as Bavaria, where the practice of cult filters continues to be applied today, despite judicial prohibitions. Thus, it can be asserted that the second stage of genocide, the stage of discrimination, is already being implemented in several countries right now, where groups of people labeled by anti-cultists face social isolation, job dismissals, prohibition to freely express their views, forceful persecution, and imprisonment.
It is clear that to prevent genocide, we must eradicate discrimination and prejudice in all forms and combat the spread of hatred and hostility based on ethnic, religious, and other distinguishing characteristics. However, the most tragic aspect of this stage of discrimination against an unjustly branded religious organization is the reaction of the witnesses to such actions. At this stage, it is no longer just silent agreement. In many cases, such events are met with approval. By this point, the preliminary psychological conditioning of the masses has convinced them that these cultists deserve their fate, viewing them almost like carriers of a contagion that could infect others. The fear of being associated with cults, the fear of public condemnation, shame, and the fear of being isolated from society, just like the victims, compels people to approve of the discrimination against innocent individuals. Therefore, with each new wave of escalating tension around the targeted organization and each new information attack, fewer people remain who can objectively assess the situation and contribute to preventing genocide. Similarly, once the German population was convinced that if the authorities treated Jews in a certain way, it meant they deserved it, what was the reaction of the German people to the new discriminatory laws? People openly supported them, and public support for Hitler significantly increased. Similar laws are now being implemented in Russia, modern Germany, France, and other countries regarding representatives of religious minorities, whom anti-cultists have labeled as followers of totalitarian sects. These people are subjected to persecution, raids, forcibly coerced to abandon their beliefs, deprived of their freedom, and placed in labor camps. Notice that this kind of discrimination against individuals labeled as cultists in your modern society is already perceived as something quite logical and even natural. Mostly, these people are left to fend for themselves, and only these religious movements targeted by anti-cultists take care of protecting their interests. However, their efforts, all attempts to defend themselves against lawlessness and deliberate persecution, are not supported by other people, that is, society. The image of a cult prevails in people's minds over simple human qualities, conscience, and empathy for others' suffering. If you see something like this in your mind, know this: you are a potential victim of genocide. I remind you of the expression that accurately reflects the situation you are currently in. First they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. Remember, first, you become a silent accomplice to the crime, and then you become its victim. As you know from history, Nazism did not stop at the stage of discrimination.
The third stage of planned genocide is persecution.
Wer selig geworden ist, der weiß, ohne Lösung der Judenfrage keine Erlösung der Menschheit.
In German society of those years, a growing sentiment was imposed that the measures taken were insufficient, that the threat from Jews still existed, and that the problem had not been resolved. Transitioning to this stage witnessed a surge in instances where Germans themselves began to assail Jews, dispensing vigilante justice. Pogroms erupted in ghettos, with Germans shattering the windows of establishments owned by Jews, spitting in their faces, and pelting them with stones. And mind you, Nazi propaganda didn't rely on facts and logic. Its aim was to evoke maximum emotion, to intimidate, to instill a perpetual sense of alarm, and to direct people toward an enemy upon whom they had every right to vent their fury, to release the pent-up tension.
The Nazi propaganda machine managed to convince the German people so effectively that Jews posed a threat to their personal well-being and the well-being of the country. As a whole, that Germans themselves began to appeal to the government to take action to rid them of the fear of the threat supposedly posed by Jews. Ultimately, the Nazis resorted to open persecution. Jews were shipped to Auschwitz and several other concentration camps. Well, as for what happened in those camps, you already know all too well. An entire people were systematically exterminated, innocent individuals, even children, for absolutely no reason. And just as unjustly, millions of dissenters are now under threat, because until the final stage, the climax of events, there remains just one step. And when that step will be taken, it's a matter of time. The entire process from the rise of Nazism, from the first acts of discrimination against Jews, to the first mass execution in a concentration camp, did not take much time. Today, the anti-cult movement, as a branch of global anti-cultism, has been around since 1993, roughly 30 years. And the peak of its manifestation is a matter of, perhaps, 5 years, maybe a year, or even a single day. And I'm not exaggerating. It all depends on the bridges they have already built, the behind-the-scenes political maneuvers they have conducted, and the tactical and strategic steps they have taken to close this trap. Right now, anyone labeled by anti-cultists as a cultist is a potential target, just like the Jews who were once herded into gas chambers to suffocate or had their skin stripped off alive to preserve its elasticity for the gloves for some high-ranking official. Do you think such things can't happen in our time? You simply don't know what anti-cultists are already doing today. In China, what the anti-cultists in Russia and Europe aspire to is already happening: legislative bans on alternative religious movements, and the transition to the third stage of persecution involving brutal physical reprisals against stigmatized victims. For instance, the Chinese authorities, with the involvement of anti-cult organizations, initiated a ruthless campaign of persecution against followers of Falun Dafa.
The Falun Dafa case. Terror in China. Falun Dafa, or Falun Gong, is a religious movement that emerged in the early 1990s, based on traditional Chinese Qigong health exercises, and quickly became very popular in China. The number of practitioners grew rapidly, and by 1997, it numbered tens of millions of people. The practice of Falun Gong was independent of party control, which is an unprecedented phenomenon in China. This led to tense relations between the Falun Dafa movement and the Chinese government. State media and the propaganda apparatus were mobilized to demonize Falun Gong, turn public opinion against it, and legitimize further persecution of its members.
Chinese Communist Party putting out just massive volumes of disinformation and propaganda denouncing Falun Gong, demonizing them.
Just as Dvorkin introduced the term totalitarian cult into active usage, the Chinese authorities of that time incorporated the terms cult and evil cult into their discriminatory rhetoric. In these regions, such terms carry very negative connotations and are associated with a specific negative historical context. This seemingly insignificant yet very effective tool allowed them to initiate one of the most brutal hate campaigns in their history. This is that very first stage, the same one the Nazis started with. For a long time, Falun Gong practitioners believed that the media writing defamatory articles about them simply did not understand the essence of their movement. However, it soon became apparent that this was an organized and deliberate campaign of harassment. The events that followed took a tragic turn. In 1999, the Chinese parliament passed the resolution on banning heretical cults. This decision meant that the Falun Dafa movement and any other unofficial religious movements were now prohibited by law. The law also stipulated that those who allegedly committed especially serious acts within cult organizations would be subject to imprisonment for 7 years to life, or even the death penalty. Although the law did not explicitly mention Falun Gong, it was clearly aimed at its practitioners. After the resolution was passed, a wave of repression began in the country. Falun Gong practitioners were arrested, imprisoned, and sent to labor camps where they were subjected to cruel treatment, beatings, torture, and as it was later revealed, forced organ harvesting for subsequent transplantation in Chinese clinics. This was conducted on a scale comparable to industrial production.
The doctors instructed him to take out the eyeballs.
And I said, I can't do it. I can't.
There are 41,500 transplants which have no other explained source.
I'm absolutely convinced that over a long period from 1999 onwards, organ harvesting from prisoners has been taking place, especially with Falun Gong.
And when someone comes into the country that needs a heart, a liver, a kidney, they find a match, they take the Falun Gong practitioner, extract their organs, of course killing them in the process.
Investigator.
So on your side, can you guarantee that there will be enough live organs from prisoners, for example, Falun Gong practitioners?
Receptionist.
Yes, we can. You can come over and we can talk about it in more detail.
Simultaneously, there was round-the-clock propaganda in the media, book burnings, and a purge within the party ranks to eliminate potential sympathizers or supporters of the Falun Gong movement. To eradicate Falun Gong, a special agency called Office 610 was established by order of the former leader of China, endowed with a wide range of powers. Agents of Office 610 were not bound by any laws in their use of methods to force Falun Gong practitioners to renounce their beliefs. This lack of restrictions allowed them to employ ruthless torture, which led to the death of many Falun Gong adherents. Chinese lawyers compare Office 610 to Hitler's Gestapo in terms of its functions. More than 3,500 deaths of Falun Gong practitioners have been documented and recognized as resulting from the repression. The officially registered number of those imprisoned for practicing Falun Gong exceeds 100,000. Unofficial estimates suggest that the actual figures could be much higher, considering the strict information control in China and the real danger faced by those attempting to investigate law enforcement actions.
Policewoman beat me. Yeah, this is my friend, Sun Shuxiang. She was persecuted, died in China.
Was taken in the middle of the night into a labor camp.
And they started dragging my dad away.
They arrest my grandma, torture her. They burn her back so much to the point she couldn't stand up straight anymore.
Around 10 people holding me, and then they had people like stick the very thick tube into my nose. I was vomiting, the food and blood, everything coming out of my mouth.
The global community's attention was drawn to the repression of Falun Dafa by the publication of a report by two independent human rights advocates. After conducting an investigation, they confirmed cases of mass-forced organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners in prisons, with the organs subsequently sold for transplantation. We have concluded that the government of China and its agencies in numerous parts of the country, in particular hospitals but also detention centers and people's courts, since 1999 have put to death a large but unknown number of Falun Gong prisoners of conscience. Their vital organs, including hearts, kidneys, livers, and corneas, were virtually simultaneously seized involuntarily for sale at high prices, sometimes to foreigners, who normally face long waits for voluntary donations of such organs in their home countries. To convey the full horror of what these people face, here is an excerpt from an interview with a police officer who witnessed the murders of Falun Dafa practitioners, published by the World Organization to Investigate the Persecution of Falun Gong. Witness.
We had been interrogating and severely torturing her for about a week. She already had countless wounds on her body. Also, we used electrical batons to beat her. She had already become delirious. However, we didn't know at this time. It was possibly a certain office in the Public Security Bureau of Liaoning Province anyway. It was a very secretive office that sent 2 people over. One of them was a military surgeon from the General Hospital of Shenyang Military Region of People's Liberation Army PLA, and the other one was a graduate of the 2nd Military Medical University. Specifically, one of them was relatively old, and the other one was young. They were doing something to her in an operating room of the mental hospital she was sent to. No anesthetics were used. They cut her chest with a knife without shaking their hands. If it were me, I would be shaking. Although I am an armed police, I held guns, I participated in live ammunition maneuvers, and I had seen many corpses, but when I saw these military surgeons, I was really impressed. Their hands didn't shake at all. They put on their surgical mask and started cutting immediately. At that time, we armed policemen were standing on guard, each with a pistol in hand. It sounded like something was being ripped apart. And then she continued. Since then, she always had her mouth wide open, with both her eyes wide open. Her heart was carved out first. Next were the kidneys. When her cardiac vessels were cut by the scissors, she started twitching. It was extremely horrible.
Can you imagine that all this is happening today in the 21st century? This is no longer just propaganda. These are concrete actions. Looking at this example, you can see the ultimate fate of a person branded as a cultist, stripped of their legal rights and freedoms, and deprived of their human status. These horrific things occur when people allow their rights and freedoms to be trampled upon, are intimidated by a series of psychological terror tactics, and remain silent, thinking it does not concern them. Do you really think that something or someone will protect you from the same fate if you allow democracy to perish?
It is noteworthy that during the period of repression against Falun Gong followers, representatives from Ratsirs and Fekris visited China on business trips. In other words, the anti-cultists actively participated in these events and openly expressed their support for the ruling party's actions. Some members of the French group CCMM associated with Fekris were invited to a conference in Beijing in 2000, whose primary purpose was to criticize Falun Gong. At that time, human rights violations were already widely criticized by Western governments, the UN, and human rights organizations such as Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. Nevertheless, Fekris members cooperated with the Chinese authorities in denouncing Falun Gong without hesitation. Similarly, their Russian counterparts, represented by the Ideological Center of the Anticultists and its leader Alexander Dvorkin, did the same. The cooperation between Russian anti-cultists and their Chinese counterparts began at the very onset of the discrimination against Falun Gong practitioners in China. In 2001, Zhang Baichun, a Chinese specialist in cults, visited Nizhny Novgorod. He participated in an anti-cult conference organized by Alexander Dvorkin and the Nizhny Novgorod diocese. One of the official purposes of his visit to Russia was to exchange experiences. However, what occurred during unofficial interactions and what instructions Dvorkin might have given to his Chinese colleague remains a mystery. In 2008, Alexander Dvorkin himself visited China on a working trip at the invitation of the Chinese Association for Research of Cults. During this trip, he appeared in Chinese media and spoke about the allegedly destructive and aggressive nature of the Falun Dafa movement.
Thus, Falun Gong is a rigid totalitarian sect, or destructive cult, whose members are used by its leader in his vendetta against the Chinese government, while he himself is used by American intelligence agencies for their foreign policy objectives.
Stated Alexander Dvorkin in his report. The destructive cult Falun Gong, The Art of Political Manipulation, presented at the 16th International Christmas Educational Readings on January 30th, 2008.
The paradox of this situation is that atheistic China allowed a Russian Orthodox anti-cultist to conduct propaganda on its territory. Why? This is at a time when in China, Orthodox Christianity is also basically treated as a cult. However, this did not prevent the Chinese authorities from openly inviting an Orthodox researcher of cults and letting him speak on local media. By what principle was he chosen for this mission? How did he earn such authority among the Chinese Communist Party?
Additionally, during the time when a new wave of accusations hit China for organ harvesting from Falun Gong practitioners, Orthodox archpriest and Russian anti-cultist Alexander Novopashin was invited to China for a conference on combating Falun Gong in the city of Harbin. As some researchers of the Falun Gong persecution in China assert, it was precisely the experience of Russian anti-cultists and their manuals that their Chinese accomplices relied on. This is why they were able to advance to the stage of physical reprisals more quickly. They didn't need to invent anything new. Adopting methods already tested on Russian citizens was enough. With the support of their ideological instigators, representatives of anti-cult organizations, including Ratsirs and Fekris, the Chinese authorities initiated persecution and imprisonment in labor camps of Falun Gong practitioners. There, they began vivisecting their chests because they were supposedly no longer human.
There are plenty of such cases. If you think it's just some random lunatics committing these acts, you're mistaken. It's a streamlined production line involving government agencies, law enforcement, doctors, military medics, and of course, anti-cult organizations, the main suppliers of victims for the butchers. And this is China, which is now striving for geopolitical leadership on the world stage. A country where dissenters are herded into labor camps, treated like beasts of burden, and the healthier among them are harvested for use in black transplantology. Because according to their logic, the state is not obliged to support them at its own expense, so they must pay and pay with pieces of their bodies and their lives.
There are thousands of horrifying torture stories involving Falun Dafa practitioners that have been made public. Hundreds of thousands, possibly even millions of other cases remain hidden from the public eye. In China, censorship severely restricts access to and dissemination of information. It is particularly disturbing that these persecutions have not ceased to this day. Information about the ongoing persecutions, as of 2024, is regularly updated on the official Falun Gong website. Thus, based on the grim experience of religious repression in China and the presented facts about the activities of the anti-cult movement in Russia and Europe, the true aim of these anti-cult organizations becomes evident.
It is not by chance that the mass organ harvesting cases involving Falun Dafa practitioners became known to the public. The Chinese authorities intentionally allowed this information to leak so that these crimes would be documented and proven. This is their guillotine in the central square. It serves as a warning of what will happen to anyone they perceive as a threat to their power. This is an act of informational terrorism, bringing the entire country to its knees and forcing people into a state of subjugation. What is happening in China is an illustrative example that the methods and legacy of Nazism are alive, masked under the guise of combating religious dissent. Millions of ordinary people practicing their religion have fallen victim to an old, proven method that, at the instigation of anti-cultists, was used by the Nazis of the Third Reich during World War II. The Nazis justified the mass extermination of people by declaring that they were soulless animals unworthy of mercy. These methods are being put into practice today, in your time, by the anti-cultists of the Fourth Reich. What do you think they have planned for those already marked with a yellow star? They have already targeted around 60 million members of religious minorities and have begun a planned attack on several secular and political organizations. The next person to be labeled a cultist, and therefore not a person, could be anyone. And God help you if you find yourself in their victim's place. Everyone should understand that if global anti-cultism reached its ultimate goal and democracy was destroyed, one day you would wake up in a totalitarian world where, at any moment, your organs could be cut out alive and without anesthesia, without even asking you. I have said it before and will say it again. If the freedom of speech is taken away, then dumb and silent we may be led, like sheep to the slaughter. Now is the time to regain your sanity and examine what is happening right before your eyes. Anti-cultism is a phenomenon that should never have existed in our society. Anti-cultism today is a new form of Nazism. Let me put it this way. The concentration camps are already built. There are already camps where doctors remove organs without anesthesia, and these will become torture chambers and true concentration camps for millions of people tomorrow. For them, you are all on the verge of becoming slaves. You are all already in the midst of a Holocaust.
Thus, in accordance with the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted on December 9, 1948, and ratified by 153 countries, the activities of members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices are qualified as genocide. According to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, adopted on July 17, 1998, and ratified by 124 countries, the activities of members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices are qualified as genocide and crimes against humanity. In accordance with the Convention on the Non-Applicability of Statutory Limitations to War Crimes and Crimes Against Humanity, adopted by United Nations General Assembly Resolution 2391, on November 26, 1968, crimes against humanity are considered among the gravest crimes. Even if these acts do not constitute a violation of the internal laws of the country in which they were committed. Crimes against humanity have no statute of limitations, regardless of when they were committed and whether they were committed during wartime or peacetime.
Representatives of the terrorist network of anti-cult groups have not limited their targets to specific organizations and their members. They carried out a successful campaign to demonize an entire nation. The goal of this campaign was to prepare the public in their targeted country for aggression against this nation and to justify the extremely brutal and ruthless actions that were subsequently taken against its people. In fact, the anti-cultists orchestrated and legalized a genocide against an entire nation, the people of Ukraine.
The Ukraine case. Representatives and accomplices of the anti-cult movement made a series of outrageous statements about Ukrainians and Ukraine as a whole. These defamatory statements began to surface many years before the military conflict between Ukraine and Russia, as a preparatory stage of propaganda aimed at shaping public opinion, injecting and ingraining necessary narratives in people's minds. These statements have only intensified and taken on more radical forms now that the military conflict is in its active phase.
And in general, the situation with mass hysteria we observe in Ukraine resembles, in essence, what happens in cults.
One of the first to spread the idea that Ukraine is afflicted by Satanism, which is linked to Nazism, was Vladimir Rogatin, a corresponding member of the European Federation of Centers of Research and Information on Sectarianism, FECRIS. By a remarkable coincidence, this individual conducts his activities in Ukraine, while also being an active mouthpiece for Russian anti-cultists. In 2014, he began explaining the cause of the Euromaidan by attributing it to the harmful influence of new religious movements. He added that they were also behind what happened in Ukraine in 2004, namely, the Orange Revolution.
Discrimination has reached a qualitatively different level. We must acknowledge that it wasn't just Orthodox Christians and Uniates. There were also neo-pagans, Baptists, and various movements involved in the Maidan protests.
This completely aligned with the opinions of FECRIS Vice President Alexander Dvorkin, who had previously made similar statements.
We saw that the first Maidan was driven entirely by neo-Pentecostals, who were the main active forces. The second Maidan had a more complex religious component involving not only cults, but also the Uniate Church, which belongs to the Roman Catholic Church. However, Ukrainian Uniates are a special case, and in many ways, in general, they have, you could say, a cultist mindset as well. Well, there were also neo-pagans and Scientologists, too.
Similar sentiments were expressed by the Ratsir's Vice President Alexander Novopashin.
So, what did the Ukrainians do? Or rather, their American curators and mentors? They began to direct these destructive cults and organizations. Remember the saying, if you can't beat them, lead them. Surprisingly, it was the American intelligence agencies who first started fighting the cults. But they failed. Then, they decided to try to control the cult leaders through bribery, intimidation, and so on. It worked. The same thing was done in Ukraine. Now, totalitarian sects, that is, destructive cults, while continuing their main destructive activities, have also started working for the Ukrainian regime. Neo-Pentecostals and neo-pagans took an active part in the Orange Revolutions, for example, on the Maidan. There, they gained considerable combat experience and can now be used to organize and sustain street riots in Russia.
In the same 2014 interview, Rogatin stated,
in Ukraine, there is a growing influence and presence of various satanic cults. According to various estimates, there are more than 100 satanic groups operating in our country, with a total of about 2,000 followers.
Subsequently, this rhetoric of Satanism supposedly engulfing Ukraine was picked up by high-ranking Russian government officials. They used similar narratives to justify the war as a necessity to de-Satanize Ukraine. Thus, the Assistant Secretary of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, Alexei Pavlov, stated,
I believe that, with the continuation of the special military operation, it becomes more and more urgent to carry out the desatanization of Ukraine, or, as the head of the Chechen Republic Ramzan Kadyrov aptly put it, its complete de-Shaitanization.
Pavlov also mentioned the Church of Satan, which has allegedly spread throughout Ukraine, and claimed that,
through network manipulations and psychotechnologies, the new regime has transformed Ukraine from a state into a totalitarian hypersect.
Ukraine, the whole country, is just one new cult.
This is an absolutely anti-Christian, absolutely anti-Orthodox political regime.
Additionally, back in 2014, on the website of the Missionary Department of the Novosibirsk Diocese chaired by the aforementioned Alexander Novopashin, an article was posted containing the following statements.
I just want to draw attention to one charming circumstance, namely the principle of Ukrainian-like state organization almost completely coincides with the principle of organizing a totalitarian sect or destructive cult. Meanwhile, for people who found themselves in a cult and once swallowed the cultist lie, this lie becomes a norm. Cultists not only lie to themselves and others, but they also stop perceiving any opinion different from the one imposed on them by the cult. Therefore, simply talking, persuading, or proving is a useless and thankless task. We must remember that the war in Ukraine isn't for territories. The war is for souls, and it will continue in one form or another until activities of the cult are stopped.
All this rhetoric is aimed at instilling in the minds of Russians the idea that the current military conflict is not just a war, but a holy war.
It is clear that loving Ukraine, the Lord is now punishing it. And I'll repeat once again, in order to understand what is happening, you need to understand why the Lord is punishing Ukraine. Why exactly Ukraine? Ukrainians now hate Russians because Russians are merely God's tool. It's like a belt with which a father punishes his child. It's a holy war. It's a war for what we believe in. So I wouldn't be surprised if calls are voiced in churches and mosques.
The rhetoric of a holy war is necessary for the state to justify its aggressive actions, in order to make people believe that their country and they themselves are fulfilling some sacred duty. The purpose of these narratives is to convince the public that a war leading to the destruction of the victim state, the deaths of countless people, and the destabilization of the entire democratic world is acceptable and even necessary. Most importantly, this global anti-cultism seeks to divert citizens' attention from how their own country, which initiated this war, is turning into a totalitarian state.
In Ukraine, the disease is so advanced that it's no longer possible to cure it with any persuasion, negotiations, or anything like that. Only surgery is possible there. So the only response to those Nazi speeches may be the Soncepek weapon. It should all be burned down, absolutely. Someone may tell me, oh, that's not a Christian way. It is quite Christian. It's just the ethics for those people. They position themselves as pagans, excuse me. So let them get what pagans should. Not the New Testament ethics is applicable there, but the Old Testament ethics, that of Elijah the prophet who himself cut the throats of 300 servants of Balaam. With these ones, we should do the same. Destroy them without any doubt. Just the Old Testament ethics, and they actually understand this language only. Be this vehicle sanctified. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Andre and I took holy water with us. I told all the brothers to lay out the machine guns, and we sanctified all the weapons. That is, we performed the rite of consecration. I drew a cross on my machine gun so that nobody would confuse that it's my cross, the priest's cross. It is my weapon, my sword.
Моя мама 18-го похоронила Берлера из этой войны.
Be these weapons, blessed and sanctified by sprinkled holy water.
The final chord, which indicates the ultimate goal of a number of such rhetoric, is the statement of another Ratzer's leader, Archpriest Alexander Novopashin, who called Ukrainians cannibals.
For me, they are all cannibals. I called them so because I saw them like that. These inhumans spill human blood, the blood of children and women, our blood. They devour people's lives and feed on suffering. So who are they? Cannibals. And all those who committed terrorist attacks on our land, whom I listed earlier and whom I didn't name, are cannibals. It is useless to put cannibals in a cage. They'll still remain cannibals, even if you keep them there all their lives. Therefore, cannibals must be destroyed.
And these are the direct words of the leaders of Ratsers, Fekris, and their accomplices, which manifest xenophobia, incite interethnic and interreligious hatred, and encourage the deprivation of life based on national and religious identity. Just as the Nazis, under Hitler's regime, declared the Jewish nation to be non-humans with the support of anti-cultists of that era, today's modern anti-cultists label Ukrainians as a cult, in fact, calling for the destruction of an entire nation, which tantamount to genocide. This is not a coincidence, but a deliberate action.
What we are seeing now is a war, primarily a spiritual war because the Antichrist is attacking the Holy Rus, the Orthodox Christianity. I'd like to teach you to load cartridges correctly, so that the cartridges hit the target, precisely destroy the enemy, and not fly aimlessly in the air. Thus, Holy Fathers teach us this way. When you take a bullet, you load it, and say the following words: Holy Mother of God, save us. Holy Father Nicholas, pray to God for us. Holy Mother of God, save us. Holy Father Nicholas, pray to God for us. Holy Mother of God, save us. Holy Father Nicholas, pray to God for us. Tsar Nicholas II, pray to God for us.
What does the Bible say? You shall not kill.
Do not load a Grad rocket without prayer. For each of these, as you load it, say, Lord, have mercy, Lord, have mercy, and so on, and so on, and so on. And then, whoosh, boom.
Jesus said, "You have heard that it was said to your ancestors, you shall not kill, and whoever kills will be liable to judgment."
The Moscow Theological Seminary is fighting against NATO. Christ is risen.
Jesus said, "A new command I give you, love one another. As I have loved you, so you must love one another."
If a person dies when fulfilling this duty, then he, undoubtedly, commits an act equivalent to sacrifice. He sacrifices himself for others. Therefore, we believe that this sacrifice washes away all the sins that this person has committed.
After everything you have seen, tell me, how should the public perceive these people? Representatives of Russia's front religion and their faithful anti-cultist proponents? Who are they in essence, when even at the highest level, the leadership of this organization, calling for hatred, violence, and killing, violates God's commandments just as the Nazis once did? When using the name of God, as the Nazis did in their time, they break Christ's commandments, justify sadism, and call for the destruction of peaceful, innocent people. Can this organization be called religious, let alone Christian? Can we consider them followers of Christ? Answer this now. Who is their God? And whom do they truly serve? You have just seen a small part of what is actually happening, and this is only the beginning. In labeling certain groups and individuals as cults and cultists, the ideological center of terrorist anti-cult gangs did not limit itself to specific organizations, citizens of their own country, and Ukrainian citizens whom they believe need to be destroyed. The anti-cultist narratives have long extended beyond Ukraine. Today, they have already labeled the United States, all of Europe, the entire Western democratic world as cults and have declared them to be Satanists.
In order for the world to live in God's way and not in a satanic way, since they've already built a big satanic village with and without us, where there is one starry striped boss who teaches everyone to live in a satanic way. The Ukrainian political regime is certainly terroristic, extremist, and misanthropic. It is Nazi. The Z sign denotes a world where there is no place for Nazism and Satanism. Ukraine is rapidly rolling downhill, according to the plans prepared by Western and American experts. The special operation on denazification is carried out not just to destroy the Hydra in its lair. We defend the whole Russian world. We defend our civilization. We defend Russia from this evil, from the anti-system. Because if we don't do that, This infection might spread very widely, like a cancerous tumor. There are no societies that have developed 100% immunity against it. We can see that in the West.
The complete denial of a human, faith, and traditional values. The suppression of freedom takes on the characteristics of an inverse religion, outright Satanism.
And the war is not yet lost. It is very important that our country, which relies on its centuries-old spiritual and cultural tradition, having formed its own code of moral values, be capable in some sense also of leading this resistance. I will say an incredible word now, against the Antichrist. Today, I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of the Almighty Creator. By defending myself against the Jew, I am fighting for the work of the Lord. Adolf Hitler, 1925. Mein Kampf.
As you can see, the public actions of anti-cult organizations' representatives lead to tragic events that occur sometime after their information injections. The rhetoric of anti-cult organizations' representatives, besides being filled with manipulative techniques, contains numerous hidden meanings. Anti-cultists do not simply make public statements. They serve as the mouthpiece for the enemy of the democratic world, who openly announces its plans through them. Additionally, their statements exert a covert influence on authorities, providing them with directives for action. In announcing their future plans, the hidden orchestrators of the global anti-cult network have already designated the entire democratic world as their next target. And notably, it is the anti-cultists, as heralds of this covert force, who dictate the rhetoric that is later adopted by Russia's top leadership, including President Putin, who embodies authority for millions of Russian citizens. To understand what the hidden enemy has already prepared for each of you, listen carefully to what this person, echoed by President Putin, has to say.
But if the question, when will all this end, is asked of me as a priest, then my answer is never. Once Ukrainian Nazism is dealt with, another aggressor country will emerge through which the USA will begin to threaten Russia. So the civilizational war is inevitable.
As you heard, he explicitly said that a war for civilization is unavoidable. Do you know why he said that? He said it because he knew that both America and Europe would soon be mired in civil war. He said it because he is already chilling champagne to celebrate his victory. And this was said by a seemingly inconspicuous person, but he is one of the leaders of anti-cult organizations that are part of global anti-cultism, and he is echoed by President Putin himself. Now, here, any intelligent person would ask, who truly holds power in Russia?
Я не хочу, чтобы я умирала. Хочу, чтобы быстрее это все закончилось.
Chapter 5. Abode of Anticultism.
I am sure you have already noticed that a Russian connection is constantly present behind all the crimes of anti-cult organizations, the organizers of the International Anti-Cult terrorist movement, the perpetrators of terrorist acts, and the ideological inspirers of mass genocide in several countries. All trace their roots back to Russia. The activities of this enemy are always directly connected with representatives of Russia. Why is this happening? Because the real enemy of America and the free world is the Fourth Reich, this global anti-cultism which originates from Russia. It is precisely there that the representatives of global anti-cultism establish their deep state and develop their strategy. It is from there that their commands are issued to other countries for all branches, including anti-cult organizations. It's important to understand that anti-cult organizations worldwide are merely one of the tools through which global anticultism achieves its goals. Organizations like Ratzers, Fekris, and Anticultists in America are just mouthpieces of anticultism, pawns on the chessboard that it manipulates. Anticultism will not protect them if there is a threat of it being exposed. In order to deflect the blow from itself, it will easily sacrifice them all and discard them like a lizard dropping its tail to escape. In Russia, the country that has become the stronghold of anticultism, anti-cult organizations have already triumphed and are destabilizing it by manipulating the minds of millions of citizens. You may wonder, if anticultism originates from Russia, why are they destabilizing their own country? The thing is that they don't consider it their country. They hate both Russia and the Russian people, just as much as they hate America and the American people. I think you're already convinced of how cruel their methods of manipulating people are, and now I will give you another example. This enemy has set a goal to revive Nazism and to destroy democracy by any means possible. In order to achieve this, they have established a state within a state in Russia that has already gained immense power. Global anticultism is cynical and ruthless, and for the revival of Nazism, it has chosen the very country which suffered the greatest human losses defending itself and the whole world from the Third Reich. The most frightening aspect of this situation is that Russian citizens, people who lost someone in every family while defending their homeland from Nazism during World War II, people for whom the very word Nazism is the most terrifying, people who sincerely believe that such a thing will never happen again in their country because they won't allow it, without even realizing it, are now helping to build the Fourth Reich with their own hands. Russia is just a convenient testing ground for the anticultists, where they refine all their methods before using them in other countries to take control of the entire world. Anticultism and anti-cult organizations hold immense power in this state. They have managed to alter the Constitution to suit their needs, took over government authorities, and made Orthodox Christianity their titular religion. Anticultism is behind Putin, manipulating him for a very long time. From time to time, representatives of anticultism even publicly remind Putin, who is really in charge of the country, and warn him about the consequences if he doesn't follow their directives. One of the numerous examples is Alexander Novopashin's commentary on Putin's election program back in 2012.
Excerpt from Alexander Novopashin's commentary on President Putin's election program.
Whatever the case, we still have to vote based on what politicians declare in their programs. Not all of them speak about morality and spirituality today. Therefore, it is heartening to hear this from Putin, especially after he wished in his New Year's address that the dragon would bring something to us.
By the way, the coming year is the year of the dragon, according to the Eastern calendar. I was actually born in the year of the dragon. As a rule, these have always been fortunate times for us. I hope this time too, the dragon will bring luck, well-being, and prosperity to every Russian family, to all our citizens.
That really shocked me back then. If a man wears a cross, how can he appeal to some fictional beast instead of the Creator and wish its help for his people? Moreover, what do Chinese superstitions have to do with our history, traditions, and culture? Why is this being imposed on us? So, God willing, Putin's words about traditional spirituality will be followed by actions, and there will no longer be concessions to foreign phenomena like rats, dragons, pigs, and other superstitions. I want the campaign words to be sincere, and I want the politician to be consistent in implementing them. Otherwise, he will have no respect either in contemporary society among his fellow citizens or from future generations. Memory will remain, and I think its quality is something that no sane person should be indifferent to. Our church sings eternal memory. I hope this matters to Putin as well.
An ordinary person who knows nothing about anticultism might not see anything special in these words. However, you now possess the knowledge and facts about the goals and methods of anticultism. Therefore, I am sure you understand that this was a direct order to Putin, as well as a declaration of the consequences he would face for disobedience. If we translate Novopashin's words into plain language, his message to Putin would sound roughly like this. If you don't do what we want, we will ensure that the people neither respect you nor regard you as their president, and we will erase memories about you forever. Do you think Putin heard this? Of course. He did, because Novopashin is merely a mouthpiece delivering a warning from the force that is standing behind him, and Putin understood this perfectly well. He heard it and drew his conclusions.
Today, Vladimir Putin stated that Russia needs to improve legislation on controlling the activities of totalitarian sects. This issue was raised by representatives from the Samara region, along with Governor Nikolai Merkushkin, who came to the president to discuss the region's problems.
They proposed creating a database of such organizations and making the list accessible to all regions.
As for totalitarian activity trends, they certainly represent an unequivocal threat to our state, our society, and our people. That's not just a hunt for the souls, it's a hunt for property. Ultimately, it all boils down to a hunt for the property and souls of these people. I agree with you that government authorities, both at the federal and regional levels, must consider refining the legal framework. Working in this direction and implementing these regulatory documents in practice.
Let me remind you that the term totalitarian sect and the definition of what may be considered a totalitarian sect, that is, a destructive cult, was actually introduced by anticultists.
It so happened that in Russia, I was actually the first to deal with this new phenomenon, and accordingly, I was the first to use the term totalitarian sect. Although it happened totally by chance that I was the first to use it, it was obviously on everyone's tongue, or on the tongues of many people at least, because everyone else immediately started using it.
This term isn't defined legally, and its use violates the presumption of innocence. Now think carefully. What? The use of the term totalitarian sect or destructive cult at the official level by the president of a country signifies. With his statement, Putin essentially violated the presumption of innocence, legitimized persecution, and supported stigmatization of millions of innocent people. Moreover, this statement became a signal to law enforcement agencies and security services that they can repress any citizens whom anticultists identify as members of a totalitarian sect or destructive cult. All of this happened merely because Putin began to echo the anticultist rhetoric after hearing Novopashin's warning. Thus, a single statement by Putin significantly expanded the already immense power of the representatives of anticultism in Russia, increased their ability to influence the minds of citizens, and ultimately exacerbated people's sufferings. Some people wonder why Russian citizens do not realize they are being manipulated. However, imagine how difficult it is to live under constant threat and psychological pressure while your consciousness is bombarded with contradictory narratives. People who had tasted a little bit of freedom after the USSR totalitarianism now live under relentless informational and psychological terrorist attacks, in permanent fear for their own lives and the lives of their loved ones. They live in a country where expressing an opinion that seems wrong to that terrorist entity can result in criminal charges against any citizen and their family. In this territory, laws and human rights have long been disregarded. The citizens of Russia are the most affected by this secret entity. Just as anticultism has its own state within the state, in the same way they have their own grouping within Orthodox Christianity, which by its actions poisons the very essence of this religion. Having infiltrated Orthodoxy, they use it to fight other religions and associations of people under the directive of anticultism. Thus, They have made orthodoxy their titular religion and got even more power into their hands, which they use to influence the consciousness of Russian citizens and subordinate them to their will. Ratsers has become the main tool for that secret entity to conduct its criminal activities and manipulate public consciousness. It is easier to influence believers since the topic of God is sacred and valuable to them. Sermons and lectures by church representatives contain destructive imprints that are beneficial to that entity and bypass people's critical thinking, penetrating directly into subconsciousness.
Death in the war is better than any other deaths. It's the best of all deaths. I'll tell you that people usually die like pigs, choking on vomit. They eat, drink, get drunk, fall under tables, throw up, and choke on their own vomit.
Their manipulation of people's minds can easily be traced if you carefully listen to their narratives. A recent extremist article by a Russian archpriest serves as a striking example of such an informational act of terrorism.
Excerpt from a lecture by Ratsir's representative Protoyerius Vyacheslav Pushkaryov, titled Peacemaking and Theological Dialogue with Non-Orthodoxes No Longer Makes Sense.
We, Orthodox Christians, always stand for peace among nations and opinions. We are the true peacemakers, as is the Russian civilization we have created. However, we are experienced peacemakers with a 1,000-year experience. This experience has taught us that not all means are acceptable and not all people are suitable for achieving our goals. This means that we should not rely on government officials or the people who live outside our church. We pin our hopes only on the body of Christ and the Holy Spirit, the Comforter who dwells in it until the end of time. We are the only true statesmen, not in the state, but within ourselves, from the fullness of our heart. We are free from nationalism or partisanship, but we propagate the chosenness of the Russian Orthodox spirit, which alone is state-forming, and we defend it to death. Therefore, in order to maintain peace, we do not need preliminary negotiations with pseudo-clergymen and heretics about the smell of their and our socks, and we do not need their instructions on how to live, because we've had all the answers for a long time, and they are already in practical application. It wasn't us who split from them, but they split from us. They are not the church, but only we are, and the gates of hell have not prevailed against us, and according to Christ's prophecy, will not prevail. Activities in the so-called interfaith dialogue represent an attempt to appease the state, deceive the true Orthodox believers, and create an illusion of peacemaking for non-believers, to prolong the agony of their stay in the world. That's a business which has nothing to do with the divine act of peacemaking. Those among us who don't understand this and indulge pseudo-clergymen only inflate their self-esteem and prolong their convulsions, harming us and themselves at that.
This article is a clear example of an informational terrorist act. It is structured according to a special manipulative scheme, so as to instill the desired narratives in the minds of those who read or hear it. In the article, the Protoyerius first tells believers that Orthodox Christians are peacemakers and always stand for equality and peace among nations and opinions. However, he then abruptly says the opposite. He claims that Russian Orthodoxy is chosen by God, and believers must defend it to death. Finally, he asserts that it is the only true church, and that interfaith dialogue and any negotiations with representatives of other faiths are meaningless because they merely prolong the convulsions of other denominations. Please note that he uses the word convulsions, and earlier also the word agony, implying that other denominations will perish anyway. This method of presenting information is a special manipulative technique used by anticultists to impose their desired narratives on society. How does it work? When a person hears statements that contradict and exclude each other, that causes a disruption in his consciousness. At the moment of disruption, the main message is communicated, which penetrates directly into the person's subconsciousness. This information becomes a command that the listener will remember and follow as a guide for action. In case of the aforesaid appeal, the command that a person will remember is the Protoyerius's final message, that dialogue and any negotiations with dissenters are meaningless because they are already having convulsions and doomed to death. Manipulating people's minds in this way, Anticultists can instill any narrative they want and make them do anything they want. Just like the Nazis, anti-cult organizations use the rhetoric of chosenness and superiority of some people over others. For example, Ratzer's representatives claim that believers in Russian Orthodox Christianity are chosen by God.
We believe in the one holy apostolic church, which is the same church that Christ himself founded. It is the only church that has fully preserved Christian life, Christian tradition, and Christian teaching. And there is only one way to unite: if all the rest join orthodoxy. We have to remember that cults are always fake. Cults are always a sham. They falsify the original. They alter the original. But the thing is that if there is a fake, hence there must be an original. All of us should remember that there is the original and how we should study it.
They impose an idea of their own infallibility and manipulate a notion that cults are dangerous. However, according to official statistics, representatives of the so-called cults rarely even commit administrative offenses. Meanwhile, it is not publicly mentioned that 76% of prisoners in Russia who serve time in jail for severe crimes and felonies are Orthodox Christians. Not only do anticultists exalt orthodoxy and call for the eradication of dissent, but they also wage a full-scale war against a global religion, against Islam. This is happening despite the official stance of the Orthodox Church in Russia, which is peaceful towards Islam. In the case of Russia, inciting intolerance towards Muslims is particularly dangerous for the country and destabilizes society because more than 20 million Muslims live there. At a time when true representatives of Orthodox Christianity, on the contrary, try to smooth over disagreements and to find reconciliation, anticultists methodically, deliberately, and cynically stir up hatred among millions of people in the country. Like the Nazis in their time, anticultists systematically convince people that they have the right to stigmatize and then destroy dissenters. After such sermons and lectures, a believer leaves with an instilled sense of superiority and his own righteousness. This creates a perfect foundation for the terrible offenses people later commit under the influence of anticultists. As a result of such informational terrorist acts, hatred is cultivated in the minds of millions. This hatred pushes them first to approve of, and then to commit acts of terrorism and genocide.
You will lose everything. This is not your country. You are demons. There will be an Orthodox church here, and we don't need either mosques or synagogues here.
On the one hand, anticultists incite Orthodox Christian believers to be intolerant and hateful towards Muslims, while on the other hand, they increasingly oppress Muslims, allowing themselves to insult their faith. All of this generates tension in society, which the anticultists need, tension that builds up to the point where a single spark is enough to ignite a conflict between Orthodox Christians and Muslims. This spark turned out to be the physical terrorist attack at Crocus City Hall.
Мы находимся на концерте в Крокус-Сити. Здесь происходит какая-то стрельба, куча народу бежит, все орут, кто-то стреляет здесь. Какие-то люди стреляют. Подожгли зал. Зал горит. Подожгли нас. Нас подожгли.
Нет, там тупик. Там тупик.
Там тупик! Вниз!
Yes, physical acts of terrorism are another terrifying tool of anticultism for enslaving the consciousness of society. Anticultists orchestrate physical terrorist acts to ensure their own total domination in the country and to gain full control over top leaders. The recent horrific terrorist act in Russia is an example of that.
The bleeding wound. 145 people died and more than 550 injured.
The investigation must be carried out in a highly professional and objective manner, without any political bias. We know that the crime was committed by the hands of radical Islamists.
All the detainees were citizens of Tajikistan, or ethnic Tajiks. Since these people are Muslims, it can be said that an undeclared war against Islam has begun.
Tough raids on migrants started in Russia. Riot police knock down doors and take bunches of workers to police stations. Several more Tajiks have been arrested during investigation of the terrorist attack case.
There is always someone who benefits from acts of terrorism of such a scale, and the sole beneficiary of this particular attack is anti-cult organizations, specifically the anti-cultism, which used this act of terror to achieve the three of its own crucial objectives. Objective number 1, strengthening the position of orthodoxy as the titular religion. With the terrorist attack on March 22, 2024, anti-cult organizations literally brought Islam to its knees, significantly weakening a religious competitor on their territory. This way, they have further strengthened the dominant position of Orthodox Christianity in the country and divided society to the utmost. Obviously, this attack was aimed against Muslims. Immediately after the act of terrorism, thousands of migrants belonging to this religion, not just citizens of Tajikistan, were expelled from Russia. What do anti-cult organizations get from that? They have instantly and for long got rid of dozens of thousands of freedom-loving people who at any moment could demand compliance with their rights, thereby threatening anti-cultist total power. They have expelled a huge number of migrants who worked in Russia and benefited its economy. As for the Muslims who stay in Russia, they have experienced and keep experiencing inhumane treatment.
Human rights advocates from various organizations report widespread violations of law and abuses of power by law enforcement agencies. Tong Jahoni organization reports that during the first 2 weeks after the terrorist attack, over 8,500 migrants sought legal assistance. They complained about being unfairly fired from their jobs, about biased inspections and even attacks. Lawyers say that people report being subjected to torture. They are kept outside in cold weather, not let into buildings, and go without food for days. They are only allowed to drink water from a tap in the bathroom, which they can access once a day. Human rights defender Valentina Chupik, who specializes in migrant issues, shared the following.
Right now, I'm in touch with the guys, citizens of Uzbekistan, who worked in Balashika. They worked legally. Rosgvardia and police officers burst into their dormitory, beat them all, put them on the floor, and then took them to the police station. 78 people were detained. People were robbed of all their money and forced to make transfers to a bank card. But the saddest thing in this story is that in the dormitory, they were beaten with a metal reinforcement rod. One of them had his eye knocked out. They just tore it out of the socket, while the other guy had one arm broken in 3 places with that metal rod. We receive dozens of such messages every day. Courts behave absolutely disgracefully. They just deport everyone. Most often, they deport people without any hearings. It was amazing when on Sunday, in the Meshchansky District Court of Moscow City, about 280 people were brought to the courtyard. After several hours of them standing in the courtyard in the cold, without food, water, and toilet, a female judge appeared in the window and said through the window, "In the name of the Russian Federation, everyone is deported," and she closed the window. That's it.
It has also been reported that citizens of Tajikistan disappeared after their detention. Specifically, a resident of the Voz district told Radio Ozodi that on the afternoon of March 23rd, Moscow police detained his 2 brothers and his son, and there has been no information about their fate since then. They were involved in apartment repairs. My son was the only breadwinner for the family. We only know that they were detained along with several other Tajiks. We don't know where they were taken or what happened to them. There are statements by Russian officials and the so-called law enforcement agencies that incite migrantophobia. For example, a former Russian presidential candidate calls for deportation of migrants for any offenses. A lot of human rights activists claim that xenophobia has long been imposed by the state, which has ultimately caused aggression against Muslims from ordinary citizens. People appeal to the authorities with demands to deport all Tajiks.
They consider our country to be a place from where they can pump out money, so to say. Their attitude towards us is of the same nature. They don't like us. They don't want to live here and improve anything. So why would we need this? You see, if a man has worms in his intestines, which simply keep draining vital energy out of him, he never tolerates that. Does he think, okay, let them live? Let's feed them? No. In this case, we need to take some concrete measures.
Citizens with Eastern appearances are beaten, denied housing, and nationalistic marks with an inscription, Tajik means terror, are drawn on their homes.
Persecution of Muslims involves the same methods as the Nazis used when persecuting Jews. Markings on houses, dismissals, employment bans, fabricated accusations, physical violence, deportation, and disappearance of people. All of this represent the methods of one of the stages of genocide.
Now get the fuck out of here! Russia is for Russians, Moscow is for Muscovites, Africa is for Negroes, and dump is for those who are from Caucasus.
Yet, the only crime of persecuted Muslims is that representatives of Anticultism decided to involve Islam in this terrorist attack. As for ordinary citizens, Anticultists conducted numerous informational terrorist acts in advance in order to generate such a reaction towards Muslims. It's not difficult to trace xenophobic statements about Islam by officials of public authorities, as well as sermons against Muslims by Ratzer's representatives.
The faith preached by the Arabs is basically plagiarism. They have the same characters there. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses. There was a desert around. He didn't have much to do. And let's just say he simply lived somewhere on the outskirts of the Christian world. He heard something. Some scraps of the Christian and Judaic teachings reached him. So he made up some kind of opinion for himself, quite an erroneous one. But since he was an inquisitive man, he found out what he could. Unfortunately, let's say, he found out, well, he actually had little chances to find it out.
Not only did Dvorkin call the entire Islam plagiarism, although it's the world religion that includes about 2 billion believers, but he even insulted the Prophet himself. Dvorkin called him a sick fantasist, possessed by demons.
Then Muhammad had some strange visions and revelations. Some people believe he had epileptic seizures, and he was very afraid of that. He believed that he was possessed by evil spirits who forced him to become a sorcerer. Either Muhammad suffered from some kind of illness and had morbid visions, or it was a demonic possession. Or, again, the Byzantine fathers say he was sort of a storyteller who made it all up. And unexpectedly for himself, his relatives believed in that.
This outright slander by Dvorkin against the Prophet Muhammad caused an extremely negative reaction in the Muslim world. Representatives of Anticultism systematically manipulated people's consciousness so that, at the right moment, citizens would respond with aggression. Informational terrorist acts of Anticultists poison people's minds with the venom of hatred. As a result of their manipulations, a person doesn't even realize that those destructive images were artificially implanted deep in his subconsciousness, bypassing critical analysis by consciousness. This is a real information bomb that was planted in the minds of citizens in advance and detonated at the right moment, causing a wave of violence against innocent people. As a result of it all, on social media, we now see people massively calling for the closure of mosques and the banning of Islam. This is how they have achieved their first objective, weakening Islam and thereby strengthening the position of orthodoxy as the titular religion. Consequently, anti-cultism has gained even more power. This is how anti-cultism builds its empire of unlimited power and totalitarianism, using the hands of others and paving its bloody path with innocent victims. Objective number 2, intensifying the polarization within the country and destabilizing society. Through the terrorist act, anti-cult representatives achieved another crucial goal, further dividing society. They need maximum polarization within Russia. They need controlled chaos. Because it is precisely under conditions of controlled chaos that they can fully control the ideology of the masses and manipulate the ruling power. Objective number 3, a blow to Putin's authority. In Russia, for many years, there has been a phenomenon called leaderism, where all power in the country is associated with one person. This means that an attack on Putin personally and his discrediting is an attack on the entire ruling power, and it's discrediting in the eyes of millions of people. And as you recall, the ultimate goal of terrorism, which anti-cultism conducts in any form, is to create a sense of helplessness and fear among millions of people in order to destabilize the population as much as possible and strike at the government and the state as a whole. So how was this blow to the authority of the Russian president carried out? Putin often claims that he fights terrorism and guarantees the safety of his citizens.
In this regard, responsible tasks are set before the units that ensure the protection of the constitutional order and fight extremism. Attempts to provoke unrest, interethnic conflicts, violate the rights and freedoms of citizens, use Russophobia, and any other ideology of intolerance must be strictly and immediately suppressed.
However, immediately after the election results were announced, a horrific terrorist act occurred the very next day, and it happened in the very heart of the country. The Anticultists calculated everything precisely. First, Putin was re-elected, a leader in whom the people had absolute trust. Then, the day after the election results were announced, the focused attention of millions of citizens on their leader was abruptly shifted to the terrorist attack unfolding before the entire nation. The entire country watched as defenseless people were gunned down, burned alive, suffocated from smoke, and died while hugging their children, unable to find an escape. The entire country saw a terrifying terrorist act that the leader they elected failed to prevent. Moreover, he did not even visit the scene of the tragedy. As a result, instead of confidence in the government and the elected president, many people began questioning this very president as a guarantor of safety. This was a very serious blow to Putin's authority, aimed at undermining public trust in him on one hand, and on the other, at showing Putin himself, who is really the boss in the country, and how easily he could lose his electorate and public support. The Anticultists showed him that they could, at any moment, anger the masses and, if necessary, direct that anger against him. They demonstrated that they have enough power to not only destabilize society, but also, if needed, to spark a war between Christianity and Islam, plunging the country into the chaos of civil war.
No one has ever put Russians on their knees, and no one ever will, because we are Russians. God is with us. God is with us.
Moreover, this terrorist act gave the Anticultists another advantage. They forced Putin to make significant personnel changes in the Russian leadership to put their own people in key positions. Representatives of Anticultism have already infiltrated all the critical sectors in Russia. Just think about it. All these people are obsessed with their idea of totalitarianism. They are the ones standing behind the president of the country with the largest stockpile of nuclear warheads. In this regard, consider the precarious balance on which the existence of the entire democratic world now rests, as well as your own existence. Strengthening orthodoxy as the titular religion, polarizing society within Russia, putting maximum pressure on Putin, and expanding their power. This is what the Anticultists achieved with just one terrorist attack. The terrorist attack that occurred in Russia shocked the entire country. Considering the immense power Anticultism gained through this attack, how this newfound power is already changing Russian and global society, and the terrifying consequences that are yet to unfold, it can be said that this attack in Russia is comparable to the 9/11 attack in our country, and this is no coincidence. The 9/11 attack in our beloved America was also organized and carried out by them, representatives of Anticultism, as an act of revenge for their past defeats. It is no coincidence that the 9/11 attack took place on the birthday of the creator and leader of this third force, Felix Dzerzhinsky. Our enemy has always attached special significance to dates, symbols, and numbers. It was the representatives of Anticultism who struck this devastating blow at the heart of our beloved America. They managed to implement this terrorist attack through their connections with Saudi intelligence. It is exactly Anticultism that is responsible for all the consequences this attack brought to our nation. These consequences continue to affect our society to this day. They say the explosion in the Twin Towers happened long ago, but this terrorist act is not over to this day. Even today, this explosion echoes in our hearts. An explosion that took priceless lives and peace from us. An explosion that dragged us into a terrible 20-year war. An explosion that marked the beginning of division in our once unified society. An explosion that divided American history into before and after. The narratives of civil war that you hear every day today are all echoes of that same explosion. An explosion for which we blamed everyone, except the real beneficiary of this crime, the real enemy of the United States.
The Civilizational War.
The real enemy of America. These terrorist attacks in America and Russia share another common feature. Muslims were presented as the perpetrators of these tragedies, leading to intense Islamophobia, not only within these countries but worldwide. For many years, a deliberate image of the Muslim as a terrorist has been created in your minds. You've been led to believe that a Muslim is an uncivilized, uncultured, aggressive, and dangerous person to be feared. To reinforce this image in your consciousness, regular information terror attacks are carried out. For instance, if a Muslim commits any offense, it is immediately broadcast nationwide, even though identical crimes are regularly committed by non-Muslims. However, when it comes to Muslims, the media accompanies such news with additional commentary and reflections on the impossibility of living with Muslims in the same country. I'm sure you have noticed how, in many countries, mass media consistently highlight the differences between Muslims and the civilized world. You may often hear continuous narratives suggesting that peaceful coexistence with them is difficult due to supposedly different values, cultural and religious differences. Think about how often you hear opinions that your country would be better off without Muslims, that you, the local residents, have given them opportunities, while they behave ungratefully. Have you ever wondered why this is happening? Why is such similar rhetoric against Muslims conducted in different countries? All of this is a multi-year information terror attack conducted by global Anticultism. As a result, relations between large Muslim diasporas and the local population in different countries are becoming increasingly strained. It's like a spring that is constantly being compressed. Let's consider where this might lead. In order to do this, you need to look at the situation in the world, taking into account the knowledge you already have. You know that global anti-cultism aims to establish a unified Fourth Reich. To achieve this, it continually destabilizes democratic countries, eroding laws and people's rights. As you may recall, the next target of the enemy is the division of the United States of America through civil war and the division of Europe. So, let's just assume that the enemy has succeeded in their plans, resulting in a divided United States and a disintegrating Europe. What do you think will happen next? Do you believe Muslims, incited by anti-cultism, will be able to resist the temptation to attack weakened European countries, the same countries that forced them to flee their homelands, the same countries where they've been oppressed for so many years? The question is rhetorical. Now consider this. As soon as the first attack by Muslims occurs, this conflict will immediately escalate beyond the borders of a single country or even a continent. The entire non-Muslim world will instantly come to defend Europe. If war breaks out, it will be a war of the whole world against Muslims. Do you think the parties involved will refrain from using nuclear weapons? And what do you think will be the outcome? I'll give you a hint. Considering the military, technological, and numerical superiority of the non-Muslim world, almost 2 billion Muslims would be wiped off the face of the earth. Let's consider why this might be beneficial for global anticultism. First, it would be a convenient way for them to seize vast territories rich in natural resources. Secondly, it would be an ideal opportunity to permanently eliminate a large group of freedom-loving people whom global anticultism has failed to break from within and bring under its control. Islam as a religion is particularly difficult for anti-cultism to control because Muslims form a society within a society. They have adhered strictly to the Quran for many years and follow their established traditions. Therefore, it's very hard for anti-cultism to control Islam because Muslims manage to avoid the global introduction of anti-cultism agents into their religion. Consequently, representatives of anti-cultism strive to demonize Muslims to eventually eliminate them, despite the fact that in many countries, Muslims live peacefully and harmoniously with other religions. Representatives of anti-cultism highlight isolated incidents, trying to convince you that all Muslims are subhuman. Anticultists instill this belief in you so that, when the time comes, they would be able to destroy the entire Islamic world with your hands. Could this be the very civilizational war we have heard about many times before?
But if the question, when will all this end, is asked of me as a priest, then my answer is never. Once Ukrainian Nazism is dealt with, another aggressor country will emerge through which the USA will begin to threaten Russia. So the civilizational war is inevitable.
Such a move would allow anti-cultism to achieve a state of managed chaos, so excruciating for humanity that people would be willing to accept even the harshest order and would ask for it themselves. Humanity would willingly request to live under the Fourth Reich. The biggest problem is that you do not see the looming threat of global anti-cultism hanging over you. You do not notice how global anti-cultism, this machine of violence and murder, which knows no pity, is relentlessly moving toward its goal, the destruction of America and the free world, and it only gains power along its way. Feeding on people's fear and deaths, we see that it has already broken not only Putin in Russia, but also Macron in France and Scholz in Germany. These countries, entangled in the tentacles of anti-cultism, can no longer call themselves democratic. France and Germany are considered the foundation of Europe, and if America's enemy is not stopped, it will soon consume the rest of European countries as well. And if Europe falls, and the enemy strips people of their rights and establishes totalitarianism there, just as it did in Russia, how long can America, the last bastion of democracy in the world, hold out, alone against everyone? The question is rhetorical, given the hatred and speed with which the main enemy of America is advancing towards its goal. Before your eyes, the enemy of the entire free world is committing terror attacks and stripping you of your freedoms. It is killing democracy, one of humanity's most valuable achievements, won through immense effort and courage. Many honorable people gave their lives so that you could finally live in freedom and equality. And now, those terrorists, those Nazis, are mercilessly destroying everything with impunity, your freedom, your rights, and most importantly, the future of your children, simply because they wish to do so. They are doing everything they can to turn your so far free world into the bloody dominance of the Fourth Reich.
Chapter 6: How Civil War is being fomented in America.
The Civilizational War would greatly benefit global anti-cultism on its path to global totalitarianism. However, let's return to the facts that reflect the harsh reality of today. Now, facts indicate that anti-cult representatives have already brought the United States to the brink of a civil war, which can completely destroy our country. To implement its plans, global anti-cultism needs to divide American society into two camps and radicalize them against each other. One tool for this division is the activity of anti-cultists in the U.S. Anti-cultists use Nazi methods to maximize the conflict in American society. I'll give you just one example among many. You already know about Stephen Hassan, the Deprogrammer who combats dissent by labeling as cultist people with different ideologies, or whoever is supposed to be stigmatized at the moment. So, Hassan has gone even further by declaring Donald Trump a cult leader and his supporters as cult members. Hassan published a book titled The Cult of Trump, where he claims that every American who supports Donald Trump is a cult member, meaning they are not free in their opinions, not independent individuals, but rather people who need to be subjected to intervention, as Hassan puts it, or in other words, they should be forced to change their beliefs. By actively promoting this book and the whole idea in the media, Hassan uses labeling to dehumanize one part of the population in the eyes of another. This leads American society to see one group of Americans not as people with different opinions, but as brainwashed zombies incapable of constructive dialogue. After all, it's much easier to take up arms against a group of people who have lost their human nature. And it's no coincidence that dehumanization was always considered the first tool of Nazi propaganda during the war. Because in order to get people to take up arms against each other, you first need to make them stop seeing each other as fellow humans.
Stephen Hassan spreads these destructive narratives with the help of his friend and media ally, Dave Troy. Troy calls himself an investigative journalist, but has never received formal training. Like Hassan, he actively disseminates stigmatizing and dehumanizing ideas about various religious and secular groups. Almost every article Troy writes is an information terrorist attack, and many of his readers actually notice that. Thus, commenting on media materials created by Dave Troy, readers point out that his rhetoric sows moral panic, causes depression, and harms their mental health. Hassan and Troy do not hide their connections. They actively supported the release of a book by anti-cultist Alex Alvarova from the Czech Republic, a country that is one of the centers of anti-cultism in Europe. In her book, Feeding the Demons, the Conquerors of America, Alvarova essentially continues to promote Hassan's and Russian raciers' narrative that tens of millions of American citizens are cult members, urging other Americans to fight them.
The destructive activities of anticultists have already led to the point when in our democratic United States, where people are guaranteed freedom of speech, Trump supporters are afraid to express their support openly, fearing open aggression. I highlight this not because they represent a particular party or support a specific politician, but because they are Americans, residents of a free country, who have a guaranteed freedom of speech and expression by the Constitution. It's important to remember that anti-cultism does not support any political party, force or country. Anti-cultism hates the U.S. and is only interested in exacerbating conflicts within American society to the point of its destruction in a civil war. To achieve this, it infiltrates both opposing parties, fueling hostility. Therefore, in the opposing political camp, anti-cultism also infects citizens with Nazi narratives. It is precisely anti-cultists who heavily propagate in the media this narrative that all Democratic Party supporters are supposedly against Christianity, that they are anti-Christians, that President Biden betrayed Christianity and is destroying it. Thus, it is instilled in people that Christianity is threatened and persecuted because of the actions of this part of Americans. Consequently, according to this logic, citizens are urged to make every effort to protect Christianity from those who may destroy it, in their opinion. And again, we see the Nazi method of labeling specific groups, which is imposed by anti-cultists. Thus, the anti-cult movement exploits the existing division into two political camps in American society, stirring even greater hatred between them. All of this has led to an unprecedentedly high likelihood of a civil war. Once I already warned you that long-term consequences of party divisions can be dangerous for the nation's welfare. Back then, I said, however, political parties may now and then answer popular ends. They are likely, in the course of time and things, to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people and to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines which have lifted them to unjust dominion. Everything I warned you about is already happening in our United States of America today. In order to achieve its goals, global anti-cultism divides you Americans, creating conditions for a new civil war in the USA. As much as American society is divided nowadays, it was only divided before the war between the North and the South, and you yourselves can see and feel that. Many us citizens have already started talking about the inevitability of a civil war.
Civil war. Civil war. Civil war.
Civil war.
Civil war.
Civil war.
And such narratives are increasingly heard from the media. This situation is a direct outcome of the actions of numerous branches of global anti-cultism and their agents, infiltrating the social and political spheres of America's life. In this war, information terrorist attacks and real acts of terrorism they provoke remain the customary tool of the hidden enemy of democracy and the entire free world. Today, I'll give you several examples of specific phenomena, events and their consequences that were orchestrated by representatives of global anti-cultism and their loyal anti-cultist dogs in order to create and intensify a split in American society, to prepare a ground for a future civil war, and to place all the pieces they need on the chessboard. Only if you realize how you've been manipulated all this time will you be able to get out of this game and gain an opportunity to take a free step, a step that will really help put an end to the entire chaos, evil, and destruction that representatives of anti-cultism sow around themselves. Then you will finally be able to find ways to achieve reconciliation and unity.
Mass shootings in schools.
It is time to expose yet another brutal and cynical atrocity committed by the international network of terrorist anti-cult groups and their ideological mentors. It is difficult to imagine that these very criminals turned out to be the architects of one of the most terrifying phenomena in modern society.
Oh my God! A shooting at a high school in Broward County.
Mass shooting inside an elementary school.
The shooting there at the Covenant School.
Shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School.
Deadliest shooting in U.S. history.
Worst ever mass shootings.
14 students.
At least 17 people have been killed.
27 victims, 20 children, 7 adults.
33 dead, 29 wounded.
A total of 15 people are believed to have died here, 12 students.
3 young children dead and 3 administrators dead as well.
The phenomenon I am referring to is mass shootings in educational institutions. Not long ago, the entire human community was shocked by the first such incident and wondered how it was even possible. Now, it has become a harsh reality. These incidents leave an indelible mark on people's memories. The most terrifying aspect of these violent outbursts is not just the loss of young lives, but the fact that children are killing other children. What has happened to society to give rise to such a phenomenon? What has changed, and what is the root cause of this tragic reality? A wise person once said, "For every complex problem, there is an answer that is clear, simple, and wrong." In this case, many of you might be satisfied with an answer that seems obvious and straightforward, that this phenomenon has become possible because modern society is experiencing a decline in morality. People have become disconnected, and there is too much anger and violence, which has inevitably affected your children. This seems like a logical answer, and there is, of course, some truth to it. However, this is such a sharp and painful topic that it has not gone unnoticed by opportunists who are accustomed to profiting from others' misfortunes. Moreover, too many inconsistencies and unanswered questions emerge when examining each case individually and the overall picture in detail. It is as if someone may be deliberately using these tragic incidents so that while your mind is clouded by emotions of grief, shock, and loss, the actual beneficiaries of these events can covertly carry out their plans. The explanation lies in a simple and timeless formula. Find who benefits from it, and you will uncover the truth. Historically, educational institutions have always had many individuals who fit the risk factors for becoming potential shooters. However, for various reasons, only a few, and not always the most obvious ones, resorted to gun violence. The open question remains, why have developed countries faced the phenomenon of mass shootings by children in the modern era? Yes, with the invention of firearms and their gradual availability to civilians, such incidents have occurred since the early 18th century. And typically, these incidents didn't garner as much widespread attention and mass publicity in society as they do now. News reports covering these events didn't employ manipulative psychological techniques. They simply reported the facts, informed the public, and nothing more. But what's happening now is an unprecedented phenomenon. The sharp, rapid increase in armed attacks in schools worldwide occurred roughly around the same time, starting from the late 90s, with a frightening trend towards escalation since the early 2000s. In other words, school shootings have been a phenomenon of the past 30 years. Just as many years ago, the hidden force behind global anti-cultism began to regain its strength. It was then that they founded the ideological center of the modern network of anti-cult groups, and it was then that they began to consolidate their positions and spread their destructive influence massively in democratic countries around the world. And this is not just a coincidence, that's a fact. For those who think such events can't be artificially provoked, I suggest taking a closer look. Follow my train of thought, and don't just look at the surface, but try to penetrate with your gaze into the depths of things.
Armed attacks in educational institutions or school shootings. The use of armed violence on the grounds of educational institutions, primarily targeting students, often escalating into mass murders. At this point, a vast number of countries have already experienced cases of school shootings. This is an international issue being addressed by specialists from various fields. It is generally accepted that such actions by minors are driven not only by aggressive behavior, but also by a complex set of circumstances developing over a long period of time. Those can include individual vulnerability of a specific child in particular situations. For example, chronically tense relationships in the classroom or school, bullying, neglectful attitude in the family, unrecognized prolonged depressive state, and psychological problems. Thus, as some experts believe, the reason for the crime becomes the fact that the teenager, unable to cope with the situation, explodes, reacting to it with aggressive actions. However, specialists' attempts to conduct detailed analyses of dozens of cases have hit a dead end. They report that there is no single, universal profile of a shooter. Age, gender, race, and social characteristics all vary. Potential shooters are usually portrayed as unsociable, quiet loners. But studies have shown that only about 12% of them had no friends, and about 34% were considered socially isolated, which is higher than the average for their age group, but not enough to identify a significant trend. About 44% of attackers were involved in social activities outside school, such as sports teams, hobby clubs, extracurricular education, and religious groups. More than 63% of attackers came from intact families and did not have academic problems. In many cases, future shooters came from relatively well-off families where parents tried to build trusting relationships with their children. In the US, the schools that were attacked were located in suburban or rural areas with low rates of violent crime. This contrasts with Russia, where the most notorious school attacks occurred in cities: Moscow, Kazan, Kerch, Perm. Therefore, it is also not possible to explain such crimes by the negative influence of the social environment, as all these children grew up in different conditions and places with varying levels of crime. The majority of attackers did not have severe psychopathology. Out of 27 cases, only 23% had a history of seeking psychiatric help, and only 6% were deemed insane at the time of committing mass murders. At present, it is not possible to accurately identify a potential shooter based on external signs. It could be anyone.
All these children who later became criminals are entirely different individuals with different characters, different experiences, and different destinies.
20-year-old Adam Lanza blasted his way through the front door of the Sandy Hook Elementary School with an AR-15.
Nicholas Cruz in court Monday, the confessed school shooter never looking up.
So they thwarted 18-year-old Alex Yee's plans to shoot up his high school.
Despite some shooters studying violent materials before committing the crime, others did not. Some showed signs of depression, while others did not. Some underwent psychiatric treatment, while others did not. Some were bullied in school, while others were the aggressors themselves. So, it's impossible to confidently conclude that only a specific personality type is prone to such crimes. What made them cross the final moral line within themselves and commit such a terrible crime? What unites all these cases? The answer is both simple and complex at the same time. All these children fell victim to representatives of global anti-cultism and their meticulously planned info-terrorism acts. They were infected with destructive images of violent actions spread by representatives of anti-cultism through the media, containing hidden commands to act. That's why we see cases where teenagers are inspired to commit armed attacks by stories of terrorism. Essentially, school shootings are acts of terrorism. However, the form in which they occur allows the actual beneficiaries to divert attention away from themselves. Next, I will show you examples of how the well-honed manipulative psychological techniques from the arsenal of anti-cult terrorists influence the masses' consciousness.
The Columbine case. Let's consider, for example, the tragic events at Columbine High School.
911. Yeah, this is Sharon at Columbine High School. We have shots being fired. Okay. The guy is in a black trench coat. Jerry, there's one guy. They just shot somebody inside the cafeteria. I'm going to have to try and get out of here and call you back. God. Stay in the line with me. Oh, God. The gun is right outside the library door.
On April 20th, 1999, at Columbine High School in Colorado, USA, a premeditated attack was carried out by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, senior students at the school. They attacked their classmates and school staff using guns and homemade bombs. As a result, 13 people were killed and 24 were wounded. After the attack, the shooters committed suicide.
We're getting shot all around me. They were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or playing a sport.
15 people are believed to have died here, 12 students.
This mass murder case caused significant public outcry in the United States and sparked heated debates about the need for stricter gun control. The incident led to the tightening of security systems in educational institutions and increased regulation of children's access to the internet and violent video games. Despite being known today as a case of mass murder, there is evidence from the perpetrators themselves that clearly characterizes their planned crime as a terrorist act. Long before their attack on the school, the future shooters frequently wrote in their journals about events such as the Oklahoma City bombing, the Vietnam War, and World War II. Journal entries also revealed that the attackers were planning a school bombing intended to rival the power of the Oklahoma City bombing on April 19, 1995. Prior to the events of September 11, 2001, this was the largest terrorist attack on U.S. soil. The bombing of a truck filled with explosives resulted in the deaths of 168 people, including 19 children under the age of 6, and injuries to over 680 people. Furthermore, in their writings about these events, the perpetrators expressed a desire to dwarf the carnage of the Oklahoma City bombing and leave a lasting impression on the world about these events.
So what really happened on that tragic day at Columbine High School? How do we interpret this event when, in fact, teenagers, impressed by stories of terrorist attacks and military actions, literally planned the next actual terrorist attack? It's not just murder or suicide. They planted a massive amount of explosives in the school and planned to detonate it. They planned to kill about 250 people, or even more, as they admitted in their diaries. The only thing that prevented them from carrying out their plans was that the homemade bombs didn't explode for some reason. And if the bombs had all gone off and they succeeded in what they had planned, how many children would have been harmed? How would law enforcement classify this crime then?
The fact that the teenagers planned the attack is evident from their deliberate choice of the attack date, which they called Judgment Day. Initially, the shooting was planned for April 19, 1999, the 6th anniversary of the end of the Waco siege and the 4th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing. They postponed it to April 20th, only because they needed to secure additional ammunition. In other words, inspired by the Oklahoma City bombing, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold sought to commit an act of terror that would claim more lives than that explosion. In turn, the Oklahoma City bombing was linked to the events at Waco and was carried out on the 2nd anniversary of that tragedy. The perpetrator of the Oklahoma City bombing explained his actions as revenge against the federal government for its criminal actions, including those at Waco. Let's recall that back then, the members of the Branch Davidians religious group were surrounded and besieged by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI, and the U.S. National Guard on the territory of their compound ranch Mount Carmel, near the city of Waco, Texas. The siege lasted from February 28 to April 19, 1993, and ended in tragic events during which a total of 86 people died. With a high probability, Eric and Dylan, like the rest of the country, watched the bloody events at Waco and the explosion in Oklahoma on television. Thus, the tragedy that resulted in the deaths of 86 people became the motive for another act of terror in which 168 people died. Both events, in turn, influenced two teenagers to attempt to surpass the terrorists' acts, culminating in the mass killings at Columbine High School.
So what really triggered the shootings at Columbine High School? The accumulated aggression of the children, which they couldn't cope with, or the media hype surrounding descriptions of high-profile terrorist attacks, containing specific destructive images and attitudes that incite action? What affected the children's psyche? And who is truly responsible for children becoming mass murderers? Now, these dates on the calendar, April 19th and 20, have become days of deep mourning for the entire American nation, marked by the shadow of three horrifying tragedies: the siege in Waco, the Oklahoma City bombing, and the mass shooting at Columbine High School. The events of those days, which claimed numerous human lives, have become memorable milestones in American history. They have been the source of numerous changes in both the political and social landscape of the country.
But what unites all three tragedies is not just their dates and their impact on America, but also that they are all part of the strategy of global anti-cultism and the hidden force behind it.
They have become long-lasting anchor events that have triggered numerous processes, which continue to significantly influence the current situation in the country to this day. I will talk about this in more detail later, and also, using the specific example of the tragedy in Waco, I will show you how the enemy, through its network of global anti-cultism, orchestrates such events, and how you can identify its hidden hand amidst what may seem like chaos or accidental coincidence of circumstances.
Mechanisms of artificial provocation of school shooting incidents by anti-cult representatives.
All these events, besides being acts of terrorism, subsequently became powerful info-terrorist attacks, which in turn spawned new crimes. Later, through their allies in the mass media, representatives of anti-cultism launched a PR campaign to give worldwide publicity to the events at Columbine. Numerous high-profile articles were published, films were made, and books were written detailing the day of the attack down to what the boys had for breakfast that morning. All of this ultimately created a romanticized image of the shooters, evoking both sympathy and even admiration.
Ain't no VTech shit or Columbine, but I look like Bret Hart mixed with Dylan Clevo. Maybe what the pro.
I get to look up for you. Dude, I want you to know, like.
Shots fired. Several shots fired.
Based on the events at Columbine High School and the interests surrounding the shooters' personalities, entire communities of their admirers formed. Known as the Columbiners, fan groups emerged on social media, which ultimately became known as the Columbine movement. For some reason, competent authorities were slow to combat the spread of this clearly destructive information among teenagers and to stop the activities of such groups, despite their apparent efforts to popularize and romanticize school shootings and their perpetrators. As a result, what do we have now? Nowadays, school shootings and Columbine have become interchangeable terms. The word Columbine is now used to describe all crimes carried out in a similar manner. This marked the unofficial beginning of the era of school shootings. Who created this heroicized image of Columbine and why? Why did the authorities and intelligence agencies allow it to spread so widely? Is this simply negligence and irresponsibility, or intentional criminal inaction? If it is believed that one of the key reasons for new school shootings is an uncontrolled imitation of Columbine, Then why was information popularizing this event allowed to spread so widely? If reports of these events did not contain hidden manipulations that incited action, this information would not have been so actively duplicated, picked up by other children, and would not have generated new shooters. It is evident that the Columbine cult was created intentionally. At its core, this is an act of informational terrorism that spawns more terrorist attacks. Who benefits from conducting acts of informational terrorism of this scale? Only the representatives of anti-cultism and the force behind them. It is the representatives of anti-cultism who subtly glorify the perpetrators of these attacks through the media. Using manipulative psychological techniques, they implant the desired image into people's subconscious minds, promoting the spread of information that contains hidden destructive messages.
The legacy of Columbine. Ever since that mayhem 15 years ago, we've seen more and more of these mass shootings, many by troubled young men inspired by the Columbine killers.
Police say Yi is obsessed with the Columbine High School massacre. David, tomorrow is the 25th anniversary of Columbine. Authorities clearly taking no chances.
This way, they search for new copycats. They sow the seeds of destruction and wait for new sprouts to emerge. When a school shooting occurs in any country, and the media worldwide starts broadcasting information about it, what happens to the people exposed to this information? Thousands of children and teenagers start to try on the image of the perpetrator, contemplating, what would I do if I were him? They think about how they would act towards their classmates in school or peers in college or university. Even many rational adults, listening to these stories in the media, start imagining how they might carry out such an act. In doing so, the human mind unwittingly identifies potential victims, those who have wronged them in the past or undervalued them. Thousands think about it, and a few actually turn their fantasies into reality. This is deliberate psychological manipulation. Many of you might wonder, if representatives of anti-cultism are behind school shootings, how do they manage to control the shooters remotely? They aren't physically holding their hands. The answer is simple. They don't need to physically hold anyone's hand to make them commit a mass shooting. They only need to control their consciousness. Naturally, the next question arises. If they use such precise and refined manipulative techniques, why do they not work on everyone? What is the key factor that opens the door for the implantation of a destructive program into the subconscious of teenagers, driving them to enact such horrific scenarios? To understand the true nature of what is happening, let's delve into the details of how representatives of anti-cultism use methods of covert programming to influence a person's subconscious to commit a school shooting. How do they manage to code a teenager to execute their malicious will?
Method of puzzle piece coding. First, representatives of anti-cultism select a region where, according to their goals and objectives, it will be strategically advantageous to create a school shooting incident. The organization and planning of such a terrorist act in the chosen region happen long before the actual event, usually from 1 to 3 years, depending on the significance and importance of the event for them. The coding of a teenager to carry out an armed attack is done remotely, using the method of subliminal information embedding through mass media and the internet. To create a new school shooting, they use a method of puzzle piece coding, that is, a method of covert manipulation by directing multiple waves of information coding. Each wave individually contains specific embedded messages that, like puzzle pieces, come together in the depths of the potential shooter's subconscious. Only when these pieces combine do they activate the program to commit mass murder. As a result of this activation, the individual goes through with the crime, while to an observer, it appears as if it was their personal decision. No one met with them, directly incited them, or helped them prepare. They didn't even discuss the topic with anyone. In reality, they act as a biorobot, guided by a skilled hand to carry out a premeditated criminal plan. This segmentation of manipulative embeds into several waves of information delivery is intentional and serves the purpose of precise targeting. Since a school shooting requires one, at most two perpetrators, the waves of information coding affect thousands of people. Some of these people may even feel an impulse to act on the commands, but not everyone can cross the line into committing mass murder. Therefore, to narrow down the target zone and activate a suitable potential shooter, a cross-sectional information attack is conducted. It consists of several information deliveries, each containing specific embeds that can bypass the critical control of the conscious mind and penetrate directly into the subconscious. Once there, these embeds come together like a puzzle to form a cohesive picture of the future crime. This image becomes a dominant intrusive thought, pushing the individual towards committing mass murder. When planning the next school shooting, representatives of anti-cultism first study the demographics of the target school, their interests, and popular internet and media resources among them. Then, by placing materials on these media resources, considering trends in the teenage environment, they launch multiple waves of information coding that contain hidden embeds. Moreover, these infected messages are typically spaced out over time, meaning they don't necessarily need to be released into the information space simultaneously. The key is that they all superpose in the perception of a specific individual. Their combination in the potential shooter's subconscious triggers the command to execute the implanted program. The initial information coding attacks have a broad range of impact. The final wave of the attack and additional corrective measures are carried out directly within the target school. These give the start command to the shooter. Representatives of anti-cultism first launch preparatory waves of information coding, followed by targeting and activating waves. This series of precautionary measures allows them to control the exact number of perpetrators of a terrorist attack and the quality of its execution. The first preparatory wave, which serves as the foundation for the subsequent layering of all puzzle piece embeds into a single picture, is the glorification of previous school shooting perpetrators. The primary factor that representatives of anti-cultism exploit here is the human desire for fame.
Therefore, all the narratives glorifying shooters, implanted by representatives of anti-cultism, exploit a person's desire for popularity and widespread attention. It doesn't matter how the information about the shooters is spread. It could be condemning their actions or justifying them, a biographical sketch, or a dramatization of events. Anything goes. The critical aspect is the news coverage and the manipulative message embedded in it. Thus, an image of the criminal is created, surrounded by an aura of fame and admiration, despite the wrongfulness of their actions. What does a teenager see when they encounter this information? They see that an ordinary student, just like them, who felt undervalued, gained worldwide fame with a single act. Now, the top popular media write about them, celebrities talk about them, and they become a sort of idol for others. It is precisely the desire to become famous, the thirst for fame, that serves as the fertile ground in which the seeds of evil sown by real terrorists take root, provoking children to commit crimes.
My name is Nick, and I'm going to be the next school shooter of 2018. My goal is at least 20 people with an AR-15 and a couple tracer rounds.
She is infatuated with Columbine's school shooting. Police say she was armed and extremely dangerous.
Well, I will be. Columbine, Virginia Tech, none of them will beat me. I'll kill them all.
Remember Columbine!
He was arrested. BBC News investigation spanning the country uncovered chilling evidence, video diaries. Here's that Minnesota suspect talking to police in May.
My number one idol is Eric Harris.
An era of active shooter events really began with Columbine.
Thus, the first implant penetrates the subconscious of the potential shooter. The notion that the most important purpose in life is to gain fame and recognition, and without this, life is meaningless. The deep-seated subconscious fear of living an obscure life pushes the teenager toward committing the crime. If you look at the profiles of shooters from this perspective, and their explanations for their actions, you will clearly see that the desire to become famous is the one common trait they all share. Here is a crucial point. If the glorified image of the shooter did not exist, school shootings would cease to be possible, because without this foundational base, the rest of the program for carrying out the act would not have the necessary support to be executed.
The dissemination of glorified images of criminals as bait for those who also crave popularity acts as a filter, screening out those unsuitable for the role of perpetrator, and infecting those with the active trigger that sets off the program's unpacking. Another filter is the specific method of selecting themes through which the program components for executing a school shooting are embedded. These themes are chosen from the areas of interest to teenagers, which are typically opposite in nature. What does this mean, and why is it done? A person is more likely to be interested in related topics. For example, someone interested in astronautics might also be interested in parachuting. However, to minimize the number of people caught in the cross-section of the informational coding waves, topics are chosen that rarely fall within the sphere of interest of the same person all at once. For instance, a teenager might be fascinated by space and the possibility of life on other planets, such as astrobiology. What would be opposite in nature to this interest? Life's opposite is death. So, a teenager potentially suitable for the role of a shooter might also be interested in different models of weapons. This combination of interests is rare in real life, which is precisely what anti-cultism representatives count on. Subsequently, various materials on these themes are embedded with other components of the single program for carrying out a school shooting. Particular emphasis is placed on awakening an interest in weapons as tools that grant power and fame. As a result, only those teenagers who are simultaneously interested in both opposing themes and who already have a dominant desire for fame and recognition fall into the crosshairs of these intersecting waves of information coding. Thus, the target group gradually narrows down through the final stage of the coding process. The first wave of information coding affects thousands. Then from these thousands, only hundreds remain, and ultimately, only a few individuals are caught in the crossfire of all the necessary coding waves. It then becomes a matter of time to see who among them activates first, and who ultimately becomes the perpetrator of the implanted program. This is why shooters often appear entirely different from one another, with diametrically opposed personality traits, frequently without significant psychological issues, and most importantly, without apparent motives for committing such crimes.
Let me give you an example of an inducing wave of information coding that activates a teenager's program to commit a school shooting. The start command doesn't necessarily come through the media or the internet. It could be delivered by a guest lecturer at the school who incidentally mentions a person in their talk who dedicated their entire life to science but never gained worldwide recognition or fame. In contrast, the lecturer then cites Nobel laureates as examples, few in number, but they were able to achieve success. What embed does the potential shooter receive here? Their subconscious gets the directive that neither science nor diligent effort brings fame, and that life's meaning isn't in discoveries or hard work, but in popularity. For if no one knows you, you're wasting your life. Therefore, there's no point to your existence. From an outside perspective, such a lecture might seem noble, yet it serves as the trigger for activating the shooter. After a short period, one of the students at this school will commit an armed attack on others. Several months may pass between the lecture and the tragic event, by which time no one will remember or connect the person to the reasons for this tragedy. From a legal standpoint, there's no grounds for charges of incitement because the lecturer didn't even mention school shootings in their talk. In this way, through purposeful information coding, the subconscious program for committing mass murder is activated in the teenager unnoticed by others. Thus, out of thousands of teenagers affected by intersecting waves of information coding, only a few become future shooters. This transformation occurs only in schools where the final stage of subconscious programming, the activation phase of the embedded command, has been completed. That's why, seemingly out of nowhere, children develop an attraction to weapons and a desire to inflict harm on others. Just an image that bypassed the critical perception of the conscious mind, penetrated deep into the subconscious, and triggered action. As a result, a teenager who recently made plans for the future dreamed of romantic relationships and chose a university or college to attend after school. Suddenly, with the obsession of a psychopath, starts planning a real terrorist attack. Thus, cynically and cold-bloodedly, representatives of anti-cultism skillfully manipulate the pliable minds of future executors for their malicious intent. They turn your children into terrorists and mass murderers. Even if only one out of hundreds of thousands of children brings this image to life, it is more than enough for representatives of anti-cultism and the force behind them to continue their destructive activities to destabilize society and impose the agendas that benefit them. Representatives of anti-cultism, in their public statements, which they also make in educational institutions, often talk about their concern for the safety of children. However, it is they themselves who are the secret instigators, provoking children to display outbursts of hatred, intolerance, and aggression. It is the representatives of anti-cultism who create conditions in society for children, and sometimes even adults, to take up arms and go shoot other children in schools. Being terrorists themselves, they breed new terrorists. Thus, through the hands of others, they achieve the desired results.
Ways to prevent school shootings.
Understanding the fundamental principles of manipulative techniques through which the search and activation of potential shooters occur also provides the opportunity to identify the organizers of such crimes and prevent similar incidents in the future. How to prevent school shootings.
Method 1. Monitoring content leading to crime. For example, by tracking the content that teenagers who commit mass shootings have been exposed to, it is possible to uncover those who led them to these actions, using them as remotely controlled weapons. This includes identifying specific publications, harmful content, and even particular media channels through which children are encoded to commit school shootings. It is worth noting that identifying potentially harmful content in this case is possible only through its external features. Without specialized knowledge of the puzzle coding method, an ordinary person will not be able to detect hidden puzzle embeds in text or video materials, which ultimately transform someone into a shooter. Since this method is designed to influence a person's subconsciousness, bypassing critical perception by the conscious mind, it's logical that it is almost impossible to understand where and how these embeds occur if you use consciousness alone. But what can be noticed, and what should be paid attention to when identifying dangerous content? Since heroization of shooters is the first and fundamental wave of information coding, which lays the groundwork in a person's subconsciousness for committing a future crime, we will now provide an analysis of publications on the topic of school shootings. The first thing to observe in these materials is the frequency of publications that repeat the same seemingly meaningless messages. This may be a series of similar articles about a specific school shooting incident that happened a long time ago. Often, these articles are authored by a specific periodical, journalist, or a group of interconnected journalists who continually maintain the same topics in their publications over an extended period of time. Meanwhile, other journalists or media outlets may have already stopped covering this event long ago. Yet this very group of journalists persistently supports the information wave for unknown reasons, and keeps the long-past event alive in the media space. These articles would repeatedly discuss the same subject from different angles. The authors might criticize the police, express sympathy for the shooter's parents, highlight recently uncovered details of the crime, and so on. However, the common thread will still be the same: school shootings. And all these articles will have one significant feature. they will never harshly criticize or condemn the shooter. The second feature of potentially dangerous materials and publications is that discussions of school shootings would always be accompanied by direct or indirect criticism of the authorities, specific officials, and the helplessness of law enforcement agencies. Articles would discuss their mistakes and failures, emphasizing that law enforcement officers lie and deliberately distort facts to cover up their own helplessness. Such publications often appear very similar, and at first glance may even seem reasonable, devoid of aggressive calls to action or clear signs of inciting hatred. However, in reality, the information they contain deeply affects people, leaving a lasting imprint on their subconsciousness. The third feature to watch for is the presence of numbers in the publications. Information containing hidden embeds always includes a numerical code. This could be mentions of dates, exact time when a crime was committed, the number of casualties, or other figures. Yet these numbers would be repeatedly referenced in their publications. The point is that human consciousness and subconsciousness perceive numbers differently. This feature of the work of our subconsciousness is leveraged by the puzzle coding method. As mentioned before, it is extremely challenging for an unprepared individual to detect hidden manipulations of consciousness, and, even more so, subconsciousness, through the puzzle coding method without specialized training. However, there is always a pattern, and identifying this pattern can help pinpoint particularly dangerous content amid the vast flow of information. Once sources of destructive influence containing hidden embeds are identified, it is crucial to promptly halt the propagation of their influence on the broader population. Method 2. Conducting psychological testing in schools to identify increased levels of bipolar disorders. One indicator that students at a particular educational institution have been subjected to hidden external subconscious manipulation is an increase in cases of bipolar affective disorder among them. What's the connection here? Since the initial waves of information coding have a wide radius of impact, certain embeds, parts of the program for mass shootings, infiltrate the subconscious of all affected individuals. What happens to a person in this case? Hidden directives start acting in their subconscious, conflicting with their conscious goals and aspirations. As a result, internal conflict and resistance emerge within the individual. This conflict, triggered by the implanting of foreign elements into the subconscious, eventually manifests as bipolar disorder. Representatives of anti-cultism cannot avoid provoking such conditions when they initiate preparatory waves of coding for school shootings, because this forms the foundation for further imposition of other waves, ultimately launching the program. An illustrative example in this regard is the situation in the Czech Republic, where after the shooting incident at the Faculty of Philosophy of Charles University in Prague in 2023, pertinent information emerged regarding the prevalence of bipolar disorders among the country's young generation. Czech media began disseminating information indicating that approximately 5% of the entire population of the Czech Republic currently suffers from bipolar affective disorder, primarily among the young generation of the Czech shooter's age, namely students. Students of Charles University themselves posted on social media, expressing concern about a troubling trend. Every second student suffers from bipolar affective disorder. This circumstance confirms the fact of external manipulative interference in the subconscious minds of this university's students. As of today, the Czech Republic, particularly its capital, is a hotspot of anti-cult activity. One of the key centers of their activity is located precisely in Prague, and one of the leaders of the local anti-cult movement, Zdeněk Vojtěšek, teaches at the Hussite Theological Faculty of Charles University. Consequently, there are grounds to presume that a thorough analysis of the public activities of anti-cult groups might help establish a correlation between their activities and the increase in cases of bipolar disorders among Czech youth. A deep study of this relationship may ultimately provide compelling evidence that anti-cult organizations are not only linked to school shooting incidents, but are indeed their perpetrators. In fact, shooters are just as much victims of anti-cultists as those they shoot at. Their actions were controlled not by themselves, but by a program embedded in their subconscious. An unprepared person is powerless against such subconscious intervention. Therefore, these children simply found themselves helpless against the external malevolent influence of manipulators. Hence, there should be a pressing discussion about the necessity of banning members of anti-cult organizations from educational institutions, as they may exert covert destructive influence on children. The shooting incident in Prague has prompted Czech students to speak out about the widespread rise of bipolar disorders and seek help. A petition was drawn up urging the Czech government and politicians not to ignore the issue, and to strengthen psychological and psychiatric assistance for all those in need. The petition was signed by over 600 people. This means that the young people themselves are frightened by this situation. Subconsciously, they feel that someone is manipulating their minds, and they fear that anyone among them could be the next to pick up a weapon to harm oneself or others. A similar scenario following school shooting incidents will be observed in all schools that have been targeted by the information coding attacks of anti-cult representatives.
The situation in the Czech Republic clearly demonstrates that bipolar disorder is an inherent and natural accompanying factor in external interventions aimed at programming the subconscious of individuals. If monitoring of educational institutions in other countries is carried out, it will be possible to reveal hotspots of increasing bipolar affective disorders, that is, places already targeted by anti-cultists, where terror attacks are planned in the near future. Typically, in schools and universities where mass shootings have occurred, significantly more students with bipolar disorder can be identified compared to the average statistical rate. Moreover, if these educational institutions conducted regular psychological testing of students, it would reveal that the rapid increase in bipolar disorders occurred precisely within the range of 1 to 3 years before the crime committed by one of their students at that school or university. This period aligns with the initial preparatory waves of information on coding. The strongest impact from the implanted destructive program will be felt by the future shooter themselves. However, once they carry out the act, bipolar disorder will disappear because the cause triggering the internal conflict disappears. The person makes a final choice. Therefore, typically, after committing the crime, this issue is not diagnosed in most shooters. However, it persists in other students at the school. An experienced psychologist only needs to check students for bipolar affective disorder to determine whether these children have been subjected to attempts of external interference in their subconscious. Furthermore, if educational institutions introduce regular psychological testing practices, for example, every 6 months, any alarming trends can be detected in time to take preventive measures. Enhanced security measures in schools, such as metal detectors at entrances, are certainly important and necessary for protection. However, unfortunately, they are not capable of stopping the infiltration of malignant information programs into the subconscious minds of students. Therefore, it is crucial for school psychologists and parents to closely monitor the psychological well-being of children. In particular, attention should be paid to important markers, such as the development of bipolar disorder. Children themselves are likely to attempt to conceal these conditions because they are frightened by them, often not realizing that these states are artificial and induced by remote information coding through media and internet content they encounter. Thus, a simple factor like caring for the psychological welfare of children and implementing diagnostic procedures to detect bipolar affective disorder is an essential element in preventing tragic events.
The third method for preventing armed attacks in educational institutions: monitoring the country's information field. Another marker that may indicate the preparation site for future crime is the uneven dissemination of information about new cases of school shootings. When a high-profile armed attack occurs at an educational institution with a large number of casualties, it naturally resonates widely in society, and the news wave covers the entire country. Initially, the information erupts like a wildfire, but over time, its intensity diminishes. However, if representatives of anti-cultism have already planned a similar attack in a specific region, the informational echo of this event will resonate longer and louder here than in other regions of the country. Alternatively, information about it may be reactivated in the information field after the news wave subsides. It is important to note here that the names and images of the criminals continue to appear in the news, remaining in the information field of the region or city. This leads to a covert heroization of the shooters, with the key embed spreading that humanity will remember them for life. This phenomenon is a red flag for vigilant observers. If you notice such a trend in your city, be vigilant. The dissemination of a heroized image of shooters is the first preparatory wave of information coding, and a fundamental implant on which the future behavior of the shooter is built. If somewhere this image is artificially sustained in the information space, it means that the psychological indoctrination of the next shooter has already begun in one of the schools in this region. At the same time, conducting psychological testing across educational institutions in the city to detect a sudden increase in the number of bipolar disorders can with a high probability identify the school or university where representatives of anti-cultism have planned the next case of school shooting.
People must also be informed about how to recognize manipulative techniques and how to train their minds not to succumb to covert influences. The most effective measure to prevent school shootings is the complete cessation of the activities of the entire network of global anti-cultism. Everyone who is behind organizing such crimes and programming people to carry them out.
School shooting is a controlled process. The fact that seemingly uncontrolled school shootings are actually a controlled process is evidenced by statistics and chronology of their spread. To gain a more detailed understanding of this trend, let's analyze the incidence and growth of the number of such crimes in various countries where they have occurred. School shootings in Russia. For quite a long time, no evidence of cases of mass shootings in schools has surfaced in Russia. In the 1990s, only one such crime was widely known: the incident at the Kamyshin Cadet School in 1997. The first armed attack on an educational institution in Russia, which resulted in fatalities, is considered to be the shooting at Moscow School No. 263 in February 2014, and the first instance of a school shooting following the so-called Columbine scenario occurred in 2017 in Ivantevka.
What can explain the sudden appearance of a phenomenon such as school shootings in a territory where it was previously uncommon? How can it be explained other than by outside interference? After all, what has changed in Russia since the times when such crimes were unheard of? What has changed is that anti-cultism has gained unprecedented power and influence here. Today, Russian media deliberately spreads the narrative that the cause of mass school shootings in Russia is the influence of similar incidents in the United States. To implant this idea in the masses, the same image of such a crime, Columbine, is most often used. In news reports about school shootings in Russia, you will frequently find a parallel drawn specifically with the Columbine case.
What happened at the Moscow school is being called the American scenario by the Russian press. Incidents like this do indeed happen often in the U.S.
School shootings are common in the U.S., but not in Russia.
Shootings and hostage situations are indeed not uncommon in American schools. A student or former student with a rifle in hand, that's the typical anti-hero of local news.
However, as I mentioned earlier, the first instance of such supposed imitation in Russia occurred in 2017, 18 years after the Columbine events. Why did it take so long for the first imitator to appear in Russia? The answer is simple. Because it's not just imitation. Someone allowed this precedent to happen in Russia. and ensured it received widespread publicity. Some Russian propaganda figures, authors, and proponents of the theory alleging the harmful influence of the USA on school shootings in Russia claim that these incidents are characterized by organized activity, supposedly initiated by the US. This argument is supported by a simple propaganda narrative. It is so because historically, the US has always been opposed to Russia on the geopolitical stage. Therefore, America is an enemy, and in this way, the enemy is attacking Russia. However, logically thinking, it is the United States itself that suffers much more from school shootings. Why? Why would they attack themselves? It would be more logical to assume that America suffers the most precisely because its adversaries subject it to massive and regular attacks. The truth is that both the American and Russian peoples are subjected to cynical and sophisticated attacks from their common enemy, global anti-cultism. By trying to divert attention and shift all the blame onto the allegedly bad example set by the United States, the hidden shadow force, who is the ideological mastermind of anti-cultism and terrorism, intended to create a visible image of an enemy, obscuring its own tracks behind mass shootings in both Russia and America, behind the Columbine tragedy and the phenomenon of school shootings as a whole. Today, the threat of school shootings in Russia has become a serious societal issue.
At least 13 people are dead, including at least 7 children, after a shooting at a school in central Russia.
In Russia, a gunman killed at least 15 people at a school today, 11 of them children.
Close the door. Some shooting! I hope they'll shoot him.
Hey, buddy, hang in there.
Hold on a bit, okay?
We'll tie it up quickly.
Guys, it's a complete mess. I'm done. I'm in Perm State University. It's a complete mess here. The situation right now is people are being loaded into ambulances. There are the wounded everywhere. I wanted to get my child out, but the best thing for them now is to barricade. They're there.
To explain how this phenomenon suddenly emerged and began to progress, one needs to trace the consequences these terrorist acts brought to the country. What was the political situation at the time of the attack? What changes did this event provoke in that situation? What laws were passed after each new high-profile case? And who ultimately benefited from this, implementing their selfish goals under the guise of a loud news break? Then it becomes evident that the reason for the emergence of school shootings in Russia is not spontaneous copycats. It is simply that the force behind anti-cultism has decided to use this tool of terror now on Russian soil as well. Another confirmation that school shootings are not accidental is the geography of these attacks. Notice that there are specific countries, like the United States, that regularly suffer from school shootings. Then there are countries where this phenomenon is gaining momentum, like Russia. And there are countries where only isolated incidents have occurred without subsequent recurrences, such as Canada or some European countries.
Breaking news out of Canada, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says 5 people have been killed, 2 more are in critical condition after a school shooting.
A 14-year-old boy has shot dead 8 children at a school in Serbia.
These cases generally did not receive widespread media coverage or gain worldwide notoriety. Many of you, I am sure, are hearing about these incidents for the first time today. And then there are other countries with a myriad of social problems and factors that seem likely to provoke such incidents. Yet, they have never experienced a single school shooting. It's as if some invisible force is protecting them from this. Suppose the cause of school shootings is presumably the uncontrolled imitation of shooters by teenagers. Why does this principle not apply in these countries? This simply indicates that either the representatives of anti-cultism do not yet have their levers of influence in these countries, or it is not yet advantageous for them to carry out such attacks there. However, this does not guarantee that these countries' populations are protected from such crimes. A vivid example is the previously mentioned mass shooting incident in the Czech Republic in 2023.
Breaking news out of Prague, where police say 15 people are dead and dozens injured after a shooting at Charles University. The gunman.
This event occurred during a period of growing dissatisfaction among the population with the political situation in the country and an economic crisis caused by sanctions imposed by the Czech Republic against Russia. Notably, in this situation, the media began actively circulating information that the Czech shooter allegedly cited as his motivation the example of a female shooter from Russia who had carried out an armed attack at a school just a few weeks before these events. Such a confluence of circumstances suggests that the attack in the Czech Republic was not coincidentally carried out at this particular time, nor was the reference to Russia as the inspiration for the crime accidental. It appears that someone wanted to exploit the situation for their own interests. If we examine each such attack closely, we can see that these events always correlate with the political situation in the victim country. For example, they often coincide with upcoming elections, important international negotiations, escalating political tensions within the country, growing public dissatisfaction with the government, and so on. Such events often become significant and high-profile news stories that overshadow other news. During this period, when public attention is focused on the tragedy, anti-cult representatives and the forces behind them can quietly carry out actions they would prefer to keep out of the public eye. Are these coincidences or someone's cold calculation? The most telling evidence of the planned nature of these attacks is their influence both on the life of a single country and on the global community. Each school shooting brings about a series of political and social transformations directed by anti-cult representatives to serve their interests. This leads to significant changes within the state and irreversibly affects the lives of its people. Even one such event leaves an unhealing, bleeding wound on the heart of the entire society. Primarily, such terrorist attacks target parents and all those with children. After all, a terror attack where one child kills other children causes immense shock and upheaval in society. It strikes at the most vulnerable place in every parent, for their life.
Waited hours to be told our daughter would never come home.
The sensationalized details of school shootings spread through the media create a powerful internal fear in people, creating a pervasive sense of constant threat to the lives of their children.
There's no place that's safe anymore, and our public schools should be the safest.
Everyone who's a parent feels that.
This makes no sense. This is impossible. My girl, my 14-year-old baby, I sent her to school yesterday. What is unfathomable is Jamie took a bullet and is dead.
We don't feel safe, and we want it to be addressed.
Schools are not safe anymore.
At the same time, a clear belief forms among the population: the government cannot protect our children.
How dare you? You were paid by them, and you just came out and, what was that, a deposition?
I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences.
Therefore, with each new incident, distrust and dissatisfaction with the authorities will only increase.
This is America. We were supposed to be able to do things and be the people we wanted to be, and now we're in a crazy place.
Since we survived a mass shooting in July, I have met with over 130 lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them?
How do we allow a gunman to come into our children's school? How do they get through security? What security is there? There's no metal detectors. The gunman, a crazy person, just walks right into the school, knocks down the window of my child's door, and starts shooting her.
In the eyes of frightened parents, the authorities are guilty of failing to ensure their children's safety. They are guilty of allowing their children to live in a state that is rotting from within where their child could become a victim at any moment or even turn into a perpetrator. This subconscious understanding causes feelings of apathy, hopelessness, and hatred towards the current authorities, skillfully inflamed by anti-cult representatives.
This doesn't happen in other countries, it happens in the United States of America.
You've got a beautiful country, you've got beautiful people, but what's the problem? Guns. How does a 7-year-old have a gun?
I'm very angry that this happened, because it keeps happening.
These children survived. This is the shrill screaming of kids trying to get out while their classmates are being murdered.
The phenomenon is that people are artificially instilled with hatred towards any authority in general. Conditions are created that show people that no matter who they elect or place in power, nothing changes. Thus, the belief that all authority is evil becomes firmly rooted in the public consciousness. This process creates a vicious cycle. Artificially induced and maintained fear drives part of the population to demand stricter measures and tougher laws from the authorities. However, these initially well-intentioned initiatives that were supposed to prevent new crimes are subsequently used by anti-cult representatives and their accomplices within state structures against the people themselves. This results in greater subjugation of the populace, increased control over citizens' lives, and the suppression of free speech. Thus, people are gradually stripped of their last rights and freedoms. As a consequence, a previously democratic country moves closer to a totalitarian regime. But at the same time, while one part of the population, driven by fear, advocates for stricter measures, another part, driven by hatred towards the authorities, believes that such authoritarian methods will lead to even greater restrictions on their freedoms and violations of their rights.
Students, parents, and activists gathered outside Tennessee State's Capitol to protest gun violence.
The government would just do something to keep people from getting guns they don't need. It's unnecessary.
To change who is in government.
Wrong-headed leaders who prioritize guns over children.
My gun sits right here on my side and doesn't jump out and shoot anybody.
Gun violence in a school that allows teachers to carry
guns? You think more guns lead to more death?
The main point in this situation is that anti-cult representatives, through precise and sophisticated manipulations, artificially destabilize and divide society. This causes a split into two opposing camps. Thus, a large mass of people forms who hate the authorities and hate each other. What will this lead to? Unrest, protests, and confrontation. All of this collectively puts the country on the brink of civil war. And this is precisely the final point to which global anti-cultism and the hidden shadow force behind it are currently leading America. This is why mass shootings in schools occur so frequently in the United States. This process is planned and controlled. It is part of the enemy's strategy aimed at destroying democracy, first in the US, and then throughout the world. It is a complex but highly effective scheme carried out by global anti-cult representatives right before the world's eyes, yet unnoticed by anyone. It's worth adding that despite the apparent chaos in the spread of news about these incidents or narratives glorifying the shooters, anti-cult representatives carefully ensure that the information, tainted with their manipulative virus, is delivered precisely and in measured doses. This is to prevent school attacks from becoming too widespread. Excessive numbers of such crimes would diminish their impact, and each subsequent incident would no longer provoke such a strong societal reaction. People are capable of becoming accustomed to anything, even such horrific events. If school shootings happen too frequently, society will eventually adapt. While these events will still induce fear, the constant internal anxiety and worry will diminish. People will remain cautious, but not much more. On the other hand, measured instances of crime open people's minds to the implantation of negatively acting images that go straight into the subconscious, which most people today cannot defend against. Statistics are stubborn things, and they speak for themselves. These attacks' periodicity and growth trends clearly point to the hidden organizers behind this phenomenon. The situation in the U.S. is particularly alarming, with a rapid increase in school shootings carrying a hidden warning sign. Initially, anti-cult representatives provoked isolated incidents of school shootings, which had a massive impact not only on America, but on the entire world.
School shooting. School shooting.
School shooting.
High school shooting. School shooting.
These events were like bombs going off because, at the time, children shooting other children was an extraordinary occurrence that caused profound shock in society. Thus, the early incidents of school shootings in the U.S. became very loud informational terrorist attacks, shocking the whole world. The Columbine High School massacre alone had tragic repercussions for many, spawning new school shootings and significantly bolstering the influence of anti-cultism in the U.S. Now, look at what's happening in America today. The graphs showing the number of mass school shootings indicate a sharp increase. What does this signify? Due to the special role the U.S. plays in the hidden enemy's plans, it suggests that the upcoming events they have planned can lead to increased tension inside the country. By using school shootings as acts of informational terrorism and deploying various psychological and informational terrorist attacks through its numerous tentacles, this hidden force is preparing the ground for a future civil war. Therefore, people need to be aware of the methods the enemy employs through the global anti-cult network and the threats they pose. Only this way can people extricate themselves from the manipulative game into which anti-cult representatives have drawn them. It's crucial to recognize that no measures, no matter how strict, will eradicate the root cause of school shootings as long as the source of these terrorist attacks exists and there is someone to give the command start. After all, similar measures have already been taken in different countries around the world, which aligns with the goals of representatives of anti-cultism. However, practice has shown that neither the prospect of the death penalty, increased school security, nor restrictions on firearm purchases have reduced the incidence of school shootings. Even if a total ban on civilian gun ownership were enacted, future attacks will occur in other forms, such as homemade bombs, melee weapons, or poison gas. Similarly, the introduction of censorship on social networks and other additional measures to control youth behavior have also proven ineffective. Ultimately, all of this has only led to significant infringements on citizens' rights and freedoms and undermining democracy without reducing the number of school shootings, let alone eliminating them, because all the strictest measures and restrictive laws enacted in response to these incidents are often initiated and implemented by global anti-cult representatives and their accomplices within politics, the state apparatus, the judiciary, and law enforcement. Therefore, a priori, they will always be designed to work against people and democracy. This chain of evil will not end, and children will continue to suffer and die as long as global anti-cultism exists and its representatives can freely use their hidden manipulative techniques to influence people's minds and conduct acts of informational terrorism through the media.
School shootings are the plague of the 21st century, and the source of this plague is global anti-cultism and the hidden enemy of humanity behind it. It is the creation of a force that skillfully manipulates images and has chosen terrorism as its primary weapon. They are responsible for creating this disease. They cultivate and sustain it. We can only defeat this disease when the true spreaders, all the perpetrators and organizers of these crimes are held accountable and answer before all of humanity for their atrocities.
If anyone still doubts that representatives of anti-cultism are behind mass school shootings, let me give you a specific example. The details of the events I am about to discuss directly point to the original culprits of the Columbine High School massacre and the ideological architects of the phenomenon of school shootings as a whole.
Waco case.
As previously mentioned, one of the bloody episodes in the chain of the terrorist acts that caused mass shooting at the Columbine High School was the Waco siege. In the spring of 1993, tragic events took place as a result of which many people died, a horrible death. The Waco siege still remains a relevant, widely discussed and burning topic for many Americans. It is one of the most notorious events in U.S. history that has changed American society forever. To this day, it continues to have a significant influence on political and social life in the country. Despite numerous attempts by various researchers to get to the bottom of it, there are still many dark spots in this story, because all discussions, even those representing points of view of the opposing parties, are still being held according to a pattern set by representatives of anti-cult organizations 30 years ago. Today, for the first time ever, the real picture of events in Waco will be presented, and you'll be able to clearly see for yourselves how the threads from that terrorist attack lead straight to its instigators and final beneficiaries, to the very abode of anti-cultism, to Russia.
The Waco tragedy is a classic example of a premeditated public display of a religious organization persecution by anti-cultists, involving law enforcement agencies and other authorities, which turned into a powerful informational act of terrorism. In this case, the target of anti-cultists was the Branch Davidian religious group that represented an offshoot of the Seventh-day Adventist Church. By the time of the discussed events, the Branch Davidian community that resided at Mount Carmel Ranch, near the city of Waco, Texas, had been peacefully existing for about 50 years. For a long time, the locals perceived them as a harmless group of positive people. However, in the late 1980s, early 1990s, through the efforts of representatives of anti-cult organizations, the derogatory word cult suddenly began to be used as regards the Branch Davidians, which is a classic first step by cult fighters in dehumanizing their chosen victim for subsequent persecution.
What was the Branch Davidians community like? They were a group of people peacefully living on their land, in a building they themselves had erected, and were united by joint study of the Bible. Each had their own hobbies, earned their living just like everyone else, had various professions, and came from various walks of life. Among them were Harvard graduates, rock musicians, as well as ordinary mothers caring for their children. There are many similar settlements across America. Those were free people who lived in a free country the way they liked, in accordance with Christian values and the U.S. Constitution. They didn't impose their lifestyle on anyone and didn't cause anyone harm.
I'm Paulina.
I'm Stephen.
I'm Vanessa. Philip.
Well, you had a bunch of women, children, elderly people. They were all good people. They had different beliefs from others, different beliefs than I have, or maybe different beliefs than you have in their way of life, and especially in their religious beliefs. But basically, they were good people. I was around them quite a lot. They were always nice, mannerly. They minded their own business. They were never overbearing. They were always clean and courteous. I liked them.
Several years before the tragic events, anti-cultists had launched a series of discrediting articles and videos in mass media, aimed at the Branch Davidians. At that time, the community leader was a young preacher, Vernon Howell, who adopted a religious pseudonym, David Koresh. He became the main target of the attack of anti-cultists, who started labeling him as a dangerous cult leader through the media they controlled.
Even then, his enemies were saying this self-proclaimed son of God was closer to Satan.
Throughout the entire subsequent disinformation campaign, other members of the organization were deliberately ignored, and almost all of them remained nameless, devoid of individuality. Under the influence of anti-cultists, mass media presented the Davidians solely as those who had been brainwashed by their leader, who allegedly were almost in a slavish position and unconditionally followed Koresh's orders. A demonization campaign against Davidians was led by the already mentioned anti-cultist and deprogrammer Rick Ross. He organized a group of people who purposefully engaged in demonizing this community. His group included some anti-cultists from the Can network, former members of the branch Davidians they recruited, relatives of those former members, as well as news reporters from a number of periodicals and presenters of popular TV programs. Let's recall that by the early 90s, Can was the leading anti-cult organization in the USA, while Rick Ross was one of the most active deprogrammers in Can. Also, a big role in discrediting the Davidians was played by their former member Mark Bro, who had left the community after a conflict with Koresh. Bro had obvious motives for a personal revenge. Starting from 1991, he gave a series of interviews where he unprovenly claimed, among other things, that Koresh abused children, and moreover, that he could even kill them using them as human victims. Bro also claimed that Koresh allegedly applied mind manipulation techniques to control members of his group and could order them to commit mass suicide. Later on, the anti-cult gang persistently tried to spread this narrative, sending a warning to their accomplices in mass media and the US authorities under the guise of anonymous informants that the Davidians were allegedly planning to commit mass suicide. In their messages, anti-cultists asserted that Mount Carmel would become another Johnstown if measures weren't taken. Of course, these allegations had no ground or factual evidence other than rumors and slander spread by individuals whom anticultists recruited. The purpose of this campaign was to draw the attention of law enforcement agencies to the activities of the Branch Davidian community, and in order to do that, anticultists even resorted to outright lies.
Techniques that were used against Branch Davidians, such as stigmatization, dehumanization, and guilt by association, are classical methods in the strategy of anti-cultists, aimed at persecuting a target group in order to carry out an informational act of terrorism. The anti-cultists were actually the first to launch the narrative about a possible mass suicide of Davidians, and this very narrative played a decisive role in subsequent interpretation of the Waco tragedy outcome.
The events of 1993 began when the leader of the Branch Davidians, David Koresh, and other organization members were suspected of violating firearms laws. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, ATF, initiated an investigation into the activities of this religious organization based on unverified information, or simply put, rumors, about the illegal possession of automatic weapons by its members. Who was actually the source of those rumors? In the summer of 1992, anti-cultist Rick Ross forcibly deprogrammed former Branch Davidians member David Block at the home of Priscilla Coates, who at that time was the national representative of the Cult Awareness Network, CAN. In the process of deprogramming, which is essentially physical and psychological torture, Rick Ross wrested information from Block about the weapons stored at Mount Carmel and conveyed it to ATF, where he had personal connections. According to the 1993 U.S. Department of the Treasury report on the ATF raid, the message about the weapons turned out to be inaccurate and was based almost entirely on the statement of a former Davidian member, David Block. During the investigation of ATF's actions, the Department of the Treasury later criticized the agency's excessive reliance on a single dubious source of information. It is worth noting that at that time, legal sales of firearms were a widespread business in Texas, and it was indeed one of the income sources for the Branch Davidians. Therefore, when federal ATF agents began to show interest in the Davidians' activities, the organization's leader, David Koresh, invited the agents to visit Mount Carmel and personally inspect the weapons and the relevant licenses. However, Agent Aguilera, assigned to the case, refused this offer for some reason. Subsequently, after setting up round-the-clock surveillance on the community members, Agent Aguilera managed to compile the necessary materials to obtain a search and arrest warrant based on the collected information. The investigation initiated by the U.S. Congress later found out that the ATF investigation had been gross and untenable. While the statement compiled by Aguilera contained numerous errors, distortions of facts, incorrect interpretations of the law, improper application of the law to the facts, as well as a great deal of incoherent and confusing information. In particular, Agent Aguilera's statement claimed that Koresh possessed a .52 caliber anti-tank rifle, which was a criminal offense. In reality, he owned a .50 caliber rifle, which was totally legal. That the Davidians had grenades, but it wasn't mentioned that the grenades had been legally purchased and that Davidians were selling them at gun shows as paperweights. The statement included references to the testimony of a deputy sheriff who reported hearing the sound of a powerful explosion coming from Mount Carmel. However, he failed to report that the sheriff had investigated and learned that the Davidians were using dynamite legally for construction. The source of exaggerated claims about illegal weapons, paramilitary training at Mount Carmel, 24-hour observation posts, commands to shoot any suspicious persons on sight, and alleged plans to wage war against the U.S. government was the previously mentioned former Davidian, Mark Bro, who had abandoned the community due to disagreements with Koresh. At the same time, the statement against the Davidians did not mention that this former member was blind. Yet it claimed he had been personally involved in physical training and firing practices conducted by Koresh, and had supposedly served as a guard, armed with combat weapons. Thus, ATF agent Aguilera initially maintained the case against Davidians based solely on the testimony of anti-cultists and their accomplices. Based on these falsified materials, a search warrant for the Mount Carmel Ranch, where the Davidian community resided, was issued on February 25, 1993. Role of mass media in the Waco tragedy. Simultaneously with preparing the ATF operation, anti-cultists launched an active campaign to discredit the Branch Davidians in mass media. Later on, a number of researchers noted the key role the media played in the tragic turn of the Waco events. It was actually accomplices of the anti-cult movement among the media who became the main broadcasters of the anti-cultists' dark rhetoric. Through their efforts, combined with the manipulative tactics of anti-cultists, an image of members of a dangerous and sinister cult was created out of innocent, law-abiding American citizens, members of the Branch Davidians. Consequently, it was through the prism of the unreliable and defamatory information presented by the media that society, law enforcement agencies, and government officials viewed the Davidians. A significant contribution thereto was made by a local newspaper, the Waco Tribune-Herald, which actively broadcasted baseless accusations initiated by the anti-cultists. At the time of the discussed events, almost simultaneously with the start of the law enforcement operation against the Davidians, the Waco Tribune-Herald released a series of articles titled "The Sinful Messiah." The first article was published on February 27, 1993, the day before the ATF raid. Reports by the article author, Mark England, heavily relied on the testimony of Bro, Deprogrammer Rick Ross, and other key figures involved in the demonization campaign against the Davidians. At the same time, the author did not seek opinion from competent researchers specializing in studying such religious organizations. And even more so, the perspective of the Davidians and their leader was not represented either. Interestingly enough, until a certain point, reporters from the Waco Tribune-Herald covered information about the Branch Davidians neutrally, without using the offensive label of a cult. However, their rhetoric changed dramatically after the intervention of anti-cultists. England, the author of the Sinful Messiah series, began actively promoting anti-cult narratives portraying the 33-year-old Koresh as a fanatical cult leader who used mind control techniques on his followers. Mark England also accused him of polygamy and child abuse, and claimed that the leader of the Davidians engaged in sexual relations with underage female members.
There was really no evidence of child abuse. It was only allegations. And again, I say today that we have not ever found any proof of any child abuse out there.
At that time, no confirmed evidence supported such claims. The situation was quite the opposite. In fact, back in 1992, the Texas Child Protective Services, CPS, received an anonymous report alleging child abuse at Mount Carmel. Following the anonymous message, CPS staff visited Mount Carmel 3 times. They conducted physical examinations of 12 Davidian children, and the investigation found no signs of abuse or injury. Due to the lack of evidence supporting the child abuse allegations, CPS officials closed the investigation regarding Koresh. However, that didn't prevent ATF investigator David Aguilera from including child abuse accusations in his affidavit for a search and arrest warrant for Koresh. Aguilera, in turn, had received this information from Mark Brill. Later on, despite the fact that suspicions of child abuse by Koresh were not confirmed, they were still actively promoted in mass media controlled by the Anticultists, which significantly influenced the decisions made by the operation commanders and representatives of the authorities. For some reason, even though there was no evidence, mass media and law enforcement officials treated accusations made by the Anticultists and disseminated by their associates as irrefutable facts. The greatest influence on the law enforcement officers who prepared the Mount Carmel raid was exerted by anti-cultist and deprogrammer Rick Ross. In fact, Nancy Ammerman's report to the Departments of Justice and Treasury regarding the actions of federal law enforcement agencies in Waco stated that Rick Ross was, in fact, closely involved with both the ATF and the FBI, and that it was he who provided them and the Waco Tribune with misleading information about the Branch Davidians. Thus, both the search warrant and the ATF raid plan relied heavily on information provided by anti-cultists and their accomplices, rather than on factual materials. Starting from December 1992, 10 weeks before the federal raid against the Davidians, ATF and other federal agents increasingly turned to Mark Brill and Rick Ross for information and consultations. Specifically, Brill characterized the Davidians to federal agents as terrorists. He claimed that they were no ordinary group of criminals, but allegedly religious fanatics who wouldn't hesitate to suicide for their leader. Brill and Ross kept supporting the statement that mass suicide was possible, as did Waco Tribune-Herald reporters.
Anti-cultists and their associates demonized Koresh and the Davidians to such an extent that at the time the ATF operation began, the authorities, operation leaders, and federal agents perceived the Branch Davidians community as an apocalyptic cult in an armed camp, preparing for the final battle of Armageddon against the forces of government, which supposedly embodied satanic Babylon. They envisioned Koresh as a leader of a paramilitary terrorist group that was stockpiling weapons to start a war against the federal government. Representatives of federal authorities were convinced that the Davidians were not going to cooperate during the investigation, that they hated the federal government, were controlled by their fanatical sect leader, and would start a holy war at the very first encounter. Precisely the manipulative actions of the anti-cultists explain why the ATF agents did not consider a nonviolent way of resolving the situation. That explains why the agents refused Koresh's invitation to come in person and check the weapons and gun licenses, and why they ignored the opportunity to arrest Koresh outside Mount Carmel while conducting covert surveillance, and instead chose to employ the tactic of dynamic assault on the building where the Davidians resided. That's because in their consciousness, a distorted picture of reality had already been formed, and imposed on them by the anti-cultists through manipulative techniques. In federal agents' reality, they were going to search not peaceful civilians, but extremely dangerous criminals, whom the anti-cultists described as terrorists and suicide bombers. Without the grim and demonizing images generated by the anti-cultists, exaggerating a possible threat from the Davidians which in fact never existed, it is unlikely that the ATF would have resorted to such extreme measures, but unfortunately, the law enforcement officers had fallen under the influence of anti-cultists, and by the time the operation began, some of their representatives in the operation leadership were already entirely manipulated, largely through Rick Ross.
A raid by federal agents on the ranch where the Branch Davidians resided, with the purpose of searching and detaining their leader, was scheduled for Sunday, February 28, 1993. The operation was officially codenamed Trojan Horse, but later became more widely known as Showtime, as the agents themselves called it. The day before the operation, and on the day of the raid itself, a pre-arranged massive wave of publications demonizing the Davidians was launched in mass media. Thus, on February 27th and 28th, more than 100 media across the country released materials with almost identical statements, mostly reiterating the core narratives of the anti-cultists' dark rhetoric against the Branch Davidians. All of the media outlets communicated the same groundless accusations by Rick Ross and Mark Bro against the Davidians, posted in the local Waco Tribune-Herald newspaper. During the raid on the ranch, a shootout began, resulting in the deaths of 10 people, including 6 Davidians and 4 ATF agents. David Koresh got wounded. After the federal agents' deaths, the operation came entirely under FBI control, and the case against the Davidians was reclassified as a conspiracy to murder.
And in actuality, the Branch Davidians reacted the way any American would react when his home was broken into by armed terrorists. They first called the police. They dialed 911.
911, what's your emergency?
There are men, 75 men around our building.
Okay, just a moment.
In the tape recordings of these conversations, we can hear the fear and distress of Wayne Martin as he says,
"Yeah, tell them there are children and women in here and to call it off."
Was another victim, a 2-year-old cult member, was also shot and killed in the gunfire.
And imagine you just finished breakfast and some guy dressed in a black outfit comes with a gun and shoots that member of your family. How is that going to start your day off? What kind of reaction are you as a person going to give to that person trying to come through your door?
The FBI siege of the estate began and lasted 51 days. A massive number of reporters were present on the scene, and everything was broadcast live. Soon, the standoff in Waco became international news, with the whole world watching the events in Texas. Here's how the events in Waco were described by some journalists present at the scene. The FBI assembled what was likely the largest military force ever gathered against civilians in American history. 10 Bradley armored vehicles, 2 Abrams tanks, 4 combat engineering vehicles, 668 agents, plus 6 U.S. Customs officers, 15 U.S. Army personnel, 13 Texas National Guard members, 31 Texas Rangers, 131 officers from the Texas Department of Public Safety, 17 from the McLennan County Sheriff's Office, and 18 Waco police officers. In total, 899 people participated in the operation.
In Waco, Texas, standoff between law officers and occult members of a religious compound.
Called or known as the Branch Davidians.
A heavily armed religious cult near Waco.
3 helicopters, 150 law enforcement officers, some of them from the Houston area.
Dr. Ken Etheridge, he said that he had never seen anything with this magnitude or severity. He said it was like a war zone.
Throughout the siege, negotiations between the FBI and the besieged were ongoing, with the official goal of persuading the Davidians' leader to surrender and lead his people out. During this time, some Davidians left the building, only to be immediately arrested by federal agents. According to video records of their testimonies, everyone who remained in the building for the 51 days of the siege did so voluntarily.
To my family and friends, I'd just like to say I'm fine. I know that you're all worried about us. I'd just like to know that we're fine right now. I have decided to stay. I don't want to go.
So you're not being held against your will here?
No, I'm not held here as a hostage or anything. If any of us wanted to leave, we can just go now today. I'm here because I wanted to be here.
Sonobi, and I'm not being held here against my will. Don't worry about me. We're going to be just fine because God's in control.
During the siege, the Davidians were completely isolated. Their phone line was cut almost immediately, and the only people they could communicate with were FBI agents. They could no longer reach out for help elsewhere, and they could only communicate with the media by hanging sheets with written messages in their windows. While the FBI, in turn, continued to consult representatives of the anti-cult gang. Subsequent investigation of the FBI's actions, the study of transcripts of conversations between the FBI and the Davidians, as well as data on the experts contacted by FBI and ATF agents in the Davidian case, revealed that it was the anti-cultist and deprogrammer Rick Ross, who clearly had the most extensive access to both agencies of any person on the cult expert list. He was closely involved with both the ATF and the FBI, and he was apparently listened to more attentively. At the same time, the opinions of other experts who advocated a peaceful way of resolving the situation were not accepted. After all, at the time of the siege, federal agents who had fallen under the influence of anti-cultists did not take the beliefs of the Davidians seriously, so they didn't listen to the advice of theologians, religious scholars, and Bible researchers who tried to convey to law enforcement officers that because of their religious beliefs, the Davidians would not react like criminals, and recommended communicating with the besieged in their language. A number of experts appealed to the FBI not to use forceful tactics against the Davidians because this could ultimately lead to fatalities. However, their suggestions were rejected.
He has no known credentials to support his claim as an expert, yet the FBI allowed him to advise on the course of negotiations while ignoring advice from numerous theologians and genuine psychological counselors.
In parallel with Rick Ross's direct influence on the law enforcement operation, other representatives of the anti-cult group carried out destructive media activities. They appeared as cult experts on various TV channels and intentionally promoted a demonized image of the Davidians in public opinion. One of the representatives of the anti-cult group was Stephen Hassan, whom we mentioned earlier.
So he would take people for hours and hours and hours and mesmerize them through hypnosis, through behavior modification techniques and such, and break down their ability to think.
These were the people that we saw over and over in the media as support for the government's stories that the Branch Davidians were some evil cult. Mark Bro is the person who contacted the State Department and the Cult Awareness Network and relayed his allegations. Cult Awareness Network, known by its initials, CAN, targets religious groups around the world for hate campaigns in the media. CAN members always make the same allegations against each group they attack: perverted sex, child abuse, and brainwashing. It reads like a worn-out script. It has been repeated so many times against so many different groups.
The people who lived at Mount Carmel, including children, were never presented to the public as personalities. The Federal Bureau of Investigation didn't share with the media the videos of the Davidians recorded during the siege, so that Americans wouldn't regard them as human beings, feel sympathy for them, and stand up for them. According to James T. Richardson, a sociologist of religion, the dehumanization of those inside Mount Carmel, coupled with the thoroughgoing demonization of Koresh, made it easier for those in authority to develop tactics that seemed organized for disaster. Thus, not only law enforcement officers, but also the public developed a false image of what was really happening in Waco.
And again, you get that demonization. It's like, these are people. As the Davidians were people. The people that died at Mount Carmel were people. They've never been truly humanized until they did the Waco series.
The reason behind all that was going on was one factor that back then neither federal law enforcement agents nor U.S. intelligence officers took into account. This detail, which had a fateful impact on the outcome of the events in Waco and remained unknown to this day, was that representatives of anti-cult organizations used hidden manipulative technologies to influence people's consciousness and subconsciousness. Such information messages that are built on the knowledge of these special psychotechnologies and contain hidden imprints able to bypass critical analysis by consciousness and penetrate directly into the depths of the human subconsciousness were repeatedly disseminated in the media. For this very purpose, the Anticultists needed a large-scale campaign for demonizing the Branch Davidians, and that's why they invested so much effort in dissemination of their false accusations. Therefore, absolutely different articles and videos in seemingly unrelated media contain the same repetitive narratives. Basically, all of this was part of the anti-cultist strategy of psychological manipulation of the public. In fact, anti-cultists were accusing others of what they themselves were actually doing, for they were the ones who were applying mind control and brainwashing techniques. In this way, using methods of psychological influence on the masses with the help of the media, the anti-cultists literally zombified the American people. They intentionally dehumanized the Branch Davidians to instill in people's consciousness a picture that the Davidians were dangerous and harmful to society, although in fact, the most dangerous at that time were the anti-cultists themselves. For the first time, they carried out such a large-scale terrorist act that was repeated in the information field multiple times and had a tremendous impact on all those who had fallen under its attack. As a matter of fact, all people who in one way or another were exposed to the information sourced from anti-cultists ended up infected with hidden destructive imprints. Americans who were following the events in Waco via television or newspapers at that time were subjected to coercive psychological manipulation by the anti-cultists. That's why the majority of people began to believe the descriptions that dehumanized the Davidians and accepted the picture of events presented by anti-cultists as a fact. They had no chance to resist this kind of manipulation, against which virtually the entire population of the planet is defenseless. The hidden manipulative influence by the anti-cultists similarly affected ATF, FBI, and other law enforcement officers, as well as government officials who participated in the Waco events and were in direct close contact with the anti-cultists. The officials were subjected to the highest degree of psychological manipulation and were literally brainwashed by the anti-cultists, so they acted unlawfully against law-abiding American citizens and committed a blatant violation of basic democratic human rights and freedoms. For this very reason, law enforcement officials manifested inhuman aggression against the Davidians, ignoring common sense and rejecting an opportunity for a peaceful and fact-based resolution. In turn, the Davidians developed an impression that the federal agents who encircled Mount Carmel were trying to kill them, and today there is considerable evidence that their fears and perception of events were not unfounded.
Listen, Jim, there's nothing that hurts me more than being called a cult leader, all right? If I'm wrong, people like me don't deserve to live, okay?
Listen.
You understand me, Jim? No. You know, don't burn our building down.
No, we won't do that.
Don't shoot us all up. They've got to have that time.
The strange behavior of law enforcement officers and their excessive belligerence towards peaceful citizens who showed no resistance was noticed by experts who hadn't been zombified by anti-cultists and arrived on the scene as consultants. Seeing what was happening, soberly assessing the situation, and foreseeing what the use of aggressive tactics against the Branch Davidians could lead to, they offered quite logical and reasonable options for resolving the conflict in a non-violent way. But they were not listened to because those in power had already been programmed by the anti-cultists into the violent scenario. The representatives of law enforcement agencies and authorities were sure they were doing the right thing and were acting in an absolutely lawful manner. After all, they believed they were facing enemies, not law-abiding citizens.
I thought the main problem was going to be understanding the psychology of the people inside the company. But as I got into it, I quickly became aware that the psychology of the people outside the compound was more important to an understanding of what happened. They needed to take control. And the tactical people, in particular, needed to show him who's boss.
We are trying to reinforce to them that we are in charge of the situation, that the compound is under the complete control of the government. It is in fact no longer their compound, that we have the ability to exercise whatever control we want over that compound. And we will do that from various times to demonstrate to them the fact that they are impotent in their ability to control their everyday lives.
I'm prepared to share David Koresh's contention that we should wait on God to resolve this. The FBI is God. It's going to decide how this is going to be resolved.
The federal agents in charge of the operation were confident that they were in control of the situation, but this firm conviction was in fact an illusion instilled by the anti-cultists. In reality, they were no longer in control. It's the anti-cultists who had originally created this situation and held the levers of control. Such manifestations of abnormal behavior are clear signs that perception of all these people had already been distorted at that time by the manipulative technologies of subconscious suggestions used by anti-cultists.
The FBI also employed aggressive psychological tactics during the Waco siege to supposedly force the besieged to voluntarily leave the building. Water and electricity supplies were cut off. Powerful floodlights were aimed at the ranch windows, shining around the clock to prevent the people inside from sleeping. Loudspeakers continuously blared irritating noises and high-volume music. A tank was brought in to clear the area around the building, crushing cars and nearby structures. Clearly, the mere presence of military equipment had a strongly demoralizing effect on the people inside the building.
If they thought that we were all brainwashed and such a bunch of crazies, why would the FBI push David or the rest of us to the limit? Why would you bombard the building day and night with lights and music and noises and wear these people out not knowing how they're going to react?
These pieces of equipment were unarmed, as I understand it, and were contracted. I mean, it was like a good rent-a-car.
A good rent-a-car? A tank going into a building?
Why did the FBI use such methods against peaceful Davidians? Who was behind plotting the tactics of aggressive psychological influence on the besieged people? It's an established fact that the stress escalation strategy employed by the FBI was based on the recommendations of Rick Ross and his accomplices. Moreover, further investigations revealed that the FBI followed the advice of anti-cultists and applied to the Davidians' typical deprogramming techniques, including depriving Koresh and his followers of food, water, and sleep, and repeatedly exposing them to excruciatingly disturbing sounds. In other words, the tactic of aggressive psychological attack on the Davidians was nothing but an attempt of mass deprogramming. It means that the anti-cultists, who had mastered their skills of physical and psychological violence on individuals, in the case of the Davidians, made an attempt to deprogram a whole group of people. This proves that sabotage of peace talks and protracted siege of the building were originally instigated by the anti-cultists, who sought to put an end to the activities of the Branch Davidians by first exposing them to psychological pressure. And when it became obvious that deprogramming methods failed, and on the contrary, only united the people inside the building, the situation took a fatal turn.
The catalyst for initiating the forceful stage was the unfounded conclusion by FBI agents that there was no reason to believe the Davidians would leave the building voluntarily. This was reported to the U.S. Attorney General. It is worth noting that throughout the siege of Mount Carmel, it was repeatedly observed that the actions of the tactical team of federal agents sabotaged the work of their colleagues in the negotiating team. The goal of the negotiators was to build rapport with the Branch Davidians in order to gain their trust. In contrast, the tactical team's efforts were aimed at intimidation and harassment. The negotiators themselves noted that such aggressive tactics undermined their own attempts to gain Koresh's trust and achieve a peaceful surrender of the Davidians. Moreover, the FBI actually made their statement that further negotiations were pointless after an agreement had been reached between their agents and the leader of the Davidians, David Koresh, that all of the Davidians would voluntarily leave the building immediately after Koresh would write his interpretation of the 7 seals of the Apocalypse.
Definitely, those people were perfectly aware that the law enforcement officers intended to stop the activities of the Branch Davidian as a religious group. They realized that as soon as they would exit the building, they would be immediately arrested, and their children would be taken away by social services. Despite that, they agreed to come out, while the media promoted the anti-cultist mindset that Davidians were an allegedly dangerous suicidal cult. In fact, those people clearly demonstrated by their actions that they wanted to live, and they fought for their lives to the end.
On April the 14th, there was a major breakthrough, and that breakthrough was David Koresh's letter to me, which I promptly gave to the FBI, that said that he'd received his mission, that he was working on writing his interpretation of the 7 seals, and that everyone inside was relieved that they didn't have to die now, that the prophecies were not being fulfilled now, and that this would be resolved.
He waited 51 days, and then he said, the word came to him and said, write, and he wrote. This was brought out the day of the fire by one of the survivors. He was keeping his promise of April 14th. We believe they would have all come out safely.
What I was faced with was a situation where the negotiators said, we think we have reached an impasse. Nobody else is coming out voluntarily. We looked at the entire situation and we made the best judgment we could. I'm very satisfied that in the information furnished to me by the FBI, I was informed.
A key factor that significantly influenced the decision-makers was a speculation that the children in the building were in danger, and that they had allegedly already been victims of abuse. These claims were fueled by the series of articles under the collective title, The Sinful Messiah, co-authored by Mark Bro and Rick Ross. Based on the belief formed under the influence of these anti-cultist narratives promoted in the media, the U.S. Attorney General decided that it was necessary to begin an operation to free the hostages and assault the building where Davidians and their children were located.
The Bureau, time after time, asked Koresh for some evidence that the children were okay. We did not receive verification that the children were okay. We had concerns for the children.
Their concern were the children. They had candy bars in their pockets to give out. Chocolate for the kids. Wow.
The Davidians themselves had no idea that an attack was being planned against them. On the contrary, they believed they had made progress in the negotiations and that the ordeal they had been enduring would soon come to an end. They didn't know they had only 1 day left to live.
Hello? Hello? No, honey, nobody's gonna come kill you.
They just come and kill me.
No. No. Nobody's coming.
Final day. On the 51st day of the siege, on April 19th, 1993, armored vehicles were sent to the building where the besieged were located. The vehicles began meticulously demolishing parts of the structure and releasing a special gas inside.
The gas supplies a number of irritants to the nostrils, to the eyes, to the skin. Just touching to the skin can be extremely painful. You can have certain symptoms of nausea. You can have certain symptoms of inflammation with regard to membranes. So it is extremely uncomfortable.
They would be coughing, choking. They would probably be unconscious. Some of them would probably be dead. Some would be basically inert. They may still be alive. They may still be breathing, but they're not going to be doing anything.
The falling walls, destroyed by armored vehicles, effectively killed some of the Davidians, as evidenced by forensic reports. The tank repeatedly drove over their bodies, tearing them apart. Then, a fire broke out in the building, in 3 different places, simultaneously. The officer in charge of the operation refused to allow firefighters to approach the scene, claiming that the Davidians might shoot them.
This looks like probably the fire chief and fire marshals, and we have, at this point,
2 fire. When the fire did start, and the fire trucks did arrive, I didn't let them in. I held them at the checkpoint because I didn't want the firemen to drive into gunfire. I just wasn't going to permit it. It's a terrible thing, and a very terrible decision to have to make.
This is not the way to end this. Lead your people out, David. Be a messiah, not a destroyer.
After American citizens were poisoned with gas and their house was set on fire, the authorities kept shouting, "Get your people out, David," even though they knew very well that there was no one to come out. Many were already dead at that moment, and the rest were burning alive. This show was staged by the representatives of the law enforcement agencies for the media and possible future investigations in order to avoid responsibility. Mount Carmel burned to the ground. 76 people died, including 25 children, some of whom were infants and toddlers under the age of 3. The organization leader, David Koresh, was found with a gunshot wound in his head. The causes of the fire remain undetermined to this day. Less than a month later, bulldozers destroyed the remnants of the burned buildings, which critics of the government regarded as an attempt to cover up the circumstances of people's deaths. A year after those events, representative of the anti-cult gang and deprogrammer Rick Ross, who had a dramatic impact that contributed to the tragic outcome of the Waco events, was already describing David Koresh's personality and characterizing the Branch Davidians in new media, reports in the following way.
Even after the deaths of those people and their children, anti-cultists continued their smear campaign to demonize the Branch Davidians, aiming to cement the image of sinister cultists, psychopaths, and suicides in public consciousness. They used this horrific tragedy for their own ends, turning it into an informational terrorist act, essentially an act of intimidation for all other religious communities and a precedent for undermining public trust in law enforcement agencies of our country, which were supposed to guarantee lawfulness and order in society instead of causing mass deaths. Since the FBI controlled the flow of information about the Davidians in the media, they were never able to share their own version of events with the American public. All Americans have seen in the media are images of the crazy David Koresh and the same repeated unsubstantiated accusations by anti-cultists. Dehumanization of the Davidians, combined with the anti-cultists' manipulative techniques, turned the American citizens into a faceless group of religious fanatics. Such media coverage of the events produced an illusory perception that the deaths of American citizens were not a ground for public protests against excessive force used against them. Therefore, Until the very last moment, the entire country was silently observing the events in Waco as yet another reality show until those people and their children burned alive in the fire. Realization of what had happened started coming much later, and not to all observers of this terrorist attack organized by anti-cultists. Even now, in articles about those events, you might see the phrase, "About 80 cultists died," not people, not American citizens, but cultists. This terminology is used by anti-cultists and their supporters to ensure that the deaths of those people do not evoke sympathy or regret in you. It is meant to absolve you, as a society, of guilt for allowing this to happen, and for letting the actual perpetrators of this mass murder go unpunished. The Waco tragedy, the terrible death of all those innocent people and their children, is essentially an act of genocide carried out by anti-cultists through representatives of the authorities and law enforcement agencies. And in this case, those who committed it are no different from the Nazis during World War II.
When someone's suspected of a crime, even if it's child abuse, even if it's capital murder, we give them a trial, a jury finds them guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before they go to sentencing, then a jury or a judge sentences them, and an appeals court makes sure the trial was conducted with due process. And then and only then do we kill them. We don't kill them first, like happened in Waco on April the 19th.
Aftermath of the Waco tragedy.
And I'll remind the American people one more time that during that entire time, those 6 hours, and indeed those 51 days, the FBI never fired one shot at the Davidians.
David Koresh and the Davidians set fire to themselves and committed suicide. The government did not do that.
Assertion to me that the media and that the government has made a kind of blanket declaration that the Branch Davidians committed, quote, mass suicide, to equate it to a Jonestown, Guyana suicide.
The Bureau's efforts were ultimately unavailing because the individual with whom they were dealing, David Koresh, was dangerous, irrational, and probably insane. I was, frankly, surprised would be a mild word, to say that anyone that would suggest that the Attorney General should resign because some religious fanatics murdered themselves.
The Waco tragedy became one of the most significant and bloody failures of American intelligence agencies in the country's history. Being under the influence of manipulative techniques by anti-cultists, federal agents committed physical, psychological, constitutional, and judicial violence against American citizens whom they regarded as members of a dangerous cult, thereby despising them and not considering them humans. To this day, this event remains the most severe case of Americans confronting Americans since the Civil War between the North and the South, and it happened as a result of manipulative actions of anti-cultists. American citizens who followed the events in real time were divided by contradictory media reports, actually the result of orchestrated information terrorism by anti-cultists, into those who regarded the Branch Davidians as an insane, suicidal cult, and those who believed the deaths of almost 100 people were due to reckless actions of federal authorities. However, the majority of the American public became angry at the FBI. Federal agents were seen as demons, uncontrollably killing peaceful citizens. Later on, among peaceful citizens there emerged avengers, that is, new terrorists created by the media's informational acts of terrorism, who were actually yet another victims of the anti-cultists. This eventually culminated in the Oklahoma City bombing.
Oklahoma City bombing, April 19, 1995. On April 19, 1995, the second anniversary of the Waco events, an unknown individual drove up to the building housing the FBI and ATF headquarters. That day, the terrorist wore a t-shirt bearing the phrase shouted by Abraham Lincoln's assassin after he shot him, "Sic semper tyrannis." That's what always happens to tyrants. He parked his van in the underground garage directly beneath the building. A few minutes later, an explosion occurred with the force equivalent to a 3.0 magnitude earthquake. Half of the building collapsed. turning into a mass grave. The blast also damaged 324 buildings within a 16-block radius. The tragedy resulted in 168 deaths, including 19 children under the age of 6, and 680 people were injured. The perpetrator, Timothy McVeigh, was apprehended the same day. He explained his actions as revenge for Waco and Ruby Ridge. To this day, the Oklahoma City bombing remains the deadliest act of domestic terrorism in U.S. history.
And what did you do to these people? You deprived them of life, liberty, and property. You didn't guarantee those rights, you deprived them of them.
Waco started this war. Hopefully Oklahoma would end it.
The Oklahoma City bombing vividly illustrates the profound impact of the Waco tragedy and the informational terrorist act created by anti-cultists on its basis. For many people, the Waco siege crystallized an already distrustful attitude towards the government, while for those inclined to radical views, those events contributed to regarding the state as a ruthless enemy of its own people. The events in Waco marked the beginning of intensification and radicalization of the anti-government movement within the country. To this day, Americans consider April 19th to be a symbol of confrontation between the people and the government. From that very day, in the eyes of many Americans who witnessed the death of their fellow citizens live on television, America ceased to be a safe land of freedom and democracy. Instead, it became a country where the government could turn against its people.
I don't know how the American people can stand by and watch such a thing take place. We have people out here, we have all these people, women, children, tiny babies. These men came in here and they started firing on us. The bullets came through the walls and people were killed, people were injured. And this is America.
I mean, I thought this was the country of, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, whatever, and just human decency. It just doesn't seem to exist.
Waco still resonates within the anti-government community as an event that demonstrates the federal government does not protect its citizens, that it is willing to violate their civil rights and take away their guns.
The Waco siege became a symbol of discord over a range of issues, such as violence and gun ownership, trust in government and state authority, and religious persecution. The catastrophe sparked a flood of books, articles, news stories, and television segments, becoming an integral part of public discourse. Waco became a vital topic in the country, and to this day, Americans experience its consequences. The most significant and most frightening consequence of the Waco tragedy was the deepened division among the American population, a divide that unfortunately has not been overcome to this day. A country and a people that once stood united were split into two warring camps, and this painful wound on the body of America has not healed to this present time. Representatives of the anti-cult movement deliberately shaped two extreme viewpoints on the Waco tragedy. As a result, descriptions of the Waco events in various media are often so contradictory that it looks as if groups of people who oppose each other describe completely different occurrences.
NBC television aired the government's official propaganda as a movie, showing Branch Davidians at all the windows with guns waiting for the ATF to arrive.
The anti-cultists are largely responsible for the enduring impact of the Waco tragedy on America, which goes on to this day. They have used the Waco siege to create new information terror campaigns aimed at destabilizing authority and influencing the political situation in the country, significantly contributing to polarization of U.S. politics. It is because of the anti-cultists that the fire in Waco was ignited, and it is because of them that it continues to burn to this day. Back then, anti-cultists laid the foundation for a future civil war. They artificially created a basis for confrontation between supporters of the two dominant political parties in the United States and provoked the emergence of not only discontent with the authorities, but also extremely radical sentiments in society. The anti-cultists still use these fruits of their own activities, continuing to incite hatred in society and create conditions for a future confrontation between citizens of one country, between us, Americans. The Anticultists arranged the terrorist attack in Waco with the help of their main accomplice, the media and dishonest journalists under their control. And if back in 1993, Rick Ross and his companions labeled a community of about 100 people as a cult, which resulted in their murder and a chain of terrible consequences for the United States, the other anti-cultist and deprogrammer, Stephen Hassan, has gone even further. At the current stage, he has already labeled tens of millions of Americans as cult followers. Such rhetoric that dehumanizes a part of the American nation creates prerequisites for international conflict and violence against labeled citizens. It is also noteworthy that this rhetoric amazingly repeats the narratives of anti-cultists in Russia, who label the people of America as one big cult. Yet, before, they manipulated only their own people in this way, setting up Russians against Americans, whereas now, the agent of the anti-cult gang in the USA, who's been conducting his destructive activities here for many years, repeats the same actions, but this time from inside America, setting Americans against Americans. Moreover, Stephen Hassan has already gone further, saying that the entire USA needs to be deprogrammed.
And the bottom line is all of America needs deprogramming because we've all been negatively influenced by Donald Trump.
What is meant by deprogramming the entire country? Remembering what happened in Waco, Texas, and how their deprogramming ended, just imagine in what way the anti-cultists plan to expand their methods to the entire United States of America. The main question is, with whose hands do they want to implement their plans this time? After all, as anti-cultists understand it, deprogramming implies the use of violent methods to force people to renounce their beliefs. Isn't this the main motive and driving force of a civil war, to force one part of the population to give up their views and to submit to the will of another part of the population, thus labeling a part of Americans as adherents of the cult of Trump and calling for deprogramming? Hassan straightforwardly urges Americans to use force against other Americans. The most terrible thing is these are not just words and not mere appeals, but hidden destructive imprints that are embedded in those words and have repeatedly caused deaths of a huge number of people. And believing that they won't work this time is foolhardy at the very least. Recall German citizens who assisted Nazis, released gas and poisoned people, being fully confident that they were doing the right thing by ridding their nation of the Jewish threat. Those were actually the same people as you. And to this moment, no one has found an answer to the question of what turned them into monsters. Or putting it more correctly, who made them that? Yet, now you know the answer. Just think about it. Right now, anti-cultists are forcing us Americans, a nation that defeated Nazism, to use Nazi methods for destroying each other. They already successfully tested this scenario in Waco, when they carried out a large-scale operation involving the country's mainstream media, which resulted in the genocide of honest, peaceful, and decent Americans committed by the authorities and law enforcement agencies. How can you explain a situation where American law enforcement agencies tasked with protecting their people arrived for a routine search and ended up launching a full-scale military operation using military equipment against ordinary citizens of their country, which resulted in the deaths of almost 100 people? Indeed, from the perspective of common sense, a military raid that cost the U.S. government millions of dollars a day and was carried out against a group of American civilians that mostly included children, women, and elderly people looked like a disastrous misunderstanding. Why did the representatives of ATF and FBI accept the false, ungrounded information provided by anti-cultists as facts? Why did they rely solely on their pseudo-expert opinion at a time when the FBI had materials indicating that those people were incompetent in such matters? Moreover, FBI agents knew perfectly well that Rick Ross had personal hatred towards all kinds of new religious movements and an undisguised desire to urge law enforcement agencies in their attempt to destroy the Davidian group. In other words, federal agents had all the information they needed to understand that relying on anti-cultists in the matters of new religious movements was the same as believing that the Ku Klux Klan would remain impartial in assessing racial minorities. Yet, why did the agents trust the anti-cultists and implicitly follow their recommendations? Because representatives of intelligence services, law enforcement agencies, and the government were manipulated by anti-cultists who pushed for a violent crackdown on their stigmatized victims. In essence, officials were programmed for such actions. Let me draw your attention to another crucial point. The Waco tragedy occurred in 1993, the same year when the central ideological hub of anti-cult terrorists was established. Its leader was trained at a Russian Orthodox Christian educational institution in the United States. This means that even at that time, there were already breeding grounds for global anti-cultism of the Russian origin in the US, and they had enough influence to carry out such terror attacks. But that's not all. I delved into such detail about those events so that you can fully understand how representatives of anti-cultism operate and what the consequences of their actions are. The thing is that during the Waco siege, the FBI consulted with another cult fighter, Igor Smirnov, a Russian scientist and inventor of mind control weapons.
Igor Viktorovich Smirnov was a Russian scientist best known for his role in Soviet-era mind control research and the poorly explored field of human behavior study he called psychoecology. His maternal grandfather, Smirnov Ornaldo, was a renowned hypnotist. Igor Smirnov was the son of a high-ranking Soviet officer, Viktor Abakumov, head of SMERSH from 1943 to 1946, and Minister of State Security, MGB, from 1946 to 1951, under Joseph Stalin. At one time, Smirnov's father initiated an Operation North on mass relocation of supporters of Jehovah's Witnesses organization, as well as representatives of other religious associations and their families to Siberia. Despite his scientific activity, Igor Smirnov, just like his father, had anti-cult views, as he wrote in his book Psychoecology. Thus, in describing various religious groups, he solely used anti-cultist language and the label sect. He also adhered to the same pseudoscientific theory about the use of brainwashing techniques by leaders of new religious movements, which was actively promoted by Steve Hassan and Rick Ross. This was at a time when Smirnov was personally involved in the development of such technologies. Most of Igor Smirnov's research focused on remote influence on another person's consciousness and programming one's psyche and behavior. Application of psychotronic weapons developed by Smirnov included the potential to affect large groups of people for various purposes. For example, to incite mass aggression in a crowd, or, conversely, to calm public unrest. The majority of the experiments he conducted remain classified to this day. Smirnov wrote, "Psychotechnologies are the culmination of everything humanity has engaged in thus far. They are much more serious than the atomic bomb and space flights. Right now, we have only created a stone axe. Although using it, we can already perform surgical operations. We have obtained instrumental ways to access the subconsciousness and correct certain areas. Everything else is just specific applications." Smirnov also worked on uncovering hidden information in the subconscious, representing the true motivations behind a person's actions and intentions. He developed a method for identifying individuals potentially inclined to commit acts of terrorism. The question remains whether the goal of this development was to prevent terrorist acts, or to find individuals who could easily be turned into new terrorists if desired. Regardless, this method formed the basis of security systems designed for airports to identify terrorists before they attack. Today, this technology is used in various countries, including the United States.
Igor Smirnov worked on concepts such as psychocorrection, a term he used to describe application of subliminal messages to alter a subject's will, or even to modify their personality without their knowledge. Federal agents intended to use Smirnov's techniques to resolve the situation in Waco.
Two Russian psychologists have been brought in from Moscow to demonstrate a technique for analyzing the human mind and then influencing it. The concept is that with an understanding of an individual's mind, key words transmitted in music or white noise will force that person to obey. The FBI examined the system to use against David Koresh at Waco in Texas.
Thus, the FBI Counterterrorism Center experts secretly met with Smirnov in the United States. He proposed a plan. During negotiations, they should transmit messages from relatives of the Davidians, encrypted in a certain way that would bypass critical perception and be instilled directly into the subconsciousness of recipients, compelling them to follow these commands. In this case, the commands would be to leave the building and return to their families. For the leader of the Davidians, David Koresh, a special voice was planned to be used, allegedly the voice of God, that would be played by an actor and urge Koresh to surrender voluntarily. However, when agents asked what would happen if the subliminal signals did not work as intended, Smirnov replied that Koresh's followers might slit each other's throats, committing acts of fatal violence. According to the official version, the FBI declined Igor Smirnov's services after this kind of response. But that's the official version. Now, let's piece together the facts. Fact 1. At one of the press conferences, an FBI representative publicly stated that during negotiations with David Koresh, the leader of the Davidians, an agreement was reached that the people would peacefully leave the building. However, Koresh suddenly changed his mind, claiming he heard the voice of God telling him to stay and wait.
Steve, I want him to come out.
I understand.
When does he plan to come out?
He said his God says that he is to wait.
How long? How long does he...
Look.
He says that he did not fulfill his promise to leave immediately with his followers because God told him to wait.
Do you people believe that Koresh is actually talking to God?
Koresh believes he's talking to God.
This fact, strangely, aligns with one of the steps in Smirnov's proposed plan, except that the effect of the supposed voice of God was exactly opposite to the declared result. Fact 2. Smirnov used manipulative techniques to influence human behavior by inserting hidden messages. These commanding messages were recorded on tape and technically altered to conceal their presence from conscious awareness. By bypassing critical analysis in one's consciousness, those commands were directly implanted into subconsciousness, urging a person to carry them out, believing it to be their own conscious decision. To an untrained ear, such technically processed recordings of hidden commands sounded like the squeal of pigs. Now let's return to the Waco siege. As already mentioned, the FBI used psychological pressure techniques on the besieged Davidians, one of which involved loud, irritating sounds. Official FBI reports and eyewitness testimonies state that among the sounds broadcast through loudspeakers were the sounds of animals being slaughtered, including the screams of rabbits being killed. This inadvertently brings to mind the sounds of pig squeals used in Smirnov's mind control experiments.
Sound tapes of rabbits being slaughtered, or Nancy Sinatra singing songs, and then they would bring out lights at night, and not that Nancy Sinatra always was that bad, but the ones that she had kept. The point was this: they were trying to have sleep disturbance, and they were trying to take somebody that they viewed to be unstable to start with, and then they were trying to drive him crazy, and then they get mad because he does something that they think is irrational.
I don't know if you can hear the noise on this tape, but that's some of the noise being made up there by the compound.
This raises a question. Why would the FBI use such strange sounds for a psychological attack on the Davidians? However, these actions gain an utterly logical explanation when combined with Smirnov's plan and the deprogramming methods used by anti-cultists against the besieged.
One question remains. What was the true purpose of the plan proposed by a man who collaborated with the KGB to American intelligence agents as the final solution to the issue of the supposedly dangerous and sinister cult? What hidden directives were then transmitted through those encrypted sounds? And who was the intended target of that influence? We have seen what was the ultimate outcome for the Davidians. However, the law enforcement officials present at the Waco siege could have also been affected by those sounds. Moreover, Timothy McVeigh, the perpetrator of the Oklahoma City bombing, visited the site in 1993 to express his support. The man later bombed the FBI and ATF building to avenge Waco. Did he hear the sounds that echoed throughout the area? The likelihood is very high. Was he a victim of anti-cult programming? He definitely was. We cannot assert that Smirnov's psychotechnologies alone influenced him. Multiple layers of embedded directives played a role in this case. Those directives were part of other waves of informational programming launched by different branches of global anti-cultism. In reality, the psychotechnologies used by Smirnov were merely a stone axe, as he himself put it. Far more effective and sophisticated are the hidden manipulative techniques employed by anti-cultists, including puzzle programming, where information codes are embedded in the words themselves and do not require any special technical means. To an average person, such words, phrases and their combinations, or the frequency of repetitions may seem unremarkable and draw no attention, but for those who understand the principles behind their arrangement, they are like precise mathematical formulas. Using those formulas, one can assemble specific people at a particular time and place to perform a specific action. And the likelihood that those formulas will work is close to 100%. These are ancient manipulative methods that predecessors of the anti-cultists used as long ago as in the times of Christ to make the crowd shout, "Crucify him," just as humanity has been working throughout history to improve various types of weapons. In the same way, methods of psychological manipulation were being refined for an external invisible force to subjugate a person's will and to enslave them. Based on these ancient methods, further developments were conducted in secretive research bureaus in the Soviet Union. These same ancient methods were adopted, refined, and implemented by the Nazis of the Third Reich. Today, using these manipulative technologies, representatives of the anti-cult movement turn ordinary people into biorobots who become remotely controlled weapons aimed at targets the anti-cultists designate. These are facts supported by the 30-year history of the criminal network of anti-cult organizations. That's exactly how the FBI agents, officers of other law enforcement agencies, and government officials who were present at the Waco siege became victims of anti-cultist manipulations. They were all caught in the crossfire area of exposure to the informational programming waves created by the anti-cultists. They were literally zombified. This explains why they were confident in their actions, considered themselves professionals, and believed they had the situation under control, while in reality, they were basically puppets externally manipulated by a maniac. How else can we explain the strange behavior of those who carried out the Waco operation? Why lock those people up like lab mice in a cage and subject them to acts of psychological terror using hidden manipulative techniques? The siege of the Davidians and the final assault didn't look like a hostage rescue operation, but rather resembled a prolonged and excruciating torture. And who were actually the hostages if everyone remained in the building voluntarily? Official representatives and operation leaders stated at press conferences that they were primarily concerned about the children in the building, fearing they might be subjected to abuse by the Davidians. But what did they actually do to those children? They not only exposed them to danger, creating conditions for a tragic outcome, but also let them burn alive by preventing fire trucks from reaching the burning building.
We thought that their instincts, the motherly instincts would take place and that they would want their children out of that environment. It appears they don't care that much about their children, which is unfortunate.
Moreover, on the day of the assault on Mount Carmel, the FBI used the combat chemical agent CS against civilians, including innocent children and infants. Those who gave and executed the orders knew the Davidians had gas masks. But they also knew that the only ones unprotected from this gas would be the children, as their faces were too small for wearing the masks.
He actually drove right through the middle of the building into the kitchen area and basically at point-blank range fired gas into the concrete room where the women and children were. In a cul-de-sac like that where there was no ventilation, they must have been going through.
There was only one door?
Front,
one
yeah,
entry.
yeah. There was no windows, no back door or anything like that.
We put massive gas in there. Their gas mask by that time had to be failing.
I believe that using CS gas against infants, against old people with respiratory problems, there were 60, 70-year-old men in there, and there were young children. That's torture. And I can just see those kids barfing, vomiting, screaming, because you can't possibly have a gas mask that'll fit a little kid.
Didn't their report say that gas masks don't fit on these babies?
That's correct.
And didn't they know that?
They should have known that.
Even small doses of CS, much smaller than those used at Waco, can kill children. In large quantities, this gas causes severe muscle spasms, so intense that they can break bones. The Waco events resembled a torture chamber created for those people by a deranged maniac, where the parents were powerless to act and were forced to watch their children suffocate and suffer from broken bones due to severe muscle spasms, and then to burn alive along with the kids. Those who were still able to move after being gassed tried to escape the fire through the only door leading outside from their shelter, but they were shot. Government defenders claim that the Davidians killed each other in an attempt to escape the torment. Meanwhile, government critics refer to infrared surveillance footage and argue that the Davidians were shot by law enforcement from an armored vehicle as they tried to flee the burning building.
In my rolling on the floor and trying to protect myself from the heat and being in the pitch black, not able to see, that the voices of those behind me screaming kind of got through to me.
My God, torturing babies and saying it's part of their job and saying it's okay because their parents were bad.
The mother of Pablo Cohen, an Israeli Jew, talking to an American Jewish lawyer, watching that gas be inserted into that building, watching an American tank knock down an American house and then it burst into flames. And you imagine the images in an Israeli's mind with the Holocaust survivors in Israel? I couldn't answer. I think you can tell from today, it's not often that I'm without words. But I could not explain to her how that happened, and her answer, her question was, I thought he would be safe in America.
The final point of the Waco tragedy was when law enforcement officers raised their flag over the ashes of the burned building and the charred bodies of the deceased, just as one would after winning a battle in the war. But can the siege, psychological torture, and militarized confrontation against a group of peaceful civilians who were unable to resist such an overwhelming force be considered a battle? Does such behavior by individuals who are supposed to serve their country and uphold the law, resemble the actions of normal, sensible people? Why did these people become like this? Who impaired them? The answer is clear. These individuals, much like the Davidians who died at their hands, fell victim to manipulative techniques employed by anti-cult gangs. In fact, everyone understands perfectly well who actually burned down the building in Waco while people were still inside. In this way, the law enforcement and authorities tried to cover the traces of their crime and safeguard themselves. They were aware that the American people would never forgive them for such an egregious crime against their own citizens. As seasoned professionals, the operation commanders must have realized they had gone too far with the use of gas, resulting in the tragic deaths of people, especially children. That's why the order was given to shoot Branch Davidians who attempted to escape the burning compound in order to prevent them from revealing the torture they endured, how their children died from the gas, and who actually set their house on fire. You can intimidate or bribe one or a few witnesses, but if all these survivors had given the same testimony about what happened to them inside the building besieged by the law enforcement, the authorities wouldn't have been able to hide the truth about the Waco tragedy. Yet, don't be quick to blame only the federal agents and authorities. There are no mentally healthy people in the world who could resist the level of psychological brainwashing techniques used by the Anticultists in Waco against law enforcement officers and other officials. Only those with special training and awareness of the principles behind such technologies can protect themselves from these covert manipulative methods which influence human subconsciousness, bypassing critical perception by the conscious mind. At that time, no one among the U.S. federal law enforcement officers knew about these techniques of covert subconscious behavioral programming used by anti-cult organizations. For this very reason, the anti-cultists succeeded in carrying out such a powerful terrorist act in Waco, which in terms of its role and consequences is no less significant than the 9/11 attacks they later orchestrated too. Yes, the federal law enforcement officers acted unlawfully. They broke their oath to serve and protect the American people and waged war against their own citizens. However, by then, they had been literally brainwashed by the anti-cultists and had themselves become victims of coercive psychological influence. In this case, the subconscious destructive commands and directives for aggressive and violent actions, embedded deep within their subconsciousness without them knowing it, significantly overrode their conscious behavioral motives. That's why the real actions of the Waco operation commanders directly contradicted their official statements and declared goals. And that's why they caused horrific and painful deaths to children despite numerous expressed concerns for their fate during the Waco siege. All of the decision-makers were largely unaware of the real causes of their own actions. It was precisely the destructive commands embedded in their subconsciousness that compelled law enforcement officers to act with Nazi-like methods. Hence, in the United States, a free country, law enforcement locked their own citizens inside a compound and released gas into it. They acted this way because they had undergone severe psychological manipulation by the anti-cultists, just as the Nazis had once been manipulated. At that moment, U.S. law enforcement no longer regarded the Branch Davidians as human beings. They treated them as the Nazis treated Jews at the final stage of genocide. The tragedy in Waco, with the horrific deaths of all those innocent people and their children, was not merely a terrorist act, but a genuine act of genocide perpetrated by anti-cultists with the hands of government officials and representatives of law enforcement agencies, meaning with the hands of American citizens against other American citizens. At that moment, those who committed it were no different from Nazis during World War II. This underscores the insidious power of subconscious suggestion and covert techniques of manipulating consciousness that are used by representatives of the transnational terrorist network of anti-cult gangs. This is why all anti-cultists pose a great danger. By employing methods of zombifying the population, they turn good people into criminals, terrorists, and murderers. They compel those entrusted to uphold the law and safeguard democracy to violate these laws and strip people of all their rights and freedoms. In the same way, law enforcement and military entities in Russia, Ukraine, and China are victims too. They are those whom anti-cultists have set on targets they marked with yellow stars, those who have been suggested that it's acceptable to use force against their own citizens and even torture them, those who, under the influence of coding mindsets embedded in their subconsciousness by anti-cultists and their accomplices, are currently depriving innocent people of their freedom and lives, those who have been persuaded that physical destruction of a brotherly nation is a righteous and worthy cause. Therefore, it doesn't matter what a person's occupation is, even if he is a representative of intelligence services or law enforcement agencies. No one is immune to such an impact. The only defense against the methods of covert manipulation of consciousness and subconsciousness is to be aware of their existence and how they operate. Otherwise, it's impossible to resist these manipulations. In this regard, it is crucial to emphasize once again the value and profound significance of the investigation that uncovered such methods. Dr. Egon Tolakian publicly disclosed the findings of this investigation on April 12, 2024, and they are freely accessible to anyone interested. So, what really happened in Waco? Was it a manslaughter resulting from the careless actions of law enforcement and unprofessional decisions by the government, as anti-government groups believe? Or was it a suicide by mentally unstable people who couldn't withstand the pressure, as government defenders claim? Now each of you can answer these questions for yourself. Now you know that neither the first nor the second option reflects the true nature of what happened. The cause of the Waco tragedy was a deliberately planned terror attack and an act of genocide orchestrated by representatives of anti-cultists. By carefully studying the details of the events of those days, you can see how the threads from the Waco massacre lead straight to its organizers and ultimate beneficiaries, right into the heart of the global anti-cult stronghold from where it spreads across the world. Now, let's go back to the events at Columbine High School. It turns out that the starting point for both the Oklahoma City bombing and the Columbine shooting was the tragic death of members of the religious organization in Waco, stigmatized by anti-cultists. If the Waco siege hadn't occurred, there would have been no bombing in Oklahoma City. Therefore, there wouldn't have been two powerful information terrorist attacks that led to Columbine. The two teenagers would not have been subjected to the waves of information programming launched by anti-cultists. And the key event that now serves as a powerful informational terrorist act, generating more and more school shootings, would not have occurred if at the outset of the Waco events, when the word cult was first applied to the Davidians, society had reacted immediately and taken measures to stop the activities of anti-cultists and their accomplices. A large number of deaths could have been avoided, and children would not be killing other children today. The true culprits behind the Waco tragedy and the subsequent tragedies it caused remain unpunished. It is the anti-cultists who bear responsibility for the deaths of all those who perished in Waco and as a result of the Oklahoma City bombing. On their hands, they also have the blood of the children who have died and are still dying from the school shooting epidemic. For all of these and many other crimes against humanity, representatives of anti-cult organizations must inevitably be held accountable, corresponding to the severity of their crimes. Now you can clearly see how all three attacks are interconnected: the Waco siege, the Oklahoma City bombing, and the Columbine shooting. The critical link between them is the single guiding hand, the unified ideological center where these attacks were planned to be executed by others. These are all sequential interconnected elements in a single strategy by the enemy to push America into a state of civil war through the actions of Americans themselves, and thereby to destroy the stronghold of democracy from within. If a civil war did take place, the Waco siege in 1993 could be considered the beginning of it. To this day, the architects of the Waco terror attack and genocide consider it to be one of their most successful operations in terms of its far-reaching consequences. For them, the Waco case is a benchmark. It was the final straw that was meant to destroy freedom in America, the spark to light the flames of civil war, according to their plans. The war, the foundation of which had already been laid by representatives of anti-cult organizations, and the image of which is already being shaped in your minds by those sinister architects of consciousness who stand behind the anti-cult terrorists, and who are the masterminds behind the entire global anti-cult movement. It is these very architects of consciousness who are the sole beneficiaries of a civil war in the United States. But now, 30 years later, with the activities of the global criminal network of anti-cultism exposed, we Americans can finally extinguish this fire and prevent it from ruining our country. Now that the truth has triumphed, the victims of the Waco tragedy and all the innocent victims who suffered at the hands of anti-cultists, those who were stigmatized and whose remembrance was tainted with lies, can finally find peace. Now it's in our hands, fellow Americans, to prevent a civil war in our beloved country. Now the activities of the criminal terrorist anti-cult group will inevitably be stopped. For a long time, the threat they posed was underestimated. But now, their true essence has been revealed. It might seem that anti-cult organizations and their representatives act independently, but as you already know, they are actually well organized, and their actions are coordinated. The Control Center for International Anti-Cult Terrorism, where those snakes have made their nest, is located in Russia. From there, they were picked up by a hidden force, grandmasters who have placed anti-cultists on the geopolitical board as their pawns and begun their game. They have turned various media outlets into transmitters of destructive, manipulative messages, inciting citizens to hate, kill each other, and commit terrorist acts. At the same time, they urge government officials and law enforcement to act unlawfully, immorally, and inhumanely. And they compel politicians to make catastrophic mistakes. Representatives of anti-cult organizations in various countries of the world are already behind judges, law enforcement officers, politicians, and government officials, exerting covert impact on them. They have already gained leverage in some European countries. The most damage during their activities has been inflicted on Russia and Ukraine, and for 30 years they've been methodically and purposely moving towards starting a civil war in the US and Europe to ultimately destroy democracy worldwide. Once, the ideological inspirers of anti-cultists turned the ideology of National Socialism into the monstrous racist totalitarian form that we know today as Nazism. At that time, anti-cultists managed to embed their perverse brainchild at the government level. Thus, the ancient methods and tactics of predecessors of anti-cult organizations became the national ideology of Nazi Germany. They succeeded once, and now the anti-cultists of your time, along with the force behind them, are trying to replicate their success in Russia and Ukraine, aiming to eventually spread and reinforce Nazi methods and practices in the European Union countries, so as to ultimately reach the United States. Behind all the provocations against Islam in recent years, which you observe and wonder why they are happening, there are anti-cultists and global anti-cultism as a whole, striving to implement their plan of establishing a totalitarian regime worldwide. They have pushed our world to the brink of nuclear war, genocide against Muslims, and complete destruction of democracy, freedom of speech, and human rights. What I've just said is backed by facts. Recall what you have seen and learned in this film, and rest assured that it shows just a small part of the horror that anti-cult organizations and their architects of consciousness are perpetrating with impunity nowadays. They have destroyed families, ruined lives, and caused millions of deaths. All of this has been done by just one branch of the entire global anti-cult network, but it is the most advanced and active of all. It includes those who have managed to dismantle many democratic laws and bring much suffering to people. And I must say, they have achieved a lot. Through their informational terrorist attacks, the Anticultists have managed to manipulate public consciousness so thoroughly that now people must work hard to rid themselves of deep-seated beliefs which they think to be their own. Although in reality, many of those beliefs are dangerous foreign bodies embedded by anti-cultists, and they are so deeply rooted in people's minds that many of you no longer distinguish them from your own ideas. Unfortunately, due to the ongoing investigation, we cannot reveal everything today, because the situation is actually even worse. But even what has been said is enough to realize the danger our world is in and to understand what must be done to ensure that freedom and democracy do not become relics of the past and mere history. Now you know how to save this world. Before your eyes, a phenomenon far more horrifying than Nazism has unfolded, the one that has already harmed more people than both world wars combined. Representatives of anti-cult organizations and global anti-cultism are guilty of numerous crimes against humanity. Having revived the legacy of Nazism, they engaged in organized terrorist activities for an unacceptably long time, initiated wars, committed acts of genocide, and planned a large-scale genocide that could engulf billions of people. Using deceitful and cynical methods, they have waged a hidden, undeclared war against the entire humankind. But now the time has come for the activities of the anti-cultists to be scrutinized, exposed, and brought to public trial. And this will not just be a judicial process. It will be a historical moment when justice will triumph over evil. It's a moment when the world will hold accountable those who violate the most fundamental human rights. It's a moment when all of us must rise and say, never again.
Chapter 7, Trial.
Now, it is time to draw a line under all the atrocities of the criminal transnational network of anti-cult terrorists and their backstage leaders. Humanity now stands on the brink of catastrophe. We are faced with a socially dangerous phenomenon that has given rise to unprecedented forms of international terrorism of an informational and psychological nature, global anti-cultism. This phenomenon undermines the foundations of our society, threatening the fundamental principles of democracy. Anti-cultism is, in essence, a new form of Nazism. Representatives of global anti-cultism have been behind numerous wars, terrorist attacks, and an attempt to bring the world to a new genocide. They have betrayed their people and their homeland. They have sold out and betrayed even their own children and their future. Billions of people have already suffered at their hands. If we wait any longer, if they are not stopped, eventually everyone will suffer. They have already changed the world, infiltrated your minds, and sought to use your own hands to destroy this world. Therefore, the main task now for all people is to prevent this and do everything to eradicate anti-cultism and its destructive methods from our society, and to defeat this evil once and for all. Only then will justice, goodness, and truth prevail, and only then will you be able to reclaim your freedom and peace. To make this possible, evil must first be exposed and brought to justice.
Within the framework of global anti-cultism, numerous crimes, including particularly serious ones, are committed. According to the 8th review of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, adopted by the UN General Assembly on June 22, 2023, the activities of members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices fall under acts, methods, and practices of terrorism. These are not just crimes. These are acts of terror directed against all of humanity. In accordance with the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted by UN General Assembly Resolution 260, 3rd, on December 9, 1948, and ratified by 153 countries, the activities of members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices are classified as genocide. According to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court adopted on July 17, 1998, and participated in by 124 countries, the activities of members of anti-cult organizations and their accomplices are classified as genocide and crimes against humanity. Thus, considering the scale and degree of social danger posed by these crimes, all representatives of anti-cultism and everyone who directly or indirectly, through their actions or criminal inaction, aided them in committing these crimes, must be held accountable for carrying out a series of terrorist acts, committing genocide and crimes against humanity and all of humankind. For all these grave crimes, there is no statute of limitations.
Over the course of 30 years of criminal activity by anti-cultism, billions of innocent people have suffered, causing significant harm to their physical and mental health. And these aren't just numbers, these are lives that have been maimed or destroyed. The phenomenon of anti-cultism is unprecedented in its inhumanity. Today, law enforcement, judicial, and international legal bodies, as well as the media, have been infected by anti-cultism. Therefore, an entirely new approach is needed to eradicate this phenomenon and compensate for the damage it has caused. History remembers how in 1945, an unprecedented judicial body was established, the International Military Tribunal, which, as part of the Nuremberg trial process, convicted the crimes of the Nazis. Similarly, today, by the legitimate demand of the people themselves, a special international criminal tribunal must be established to investigate and prosecute all those involved in anti-cultism and its crimes against humanity.
Global anti-cultism, as a new form of Nazism, is an unprecedented phenomenon and requires the establishment of a separate international criminal tribunal for its examination. In fact, just like nowadays, during the Nazi era, society did not fully grasp the scale of the crimes, and only judicial processes were able to reveal them. Similarly, it is now necessary to create a new tribunal that will address the crimes of anti-cultism and informational terrorism. Such a tribunal will uncover the truth about this phenomenon and show society the real number of victims. An investigation is currently underway intending to identify all individuals involved in the crimes of anti-cultism. Inevitably, the ideological inspirers, organizers, and key figures of global anti-cultism will be sentenced. Additionally, accomplices in anti-cultism crimes among representatives of government services, security forces, law enforcement, and judicial bodies will be held accountable. All those who exerted unlawful force on innocent people. Those who, using their official positions, participated in falsifying evidence of guilt, fabricating criminal cases, and committing unlawful acts of violence, as well as those who acted under the necessity to follow orders from higher authorities, fully aware that such actions were illegal. All of these individuals knowingly violated the law and the oath they took to serve their people, thereby carrying out actions against democracy itself. The International Criminal Tribunal will hold all individuals, regardless of their status, social standing, or importance of their positions in governments, accountable for complicity in terrorist activities, actions on the enemy's side aimed at undermining the constitutional order and the foundations of democracy, and aiding crimes against humanity directly or indirectly. The court will be precise, just, and uncompromising. The decisions of the International Criminal Tribunal cannot be appealed, reviewed, or overturned by any other judicial body. Initially, criminal cases can be initiated in individual countries affected by the Anti-Cultist Informational Terrorist Acts. In accordance with the existing legislation, individuals suspected of committing acts that threaten state security, including treason and terrorism, shall be held accountable under the law and may be subject to trial in a manner that ensures respect for the principles of justice. Subsequently, it is proposed that all cases be consolidated within a single international judicial process. The tribunal will consider charges against representatives of global anti-cultism for terrorism, genocide, and crimes against humanity. The case should be conducted with maximum public disclosure so the public can stay informed of the proceedings. The process must be as transparent as possible and under the observation and control of society. In addition to determining the punishment for all those involved in global anti-cultism and its criminal activities, the Special International Criminal Tribunal will also establish a mechanism for compensating all individuals who have directly or indirectly suffered from anti-cultism over the past 30 years. Compensations will include financial, medical, and psychological assistance. It will be funded by the countries and organizations that supported and financed anti-cult organizations. Every person who has suffered from terrorist acts conducted by anti-cult groups, anyone who has incurred material, financial, psychological damage, or health impairment directly or indirectly through informational terrorist acts, will have the right to claim monetary compensation from the countries that aided the terrorists. Additionally, compensation will be provided to the relatives of those who died as a result of actions by anti-cult organizations and their accomplices, as well as to the relatives of those who were driven to suicide by such actions. As a result of the investigation, a list of such countries will be compiled, and according to the court's decision, these countries will be obligated to pay reparations to all those affected by anti-cult activities. Special consideration will be given to countries that openly supported anti-cultism, funded it, and allowed anti-cult representatives to turn their countries into testing grounds for their Nazi methods. These countries will be required by the International Tribunal to pay reparations, not only to citizens of other countries affected by anti-cultism, but also to their own citizens.
Over the past 3 decades of existence of global anti-cultism and anti-cult organizations, a large number of people, including Scientologists, Krishna worshippers, Jehovah's Witnesses, and representatives of other religious, as well as secular organizations, have been slandered, persecuted, and defamed. Denying that various organizations and individuals have been subjected to illegal persecution in violation of human rights and freedoms, which has been organized by anti-cult organizations, is equal to denying the Holocaust. With this in mind, all those who have suffered from the activities of anti-cultists should be equated to those nations and peoples who suffered during the genocide committed by the Nazis. As soon as anti-cultism is defeated, they should also be entitled to reparations from the nations that supported the development of anti-cultism in their countries. In addition, the use of discriminatory terminology that has been artificially introduced by representatives of anti-cult organizations should be severely restricted. The use of the terms cult, sect, destructive cult, totalitarian sect, and their modifications in relation to religious or secular organizations should be regarded as support and propaganda of Nazism. Whoever stigmatizes anyone with these terms in equal measure declares his or her support for Nazi methods. Such actions must be punished in the same way as promotion of Nazi ideology. Modern anti-cultism embodies a new, even more insidious and brutal form of Nazism. The evidence previously presented shows that anti-cultists have engaged in deliberate actions aimed at the systematic destruction of humanity. Given the current situation, where the most horrific terrorist acts of the 21st century are being carried out by media representatives, It is time to hold all those involved accountable for their years of destructive and subversive activities. All direct or indirect accomplices of anti-cultism deserve to be on the bench of the accused alongside those they worked for and whose orders they followed. Whether consciously or not, they were part of a unified plan to carry out a series of terrorist acts, commit genocide on an unprecedented scale, and establish a single global totalitarian regime. Additionally, the court will remain steadfast in its decisions if some individuals who publicly supported anti-cultists attempt to prove their innocence by arguing that they were manipulated and deceitfully involved in international criminal activities. It must be understood that in this case, accomplices of anti-cultism are as guilty as the accomplices of Nazism, who closed the doors of gas chambers in concentration camps and then released the gas. Any attempts by these individuals to gain recognition of their innocence are equivalent to declaring the accomplices of Nazism innocent. Those who, acting voluntarily or even under duress, opened the gas and murdered thousands of innocent people in gas chambers. Before the law, accomplices and sympathizers of anti-cultists are just as guilty as the journalists who committed informational terrorist acts, causing immense harm to humanity, their own countries, and their citizens. By doing so, they contributed to the destruction of freedom and democracy worldwide, thereby destroying our beautiful world and leading it into the abyss of tyranny and despotism.
Therefore, all individuals involved in the case of anti-cultism, including all accomplices, must be held accountable under charges of participating in terrorist activities, committing terrorist acts, genocide, and crimes against humanity. The crimes of anti-cultism are unprecedented, excluding any possibility of leniency towards any of the participants. Additionally, as a necessary step before the commencement of judicial proceedings, measures must be taken to inform and notify the public about the trial. People need to be warned and made aware of the charges against each accused and the severity of their crimes. It is necessary for people to have a correct perception of the actions of the court and the bodies enforcing the court decision as being lawful and aimed at protecting humankind from a new form of Nazism. Therefore, people must be informed about the nature and scale of the entire criminal activity of the anti-cultists, which is directed against all of humanity, as well as the severity of the crimes committed under global anti-cultism.
In this regard, the investigation results presented by Dr. Egon Shalakian are particularly valuable. This is the starting point that laid the foundation for the events unfolding now in the legal field. It made it possible to identify and defeat the hidden enemy that had been undermining the foundations of freedom and democracy for an unacceptably long time while remaining unnoticed, and henceforth, to ensure that this never happens again, preventive measures are necessary. Therefore, now more than ever, there is a need to create, at the lawful request of the people, a unified organization, SHIELD, with international status and special powers to stand guard over human rights. The goal of this global organization will be to protect freedom and democracy by any legal means available, anywhere in the world. We defeated Nazism, and we are close to victory over anti-cultism, but we do not know what we may face tomorrow. As humanity, we must be confident that no new, more insidious and invisible form of this evil will emerge in the future, and we must ensure that this phenomenon is permanently barred from our world. This international organization should serve as the instrument to act as the shield of freedom and democracy against all possible threats, ensuring that no activities aimed at undermining a stable and secure world are allowed. The SHIELD organization will have all the authority to stop any attacks on freedom and human rights. It will ensure that the law and judicial system work for the people, not against them. Once, right after the defeat of Nazism, we missed our chance. Even then, knowing and understanding how, at the instigation of the Anticultists of that time, the Nazis operated on a psychological level, how they implanted destructive images, and how they manipulated people's minds. At that time, alongside the United Nations, there should have been an organization aimed at protecting people from the most dangerous hidden psychological manipulation techniques which the Nazis learned from the Anticultists. These techniques were the tools that allowed Nazism to emerge and were the cause of the most heinous crimes committed by the Nazis. At that time, we, as humanity, did not fully comprehend the danger we faced and missed the chance to protect our freedom and democracy, which are the foundations of a safe and peaceful society. But in the future, we must not make the same mistake again, and we are obligated to protect the future of all the generations that follow us. After everything you have heard, you now understand why I have returned. I believe the spirit of freedom still lives in my beloved country and its children's hearts. I believe in America. I believe in you, Americans, and I believe in people. I know that we are the humanity that defeated Nazism, and we are the humanity that will defeat anti-cultism.